Hello and welcome everyone to the NRG Neon Dream. I'm Becky, joined here by Zobi. I'm always gonna point the wrong way. I'm so turned around, but Zobi is here. We before this were like trying to do like a little heart in the camera. It took me like 5 minutes, but we got there and we're here. We're ready to watch some Valorant action. What are you the most excited for on the day, Zobi?
Ooh, I'm really excited. Number one, just shout out to the Army National Guard for presenting this and being able to make this event possible. I'm excited to see the players, right, that are balancing school, career, and service while making a real impact in their community, right? I feel like esports is all about, like, uncommon is calling, and I feel like the marginalized gender esports space is all about that. And I'm excited to I think, just really see the top four as well and how they duke it out, the rematches, the storylines, and all that will follow, Becky.
Absolutely true. So here at the NRG Neon Dream, we are playing for a $10,000 split prize pool, as well as Zobi mentioned, the Uncommon is Calling Player Award that is going to be $1,000 to one player who stood out and seems to balance the kind of mechanical portions of the game and impact on the community as well. So that's something that you can be watching for as the day goes on. It's something that we've certainly been watching for with everything that was happening yesterday, and are excited to see where that little bit of extra prizing is going to end up going on the end of the day. How are you feeling about like who you think has been very impactful based on some of the matches that we saw yesterday?
Ooh, I mean, we're getting some B-roll. I think Cocomelon or Emlua from 100 Thieves, despite falling during the group stage, was a great late addition. I feel like they pop their head in every now and then and remind everyone that they're a good player and then disappear into the abyss, no pun intended. I feel like that was a banger match. I don't know, there was like there was a series in our quarterfinals that went all three maps and all three went to overtime. There was a 17-19, like, it is crazy. But outside of that, I mean, you have your typicals. But again, I think to take more of a step back to talk about day one, right? It was a round robin, 2 groups of 4 with our 8 invited teams, just for seeding, right? All best of ones. And then it went into this single elimination bracket, right? You know, your 1 versus 4s, your 2 versus 3s for each respective group. And that kind of led us to our top 4, where, like you mentioned, they all now get a cut of the prizing. It's just how much, right? First place $5,000, second place 3, and 1 and 1 to your third and fourth. Even, so there's no need for a consolation match. But again, so you want to make that deep dive and win the semis because you get a $2,000 pay bump no matter what.
Absolutely, and I think we're getting to see some of these recaps from yesterday. Helps kind of push in the idea of what these players are playing for. I mean, on top of that money, just a little bit of off-season bragging rights. How would you describe the kind of mental real estate that you're playing for here?
I think it's a mix and match depending on the team. Some it's like, oh, we have something to prove. Some it's like, we want revenge. Some it's like, hey, we lost here, we need to win elsewhere. And that's where I think like your YFP and your Wada are at versus FlyQuest is one of those teams that's already proven themselves, I think, by making top 4, but winning the entire thing would definitely help be that reinstantiation of, hey, we may have put this squad together on the fly for this event, no pun intended, but with our core and these extra superpowers, then we may just make a run for it. But here we go, Becky. This was our bracket that we went through yesterday and coming into today.
And what a crazy bracket it is. I know that you and I were even just talking after broadcast had ended, and we knew that we were just waiting to see where these final chips were going to land. And like watching it go to 1 and 1 between Fly and Kiri Magenta and 100 Thieves and Ghost, and being like, oh, we're getting some banger matches that we aren't watching. I mean, it's one of those places where you're like, it's so unfortunate, but also like waiting for the updates to come through from these players and from these teams. And in the end, it is going to be FlyQuest Red who come out on top of Kiri Magenta and Ghost Gaming who beat out over 100 Thieves. So those 2 teams are going to go face up respectively. FlyQuest Red against YFPX, a team that we got to see a lot of yesterday, and Ghost Gaming going up against Wada, which I believe is a rematch. And you were even mentioning it's kind of crazy that 3 out of 4 of these teams were from the Group B.
Yeah, I feel like that's what you're gonna get, I think, when it is against 7 out of 8 teams in the event. We're main event teams. I know the admin team was joking about how, like, no matter how we see this, right, we're gonna have matchups, we're gonna have revenge grudges from the main GC circuit, and I think that's what's kind of come out in full display here. Obviously, I think some of those 2-1s really push things through where we might have seen, I think, more of the group representation. Like I mentioned, the OT peril of 100 Thieves versus Ghost, and that Curie Fly match as well, where... that was an interesting one. It was like a close map one and then just like supersided the rest of the best of 3.
Absolutely. And we're going deep into this, but if you're interested in getting a little bit of goodness for yourself, you're going to do an exclamation point giveaway in the chat, and that's going to get you into one of these giveaways, or it will take you to an external place for you to get involved in one of the giveaways that NRG is putting on just for you, the viewers at home. So thank you all for being here and watching, and also let us know in chat who you think is going to take down our first match, which is YFPX versus FlyQuest Red. Walk us through, let's start with YFP's roster, Zobi.
Yeah. There is our head-to-head. YFP is going to be a Scary Shark, Corrupt, Zoriental, Charade, and Glowstick, right? Your second place team in Stage 2 of Game Changers, narrowly missing out in the LCQ just by the overall championship point structure to Wada. So coming in, I think, as like your highest power-seeded team, right? With obviously Shopify Rebellion not competing, focusing probably on boot camping in Seoul for GCC at this rate, and Wada just narrowly missing out in some of these key head-to-heads. But yeah, they were insane, right? We got to follow them a few times throughout the day, and I think it was a statement win up against Blue Otter in that quarterfinals that we got to cover.
Certainly true. And now on the other side of it, we do have FlyQuest Red, a team that we didn't really get to highlight a whole lot yesterday, so it's exciting that we're going to be able to see them here today facing off against YFPX. And you've talked a little bit about that core team composition as well as these players who have been around on that team for a long time. Walk me through some of that.
Yeah, so Thea, Ev, and a lovely, or Bree, they have been there, I think, since the start of Stage 1. I know Kickoff, they had a different core 5, just because they were trying to get through Kickoff, right? They were going through those big roster changes that even birthed teams like Wada. But they decided to bring in some extra guns, and I actually know that Miss Harvey was singing the praises of one of these players, Misu, who was this super flexible player that was kind of a 6th-man position for 100 Thieves in the last main event, so she can hold her own a lot, a very fearsome alert player. And then there's Edith, the highest performing player, win or loss in main events when they were playing with Ghost. So if you want a duelist that is going to be a firecracker in the server, that is your pickup. And I think that's what now is complementing this very experienced core together and has elevated them to this top 4 level.
All right, well, we've talked about these teams, their players, and what they're playing for. Let's see where they're going to be playing as we have map select, pick, and bans ready to go through here. Anticipating, yeah, I feel like we've been seeing a lot of Sunset. It seems to be one of those kind of comfort picks for a lot of these teams that we've seen both between yesterday and today. So I can't say I'm too surprised about these first 2 maps. I feel like it's always kind of a little bit more of a toss-up on what is going to end up being the third map. And the third map of Pearl. Do you think FlyQuest is looking to go to 3 maps again, though, after last night?
I don't think so. I think Pearl is a map neither team has played this tournament as well. I feel like they've been just kind of rinsing and repeating the maps they're comfortable with even before the switch ups. The Haven ban makes sense as well. Fly lost at 8-13 to Carry Magenta in those quarterfinals yesterday. And then this is an interesting one because Sunset's the best map for both of these teams. 2 wins each on the map. Split is a very soft spot for FlyQuest Red, Ray. I think they kind of got bodied by Wada 4-13 on it, and it's a really strong map for YFPX. So to me, I need to see FlyQuest Red win Sunset first and foremost, and then it would kind of be a 3-map affair from there.
Okay. So going into, you mentioned that Sunset is the strongest map for both of these teams, and I'm pulling up some of these compositions for both of them and looking at what FlyQuest in particular is bringing to Sunset. They're running things like Edith on the Neon, Omen, Sova. They're still on Cypher, which I think it could potentially be interesting, especially with some of the changes that have happened to that agent. But do you think it's just sticking to the comfort of it and not really regarding the changes for the sake of knowing where exactly to use everything and worrying about maybe making a swap later into the season?
I think it's a comfort pick. They actually did experiment with the chamber in the group stage, I will say, and that was that 13-10 win over Blue Otter, but that might be too close for comfort of a victory when they tried out the chamber for a Lovely, so they switched back to the Cypher, and then they body right Kyria Magenta 13-6 on the map, so I think that's definitely helping them out. And on the flip side, right, YFPX, similar to other teams in the tournament like Wada, are trying to, again, navigate this new meta. They switched away from their Stark double initiator with the KO and the Fade that's used to counter some of these heavy chamber players into their own double sentinel adaptation with the Sage, with the chamber, right? And we talked about Corrupt. They were this battle Sage, and they were lurking on the Sage as well. And as your caller for that team under YFPX as well, with Scary Shark 2, I think, lurking at times, they had a really strong, I think, map-wide understanding of what was happening, and were able to flip that into late-round executions.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard for me, having watched YFPX in particular, like, actually play the map of Sunset yesterday. It makes me feel like I've seen them be comfortable on it, and so it seems like FlyQuest, in my mind, has a lot to live up to, but looking at the stats for FlyQuest on Sunset, it certainly tells the tale that you've mentioned of this also being comfortable for them. And I think the differences in team composition leads me to also start to lean YFPX again. I think it's just like a little bit stronger pickup of agents and overall composition for the meta right now, but I would love to be proven wrong by FlyQuest. And where do you think they can kind of take their edge of comfort and use it over what YFPX is bringing?
I think the KO is going to be big, again, shutting down this double sentinel utility, because a lot of it is in the moment, right? If you can catch Sherrod on an island on the chamber, or prevent a Sage from getting the wall that slows up, you can outpace it with that Neon, with Edith, again, this electric duelist. And as we are going to jump in Agent Select as well, the only then weakness I'm seeing here, and this is nothing against Misu, she's an insane controller player, but that's exactly what she is, right? She was only the 6-man for 100 Thieves because she was subbed in on the double controller maps, right? And so when she's on this Sova on certain maps like Sunset, like Haven, one of the maps banned out, right? She tends to struggle a little bit more. Like, she's stable, but she's not standout like she typically is. It's a very different role shift. She doesn't have as these impactful lurk plays like she normally does. Her internal clock is so fine-tuned, it's crazy. And I think that's the difficulty here, is just the nature of Sunset they're already working up against as well.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for a lot of these timing changes, and if you are one of those players who had a strong internal clock, as you're saying, it's a big shift to be making now in recent times. But with that, we are ready to go down into Agent Select and see if anybody is going to go ahead and switch it up, or if we are going to see these comfort picks come right in. And so far, with a quick lock in from the Cypher, it seems like we are sticking to that comfort, sticking to that understanding despite some of these changes. But you mentioned the KO as a really good thing to potentially shut down Sherrod on this chamber, and both of those lock-ins come through as well.
Ev is initiator monster, right? I think that's why they got recognized and picked up by Fly super late into the last year as they made that GCC run and showing. And I think they're going to be a great complement to Edith here, both in setup and just follow through as well. Reason why KO is the duelist of the initiators in that regard. But for clarification for viewers at home, Rage Monster 3000, which we're going to have to see that Rage Monster come alive from Bree on the less aggressive role, is a Lovely, right? That is the player just under a different name, right? We're no tourney client menaces here. This is main and like to have a little bit of fun. But again, no surprises left, right, and center here. I was curious because if you remember that interview yesterday with Sherrod was like, I'm getting a bit tired of the chamber and the opping at times. Give me the Sage, Corrupt. But they're going to keep it for Sunset. Maybe we'll see the swap back up when we get over to map 2 of Split, where, not going to lie, Sherrod was still a menace. It didn't matter. But I am also looking forward, I think, to the Neon head-to-head between Zori and Edith. I feel like Zori is more of that, I think, iconic, right? Neon alongside players like Sleepy Femboy or Arya, and Edith is kind of just as well-rounded, like, duelist, no matter what role you place them on.
Yeah, I also am interested, especially considering that Corrupt is locking in this Sage, and it's something that we talked about a little bit yesterday as well, and how that is going to really impact or slow down somebody like the Neon, and how that's going to change the impact that a duelist like that is going to be able to have on a map like this. But nonetheless, I'm interested to see how that is going to work. We are going to be starting out with YFPX on the attacking side, their double sentinel composition, but something that we've been able to see not really matter for a very aggressive Sage, even in Corrupt's hands and Sherrod's hands. But this time around, Sherrod is going to be sticking to that chamber and was extremely impactful in the match on Sunset yesterday for YFPX. Interested to see if that will carry over this time around against FlyQuest Red.
Absolutely. Already from the pistol get-go, right? You see how the chamber's going to function, right? B side control to kind of test if they're scaling heavily into main, and then B this mid lurk. But that's where the Cypher does come in clutch, right? You see that top mid trip wasn't really a factor in the game yesterday as much, so that'll be hopefully to keep a cap on things. But in the meantime, A-Pop to start, let's get Zori deposited, but it's the early recon to force them back. Don't want to get punished by a paranoia, by an aggressive scale out from the Neon. And just like that, YFPX showing FlyQuest Red respect, looking the other way, leaning the other way, and going towards market where is this door closed? We're gonna find out.
Cover going on.
Scary Shark is going to go ahead and throw out some of these smokes about that down, so we're going to take out that tripwire and be able to throw up that fast lane and turn and burn away the safety. Barrier Orb is up as well. Between Boba and Market. Two players holding down this B site quickly get taken down from FlyQuest Red, and YFPX are going to be able to initiate this spike plant. Paranoia comes through, hits all 4 members of YFPX, and Misu with a double shock dart immediately after it finds 2. That defuse is going to come through, no problem. Amazing utility usage to really hold together this pistol round.
Wow, I mean, the weakness in market identified, and they punched around the site because a Lovely doesn't have full Cypher utility on a pistol round, but yeah, that retake was fluid. Ev buys enough time for them to re-clear all that mid-space, re-clear all of market, and like I mentioned, that Paranoia Shock Dart combination is just lethal, and I think that's where, again, FlyQuest, that early rotation, didn't give any grounds yet for YFPX to spread out, to set their routes, and it definitely cost them here. That is a crazy kill from Misu, and FlyQuest Red on the board first, get the buy-up that they're looking for. Very heavy on the sniper rifles. I also do like the Stingers a lot here, and we'll get to see if Sherrod with the Outlaw force up, and if maybe the quick pacing towards B main can convert anything on the second round.
Cypher camera immediately taken down. It's going to be a little battle of some long-range weaponry. Great Monster going to be able to find one pickup, throw down that cage.
Mind games.
To stick away to safety, and yeah, it's just going to continue to hold that same angle. Maybe go for a repeat here in a moment. Zori, long arm though, going to be able to take out Edith across mid here. And allow for the rest of the team to move over towards that A site and try and get a little bit of ground on that opposite side as well here.
Yeah, but I was going to say Scary Shark was looking over towards A main, just trying to see if there's any aggressive push out here, and it was Thea in that position, just holding the deep line. Doesn't go deep enough though, so Thea can stay on the line for the time being, wait out to see if it is going to be a follow through or not. Sova as well should be getting the recon back online if they want a deep dart here for that early rotation element. But despite all the trades and HP and players we saw over towards B main, they never broke this trip. They never really got that confirmation, and with things and like cameras and 0 points coming back online, they're gonna have to make a move fast.
Yeah, Zori getting punished for pushing up towards mid. Doesn't even get to clear that trip wire before going down to the Guardian in the hands of Misu there. Collapsing from all the defensive side players, waiting for some of these smokes to come out from both sides, and Glowstick's going to try and pop some of these right clicks along with the barrier orb, but Misu, strongest piece of weaponry on the map currently, and able to find a second pick into this round. That spike is ticking down though, and a lot of these choke points have been made. The right clicks coming through from Corrupt, and Scary Shark being able to hold the same angle. And 3 from Nora there in Scary Shark, and this Omen is going to be enough for them to take this eco round.
Wow. I mean, that is insane that happens. We kind of like set the groundwork for it. I think Zori as well, recollecting Sherrod's Outlaw and using that to punch some holes worked out as well. And again, that restructuring towards the B side, that little, I think, presence shown A main as well didn't get the stack of players FlyQuest Red was hoping for. So yeah, disrupt the money. Glowstick, this was a menace on the Oda no matter the map yesterday, so no surprises here per se, but the time being, a little stack on the A site here, a little paranoia at the ready for Thea once main contact is made, and you're kind of wary to break through here.
What a buy-up that's been able to be made by YFPX2. Paranoia does come through from the defensive side. Omen does force YFPX back a little bit. And then I'm going to throw out a dark cover as well. Rotation has come through from many defensive side players over towards that A site. But the rotations coming through from the attackers now here. Some shots from behind while this barrier orb goes up, but Rage Monster is going to be taken down for that. And that is his B site open and ready for the attackers to get this spike planted.
Dropping spike.
I really like Corrupt using the wall to stall the rotation instead of fight and take that top mid space, because we've seen that burn them before, right? Right-click classics over the wall, players jumping on top if they can, or TPing on top if they can, and yeah, Scary Shark on cleanup duty. They should be able to frame themselves very well, right? This is where they get those strengths, is when they're given enough time in the post to get set up, and I like the buddy system FlyQuest Red, but not quite sure with these weapons what she'll be able to make of it.
Yeah, Sherrod, the one holding the angle where everyone from FlyQuest Red is trying to wait to push around from. Edith's going to be able to get one, but they are playing very slow in this situation, potentially just trying to wait for some exits as this spike is out faster and faster, but it is going to be the push out from YFPX to try and get as much damage as possible. Remaining players from FlyQuest Red saying we don't have enough time, but we do want this econ to be better, to go down to that spike, but give YFPX that round and a second one for them to be up 1 against FlyQuest Red.
Yeah, after you lose the second round conversion in that fashion, that is the best that you can hope for. And I really thought that we were going to see a lovely challenge for Wad when it was just Sherrod in the mid space, and I think that round would have gone very differently. Once they realized that a lovely was on an island there, they speed up, they take the market space, they have no more doubts in the call to pivot towards B in the late round after the A pressure, the A stack from FlyQuest Red was exposed. So very good, very strict calling here, but looks like FlyQuest Red want to change the tempo a little bit, right? The trio pausing the neon deep into B main here. I think that was with, let's say, KO, and in the meantime, it's fortunate that YFPX is instead, again, pressing the A side now that they know a little bit more of what the paranoia and the scale of potential could look like.
Yeah, and it is interesting. A lot of these rounds, Ori will go ahead and use that fast lane just to try and see if they can fake out or go around this ultimate orb on A site. And it's interesting to see the rounds where that kind of like isn't the case, and somehow every single time it's when there's fewer people hanging on the A side for defense, and I'm trying to figure out how they know where I'm missing something.
You're re-clearing it, right? Because they as they're jiggling, you'll know that a player wasn't deposited, and I think that's again testing the new meta as well, because if you force them to re-clear, these these util cycles with the initiators can be so finicky with the extra long regeneration timer. So for now, though, it just has been mind games, and I think just the fact that you heard a Prowler A side, you have this deep B control, and little trap play, I'll say, off the cam and the KO, is why you have, I think, this more confident lean here towards A.
I'm out of here.
Prowler going to come out to clear a lot of these angles, find one, followed up with a relay bolt. Zori's going to be able to just zoom on through. Fast lane coming up to be able to move safely through that dark cover and push onto site, but the first one to find Nora. Zori and Glowstick, though, going to get a little bit of vengeance and be able to get the spike down with 6 seconds left on the clock, but that's more than enough time to get that plant through.
Yeah, time was just not a concern in the back of their mind, even with 10 seconds on the clock and counting there. Really nice crutch despite the paranoia, and that's what you mentioned, that fast lane just really good for sectioning off this space and getting that deep control off the haunt. So it's set them up quite well. Feels impenetrable here, right? Operator on the link on the flank line once they get through this stage wall. The fast lane could be the way back in, though, from Edith.
Corrupt having to play back at that site, and I mean, that's one of those moments you expect if everybody is peeking out around the same time and you lose all your gunfights at the same time. That is going to be a full red kill feed, in YFPX finding themselves that third round and continuing to kind of hold their economy strong here.
Absolutely. And I honestly, for FlyQuest Red, they do have a coach in the server, Coach Joe here again. I was gonna say, I feel like it's about time.
You
Joe
summoned
does.
them.
I did. They like the eco timeouts, right? Because they can maybe come up with a little creative pop play to get the ball rolling, and then they continue with the big picture changes, moving on into the rifle rounds. But yeah, I think it's needed right about now. It feels like, again, they haven't gotten any traction on it, really any of these retakes, and it's difficult again when there's that second round disruption to money lines as well, in the fashion that did occur. And it feels like the issue is only compounding because YFPX now have their ult cycle online, and you're lagging behind in that department as well, since these rounds are so clean from YFPX. So yeah, a lot going wrong that a nice eco could start to remedy.
Yeah, there is something to be said. FlyQuest Red has something like the Hunter's Fury ready, and I feel like those are always like big pieces of ultimate utility that you're trying to weave into some of these eco rounds as well. And I'd be interested to see how that is potentially going to come online. But as you mentioned, you're facing down some strong pieces of utility in the hands of that Fade and Chamber, ready and available for YFPX too. So I'll be interested to see what the game plan is. It looks like it's a lot of A-sided attention from the defensive side here, and just hoping that this Cypher is going to be able to hold down the fort on B side.
Yeah, and again, because it's the eco though, no full util, just this proactive trap wire to try and trip Zori up on an entry if it goes uncleared. Meantime, I do like the mid reclear off the drone, especially if they can get the neon. If they can get Eve in a good place to drop this up. It's not the best gun, I'd say, to leverage into a retake or into an eco attempt, but that shot is huge. The control that comes with it is huge, and now you realize Corrupt feels pressure to peel off, maybe to go for the res, maybe just to reclaim the space and deny the operator collection.
Oh, but
Balls
May
up.
is not prepared for there to be two people hanging out over here. He expects that Cypher to come through, but not ready for he to slow orb come through, trying to just use all of these dark covers possible to get this operator into the hands of this team and get this resurrection through, as you mentioned. So a revive to push things back to a 5v5 and recollect YFPX over towards this B side. There's a ultimate from the Fade coming through as well, and pushes many people off this B side, as well as that Cypher going down as Zori pushes off the site.
And this is the first time we've seen 4 players present and ready for FlyQuest Red on the side. And while Zori is, making a go at it, making it aggressive, it's all feigned. It's fake, right? They realize the stack was there. They rotate back over towards A. They know what the Hunter's Fury's for. It's for flooding back in. And so they're just going to have none of it. They opt out, right? Cancel all communications. We don't want those spam emails. And they are going to get a very safe plant. And Sherrod is now there to ideally cut off the rotations to your top mid. But FlyQuest Buddy System 2.0 firmware update. And they are gone safely through spawn.
Wait a minute. That operator is still in their hands. I mean, luckily though, Scary Shark prepared for the adaptation that has been made. A flash comes through. It's going to force a lot of YFPX back into these other corners. Will convey a lot of lineups from these strong pieces of weaponry ready to go in the Odin, in the operator. They're able to find a 1-for-1 trade there. And the remaining YFPX numbers are going to be too strong for those trades to mean more than this round is for YFPX.
Yeah, I saw the beginning of something great, again, from the ideas FlyQuest Red had, and sort of just getting more space, getting the jump on YFPX, but again, YFPX showing respect where it's due, right? It's an eco attempt for FlyQuest Red, and you're investing 2 really big ultimates between that Resurrection and that Nightfall, and to still, after you invest those ultimates on the site, realize it's a stack and go the other direction is, again, just really strong calling. I think we said it, or Sherrod, I should say, said it in the interview, this mastermind that is Corrupt, just guiding them towards greener pastures, and that was a great Spidey sense of tingling to get them through that round. Deny the eco, get stronger at 4-1. But this is where we see those true to life changes from Coach Joe come in, right? And that's where it's FlyQuest Red pushing the agenda a little bit further, right? Last time it was passive, deposit Edith hidden in a corner. This time it was walk all the way up and clear the trademark, so you have to keep your back covered, but mid control, a kill over towards A. 0 point reclears it for now, so FlyQuest, you've got a posture for this B split once again.
Yeah, Markador is down. Paranoia at the ready defensive side. Looks like FlyQuest Red with understanding that all these players are in a market. It's the call to push in, and They is able to find one off of that big Paranoia, and a nice 1-2 little squad jiggle there from Zori to find 2, but ultimately the coordination from that top and market mid play working out beautifully for FlyQuest Red.
I can hear, I think, Thea just screaming probably because of that clutch, right? Just the vibes merchant alongside being the IGL for Fly, and you saw the little, like, meet up and celebrate there in mid that they got that round through, and that was really nice because it felt like
wow, I can barely get myself out of
downloaded the indicators, right, for YFPX, and then used those finally to know when they have to strike, when they have to run interference there, and that was a perfect Paranoia door break and crunch after they really both pushed them out of top mid, but this is a team that doesn't like to take rounds like that lightly, right? Go to force pop to patch up where the operator stings the wallet books, and they're gonna avoid mid for the time being. Very strong exit story off the overdrive.
Yeah, I'm trying to really push onto this A site quickly, and then Judge to fall back on.
Welcome man stripped it away, yeah.
Ooh, through the dark cover. Rotations from FlyQuest Red. A lot of ultimates at the ready, and we've popped that KO one for a moment.
Wait a minute.
there to stop that chamber ultimate.
Oh my gosh.
I'm waiting.
Edith got by this chamber util while the suppression from the null command was still active, right? It feels like Fly is just with the singular null command completely stopped this exec, right? It stripped away the overdrive, it stripped away the Tory Force for the time being. Now there's players here ready to respond in kind. One isolated, but it's just been enough to buy the time for Edith. Gets him to elbow, finds two, and the crunch off the wall, that sectioned off back sight is only gonna funnel you towards a Rage Monster 3000 or a Lovely. We'll get the third for FlyQuest Red.
I am really enjoying the Rage Monster 3000 name. Just having a good time.
Like, you don't want to see me angry.
Exactly. And I mean, it looks like we are starting to see FlyQuest Red get a little angry, but like being clinical about their anger, really harnessing it. As you mentioned, being able to play very nicely with the ultimate from the KO to kind of allow for a little opening and rotation to come through with a quiet sense about them as well. YFPX once again kind of playing this posture around A site, but Thea coming out on top here.
Okay. They didn't like that they got trapped in the mid, so trying to again aggressively take that market space before FlyQuest can try to counter it. But I do like them just kind of respecting this space. Nice recon and maybe get a lucky shot through, but again, double up here. Misu, I Lovely can play off the trap wire together. The double swing is good for both. Corrupt, though, gets a beautiful timing through the dark cover up on the jump up, and now it's their using this dark cover for a temporary haven, right? Lovely's cleared all this market space, and now you are trapped and flushed out by the fragment.
I mean, beautifully done, and we are starting to see, as we've had a lot of rounds where there are buy-ups from FlyQuest Red, where there are full pieces of utility, the kind of shift that they've been able to make in kind of controlling and better rotating around what YFPX is doing in all these rounds.
Okay. YFPX timeouts, I will say right now, they are rare, all right? Especially, like, both when they had a coach and now that they don't have a coach, and it's just this 5. So, again, when Nora pulls the panic button alongside Corrupt, this, again, kind of co-IGL structure to a certain degree, it shows that something here isn't connecting. They don't like the fight that FlyQuest Red is putting up, you know? I feel like FlyQuest has figured out, okay, how we're not retaking successfully when we give them the grace, give them the time to get set up in these really dislodgeable positions. So we're beating them instead to the punch. That's working well. So I think this discussion is, okay, how do we, you know, take this a few steps further before we get onto the sites? Because they're getting the sites really well, right? Minus the one A side attempt for the null command and really shut that down at its source. And I think that's where, again, we need to see more impact from players like Corrupt, from players like Sherrod on these lurks, right? Because when they were out rotating, right, getting these deserted sites, having that time to get into comfortable post-point positions, it's when they were finding the most success, I believe. So that's kind of what I want to see, set the seeds of doubt, try to get FlyQuest Red to get a little anxious, get a little antsy, and over-rotate.
Yeah, I think that would be nice to see, especially because I feel like we are seeing YFPX do a lot of these really big swings, as you were talking about. We're all about having whoever's playing Sage just be up in front for YFPX. It doesn't matter if it's Shrod, it doesn't matter if it's Corrupt.
I'm out of here.
That Sage is up there, up front, and just like being a little annoying, and it's kind of great every single time that we get to see it. Trying to make sure that they are able to clear that tripwire, but it doesn't look like they were able to do so. A dark cover does come out to block off that vision onto B site and allow for that cipher to maybe do a little bit of relocating and kind of sow a bit of confusion into the minds of YFPX.
Yeah, I feel like YFPX is just trying to make the most of this eco, right? You get that orb for the Sage, they'll get the resurrection, right? In life or in death, and that's what it will end up being for Corrupt. Now it's just to call the masterclass. That started out really strong, right? They drew all the players at the B site. They had an open A site minus the trap wire, but they're kind of fighting for this top mid space instead, and that's where the players from Boba can get head on a swivel. That's where they're also going to get proactive. It looks like in Reclear B main, so you can confine these players to mid. And that's where I'm hoping they heard the relay bolt come out from main, and they need to be, going for this mad dash regroup towards the A space, and it feels like FlyQuest Red is going to have to give it up, right? And then play for the retake.
Yeah, playing safe by going around this long way, trying to clear off as much as they possibly can with 10 seconds left. They're really trying to use every single bit of time that they have in every single one of these rounds.
Planted.
And really holding it down to the wire. Cypher Ultimate did come out to be able to let the rest of the FlyQuest Red team know where YFPX is holding in their post-plant positions. The defuse is coming through. Scary Shark just as Sheriff, a dark cover blocking everything off. And the rest of FlyQuest Red waits to show their faces until that spike is defused. And it goes 1 for 1, but FlyQuest Red happy to find themselves with a little bit of a lead now.
Yeah, and we saw our fair share of Scary Shark clutch attempts yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Better for worse.
I would
That
not
was-
be, I would not
Yeah.
be throwing myself into that ever.
That was a little bit more difficult to get through, but all in all, YFPX, I think for that eco, like getting the overdrive out, getting the neural theft out, getting the spike down, those are good takeaways, right? And I think, again, that's what they really wanted, was to have a fighting chance to get a lot of these ults to kickstart the system. And they should have opportunity, I think, resources to do that here. But again, they need to win this round, or FlyQuest Red's gonna get 6, possibly more, on the half here when the money's broken again. So back to the B side, back to seeing, okay, what's the switch up once you get control over B? Do you try to fight in a Boba? Do you use this Nightfall again to convert deeper into spawn? It doesn't matter if a Lovely's running interference with Misu alongside her.
But a very nice shot coming through from Misu as you are mentioning this. Is stuck deafened by that Nightfall for another moment, but the spike is going down.
Can't
The
use that.
rotation on this lurk from both Omens is going to lead quite a bit of confusion. Well, until Nora just runs onto site to try and assist Scary Shark, and the numbers are given over to FlyQuest Red, who find themselves a 6th round and have strung together quite the set of wins.
Yeah, we're starting to see some things come out top mid. Like I mentioned, they need to find a way to maybe backstab here, because the hunker down on site trying to take these duo fights aren't working. It feels like FlyQuest Red, their aim is warming up. Players like Misu are knocking it out of the park. And yeah, this is... It's like I said, that was the dangerous round to lose, right? 6-4 should be a 7-4 if, again, the resurrection, if the... Ooh, I was gonna say the force up doesn't get in the way of it. A few light shields here. I didn't think they'd have enough money, but they narrowly do here. Okay. This is dangerous though. Like, you lose this, and now you're basically handing over the 8th, right? Because last round you're gonna be forcing again. So I don't know how I feel about this, but I'm hoping that's what the timeout kind of set them up for here. So make me a liar. Quell my doubts here, YFPX.
Hoping to see it, and I'm sure YFPX is hoping to turn it into a 6-6 as well, and thinking that this is their best chance to do so. Good pieces of utility ready in that resurrection, but they are still facing onto this Hunter's Fury that has been in the pocket for FlyQuest Red for some time. Rotation through market coming through from mid, but Rage Monster continuously just being a menace. Control does reveal a lot of players over towards market. That spike has fallen, and the rest of YFPX are saying we're just going to continue to try and be aggressive and go back for that later. They have a minute late, and they're just going to try and seek blood where they can, but the back and forth from YFPX is just coming through so strong, and they are able to take down all those players who are holding on to Boba. They're going to get that Omen ult to pick up the spike here for the attacking side, and thankfully Scary Shark is there to play a little bit of protection from Edith, but now it is left just down to these final 2 players in Sherrod and Ev, and Ev is a little more spooky, scary, hidden, wins that 1v1 out.
Spooky, scary. Halloween was last week.
It's Halloween every week. I have orange hair.
Okay.
What do you what do you mean?
Well, after a round like that, all YFPX is going to be seeing is red. I mean, that's a difficult one, right? They finally came up with the fix, which was this proactivity, right, that we needed to see. But again, Misu's just been lethal, both running in the interference into market, and then also just on the crate jump up. That angle's been really deadly. And so while they're usually these B splits are so streamlined, uncountered, unfought, I think Misu's been the core in dismantling it, shutting them up for a failure from the get-go. And speaking of setup from failure from the get-go, overdrive, drop, paranoia out. They're trying to crunch in off this Hunter's Fury onto these players, and while Misu will find at least a little bit of leeway with that kill, it's a 2-on-2, and you should get the resurrection here.
And indeed does. Brings Scary Shark back from the dead. And Sherrod getting really aggressive, pushing through. They have been able to locate where Rage Monster is. And is able to take that final player out. 7-5, a little bit, it feels like, I don't want to say cobbled together, because I think that the execution is like the aggressive execution is decided before the round even started, especially in those last 2 rounds for YFPX. As you mentioned, just deciding that those slow, more calculated ones just weren't going their way. How do we switch that up? Okay, let's completely flip it on its head. And previously we're waiting for the last 10 seconds to plant. Now we're going to try and like start being aggressive and start getting into the site plant within the first 30 seconds. And it works for them in 1 round, and a 7-5 is not the worst, and certainly with a strong defensive side team composition like YFPX, I think I'd be feeling pretty good for at least equalizing once again.
That's the difference. FlyQuest made that change really early, right when they were trailing. YFP made it super late and just couldn't wrestle it back, but this is nice. A little let's see the battle stage wall. Zori was waiting for it, but now it's too late, right? They're tucked behind pillar. They're about to break into market. The backpedaling, though, is going to be punishing here. Zori gets to the trade for Corrupt here. Sova for a Sage. In this meta, I'd say the Initiator was worth a little bit more, especially with the form Misu's been in. In the meantime, trying to flip that Sage wall into maybe a top mid take. Scary Shark Nora getting pressured. No Paranoia can hold on to their cool for now because they have the support of Glow Stick here on the link and can set up Glow Stick instead for success, right? Sees to keep these players from busting through. And with 2v4, at least on the site itself, these players are getting surrounded and needed that moment of respite that Edith is going to provide. But again, you don't have any info. You don't have any control here.
I mean, the trades keep coming through back and forth. Rotations are so strong through the Cyber Cage. Glow Stick just able to find that pickup. It's going to be 2-1 now. The defensive players from YFPX going to try and keep up with Edith, who is zooming across the map to get this move through. And luckily, because of this Neon as well, has a little bit of extra time and is going to play a cheeky little corner angle here. A little bit known from that shot from the Haunt, and those little pieces of utility from these initiators can really make or break a match.
Yeah, I think they thought they had a little bit less timing there, and they thought they would hear the runaway, not clear it out backside with that Haunt. So just a little like miscalculation. And yeah, it's Scary Shark for Shark. I need to ask her how happy she was when that got added, number 1. Number 2, I think if Fly got away with that pistol round, I don't know if I would have been satisfied just because how scrappy it was. Like these moments right here, right? Like I feel like they lost control where the players were. Because YFPX had a good understanding of what they needed to do to re-clear that space, and they were lucky to get the spike plant down. I think over here towards A. So Edith gives them that grace, which is gonna now I think fund the Stinger Force here, right? They already lost conversion after the previous pistol. They don't want to lose control over this half, and that is a perfect opener as Glowstick's also gonna get stunned out. C's expended. Zori having to draw attention away just to keep the Fade alive.
Wow, playing a lot of aggression v aggression for both of these teams now. It feels like both of them are just saying, okay, if you want chaos, I'll give you chaos. And it's happening back and forth continuously. Sherrod tries to peek around that corner. It is left just to Corrupt. 1v4, Stinger in hand is just going to try and wreak as much havoc as possible. Try to go for as many of these rotations. Try to pick at the edges of FlyQuest Red. This is a tall order, but one that you kind of just have to go for and try and take out as much from the force up as possible.
Oh my gosh, I was gonna say with 2 players half HP, this is very winnable, but you can see them prepared for the contact double swing and just not waiting for that heal to come through. Edith, very long
range on that Bucky. Wait a minute!
I think they just didn't get the heal up fast enough there. It just didn't set it fully.
Yeah.
But it's not every day you see each team thrifty each other following the pistol rounds, right? Little return
but
fire.
I'm kind of happy to see it. I think that tells the tale of like the last 5 rounds where both of these teams have gone. Maybe we're done playing really like surgically. Maybe we're just gonna go for it.
Yeah, and FlyQuest Red, also they're playing again to win this map, right? Yeah, it's a best of 3, but they need this map for what is to come with Split and Pearl. And YFPX, if they thrifty back, then I don't know what to think. That opening kill makes it seem so. Dark Cover to relieve the pressure here a little bit. In the meantime, Sherrod went searching towards this flea market. Almost found a timing here, but still, deep B control is really good when they're funneling in through market. And Scary Shark, I'm not sure if you're the player that should be flipping the site Boba since you have the spike, but yeah, there it is again. Just a singular player slips through. That's a Phantom donated to the cause. That's gonna be 4 players now rotating heavily into Boba. This round is suddenly very winnable still.
Oh, hiding in that dark cover. Edith is gonna fall. Corrupt just playing with the team, pushes into the smoke, but luckily over the side of YFPX, multiple players pushing in through that smoke. That spike did go down for FlyQuest Red, but the buddy system from YFPX and the numbers playing into their advantage there.
Yeah, Thrifty rings out and then 2 successive rounds. I mean, that is a great clapback from YFPX from the opener to the finisher. And I will say something that I think was gifted by FlyQuest Red. Again, not understanding that, okay, the chamber. You see, right, the rendezvous anchor front B, you expect them to be in B main, but it doesn't go cleared, right? Misu has the back turn, so a little slip up there. And then a Lovely as well, or a Rage Monster, right, 3000, doesn't expect the timing or the sheer stack of players already in Boba. Also gets caught out with the Outlaw, so again, a few slip-ups there that cost them the round. It might give YFPX the rebound right into the action, and they're not going to stop, right? Aggressive A fight? No. Aggressive B fight this time.
Yeah, and it looks like we are seeing a hero rifle situation, I believe, on Misu, who's gonna try and play alongside Edith, but
Oh, no.
Zori, I mean, okay, we've also seen like the
Flashbacks.
crazy ace
Yeah.
clip of Zori in that entrance onto B site. This time it's a little bit of a Zoriental and Sherrod show, but yeah, there's the equalizer round off of trying to make something happen from FlyQuest Red. They did buy for this round, so they all should be able to have full sets, but certainly a round you would have maybe liked to at least do some damage to YFPX in.
And I love that as soon as, right, they shut down Zora, Sherrod's immediately taking secondary contact there. Again, you don't want that weapon to get collected. Then they have 2 rifles up against your 4 players, and you can have like thrifty, and yeah, I've liked the Zora Sherrod combination here, especially since Sherrod's been having a slower map than normal, but here you're a little bit pressured. I was worried. You don't have the rendezvous because of that 0 point, but you do have the paranoia support there from Scary Shark. Sets up at least 1, but again, you can't get out. You can't just TP out of your problems, and I will Cletus 4-on-4 silence in the meantime.
Yeah, I have to wonder if Sherrod's like, you know what, they would expect me to leave this point now because of that 0 point, so I'm just gonna actually push up and be aggressive, and it almost worked out. The paranoia did almost allow for another pick to come through for that push up.
I'm gonna say this would be a bold mid-rig clear with no flashes or no nothing if they actually fought out of the smoke.
Amazing, though.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to stop any push up into the dark cover, which it worked. And difficult to use without Sherrod. There's no trademark. Explosive has to stay fixed. The spray though, nice, connects, pings down half HP, and I'm okay with this. I think them losing control of the A site, them regrouping towards B, because you're gonna have, look at the retake ultimates, right? Number 1, yep, you can lift up Sherrod, so it's gonna be a 5v4. Number 2, you're gonna have the overdrive and the nightfall to counter just the zone on the FlyQuest Red side. So what is the answer here? This from FlyQuest Red. Take deep space on spawn, recognize that they gave up that entire side of the map, and use it to lock in and win this round, even with the health not favoring you.
Yeah, but I will say big ups to Edith and Thea here, who recognize that that's likely to be the direction that as many of the players from the defensive side come from. They're able to find one, probably would have liked to have found more. Nightfall does come out, and Misu in a great position finds 2 headshots immediately after that Nightfall, low HP, but the ping out from the recon bolt is gonna be enough for one more player to fall, and that's just such a it was the Hunter's Fury.
It was a trap wire.
Oh,
They both
okay.
got hit by a trap wire on the spike that went undestroyed. Wow. I mean, everything that FlyQuest Red wanted to apply in theory ended up in practice in denying that retake, right? They get up close and personal with Misu finding 2 there, right, to deny the Nightfall's
honestly,
impact.
Misu finding these 2 is, I think, what made her broke.
And then a Lovely finds both, right, with this trap wire that goes uncommunicated there, so Sherrod literally follows Zori to the same fate. Like, that was perfect from every single player. And Misu, after that double contact being so low, the Hunter's Fury as well was the perfect distraction factor, so you don't punish either extremity. So huge tipping point round in my opinion, right? Utilizing those big ults from YFPX with no conversion. FlyQuest now entering their own prowess of power here, 4 strong, and they look like they're starting to gain momentum.
Where are you?
It is so funny to, like, it has been such a momentum shift from both of these teams at multiple points in this game. But those are the most fun games to watch.
It's true. And we said it, there's been some roster shifts, but org-wise right now, like this season, they're tied 1-1, right? Lower bracket finals kickoff. And upper bracket quarterfinals of stage 1. Didn't meet recently in stage 2 somehow, but this would be the little tie break, right? There's even that idea last season, right? The orgs prevented each other almost from making GCC, right? So this is, again, we mentioned grudge match, rivalry central. Sherrod here, dangerous to the Bucky, but even if that falls, it can lift them back up. And yeah, the ults just kind of strong-handed their way onto the B site. Ooh.
Ooh, nice little
30
trade
seconds
back
left.
and forth there, though. Oh, the moment that dark cover
Spike
goes
down.
down, it is just a slow dismantle. Very nicely done from Corrupt, though, chasing it down that Omen.
Spike wasn't
Spike
planted.
is not down.
How do you have that many players there and not get the spike planted with that much
10
util?
seconds left.
They instead,
I was
again, were
gonna
trying to flip the
say.
site and got sprayed down and traded. So, yeah, time gonna expire. You had to find Corrupt at this point, I think. And they will, but the shot don't align. Corrupt 3K, the leader, ties us up 9-9.
Very nicely done from Corrupt. I think it was one of those situations where they had a lot of people on site. They were trying to figure out who exactly was going to be the one to plant the spike, and there was like that timing on that dark cover falling
was
back
super late,
towards
too.
Boba. Yeah, and I think it just ended up being one of those situations where they were like, oh, all of a sudden all of our utility is timing out, and we actually have to go for these gunfights, and we can't have somebody like dedicated safely planting the spike. So I think it was just a set of unfortunate timing, and yeah, maybe a player being like later to site
Yeah.
for the side of FlyQuest, but
Possibly
YFPX
sick.
happy to take it. A lot of ultimates ready for FlyQuest Red though
Still, yeah.
to bring into this round and try to get themselves that little bit of a lead once again.
Yeah, it is an eco though, so difficult attempt, I'll say. They have been good, I think, about like staggering the ults. It's not just like one and done like YFPX do to dump into the rounds, so this give them a little bit more stability here. But yeah, that round's gonna hurt if they lose this, because this should be the turnaround again for YFPX. But that kill, investing both ultimates again, this team not afraid to use them to disrupt, to sandwich ecos. And now these two players here, the walls prevents them from taking the engagements together, but Glowstick alone, Corrupt alone. At this point, I'd fall off and just give it up. Or wait at least for Zori to get into the picture.
Yeah, fast lane goes up, and we just have
Whoa,
Zori
whoa, whoa, whoa.
zoom in all across the map. Does get that refresh onto that overdrive as well, and goes hunting again. But the two remaining players in Ev and Thea holding on to this map, knowing that the members of YFPX are close, and just waiting for their moment to descend. And I like this little bit of loop around, but it
30
looks like
seconds
YFPX are privy to
Same
this
idea.
ready, prepared for it, and Zori gets 4K into the round. That was one of the moments where I'm like, maybe Neon is really fun, because at the moment that you're watching, like, you're watching a Neon just like get to do like the extra like zoomy jumps and just like kind of go a little crazy. I'm just like, yeah, I'm just like, wow, that does look fun.
And that's the iconic Zori that we mentioned on the Neon as well, right? That's like movement you're used to. That's pathing you can do off the stage pick too. An insane round, an insane way to shut down the eco that looked like it was gaining traction for FlyQuest Red, right? Off the opening kill that a Lovely was able to find, the neural theft, the overdrive to lock in the space. It was just, again, that brief, slow, Corrupt stabilizes, waits for Zori, and they flip the script immediately. And now, FlyQuest, I think they realized how easy on the eco it was to get into this A space, right? To overwhelm, and so they wanted to replicate that, but there's a little snag this time. Sherrod taking all this mid space, confining these players with their own trap wire here into A main. There's so much info. I'm surprised we haven't seen even more players rotate over, and yeah, this might be final arresting point, but that kill's huge. Now they know they gave too much information over to YFPX, hence the noise cut, hence the evasion of the Nightfall, and hence the mind games as well. Oh, from the shadows, that flushes out the seam on the other side to regroup towards B, and that was all a ruse.
Yeah, and that is going to force FlyQuest Red up a little bit further into this A site. They are going to go for this re-hit off of that as well, knowing that YFPX not kind of pulling around the map closer to them. It's going to go down with Misu, and they're going to prepare themselves with enough time for this post plant. A lot of dark covers up and blocking off a lot of angles on this side from the defensive as well.
Yeah, 3v3, but it feels more difficult than that. Again, Yuta should be on FlyQuest side. The tag team, the aggressive corner angle from
Very
Enith as
nice.
well is great, and it's down to Glowstick. Odin in hand doesn't even know where Misu is. They find out from the
but
wall
Odin-
bangs, and yeah, this Odin is lethal, but time is not on their side. They have to abandon the hope. Scale up, and the Prowler was perfect. The near side, the defuse will follow. And YFPX finally will break the back and forth curse as they get to 11.
Beautifully done from Glowstick there. Holy moly. That's like a moment where you're like, this is my clutch moment, and you know, certain players, they just turn on in that moment.
Oh, absolutely. And again, it feels like it's been stable for YFPX's map, but not like stand out oppressive like we've seen against other opponents. And I think that comes out of the tenure for FlyQuest Red. Again, you have some of the most promising players in the VCL town of Corrupt and Scary Shark. You have the most experienced talent in the form of Thea, and you can argue Ev as well, that duo that was around for FlyQuest Red in that GCC run last year. So again, dangerous territory for here for FlyQuest Red. Lose this round, it's 12 and you're broke, trying to vie for overtime, and hoping to see them play like thus. A little bit of a switch up here. Heavy mid-fight disrespect for their trademark. Corrupt again can play spoiler here, but they don't want to give up their life. They have the resurrection and they don't get a choice in the matter. Beautiful trades though come through. The collapse in A main as good as well as they try to flip the side or just get out of the way of the oncoming train, and that's what Scary Shark's gonna have to do. Nora playing for survival, playing for impact here, and falling like that is not what you needed.
I'm gonna be the one to plant the spike here on this A site. Hunter's Fury is ready, and as a result, Recon Drone just gonna come through, try to gather information. They do know roughly where Sherrod is now off of that pickup. There's just so many pieces of utility that Sherrod has to wade through here to try and make anything work.
Just when you think it's over, the enemy team answers back, right? Or the trailing team, I should say.
I was gonna say, it really did seem... And I have to give it to FlyQuest Red, being like, we know that the Sage plays on that site, and we know, the moment that you're like, oh, that resurrection is up, how do you counter the resurrection? You make sure that the Sage is going to be the one to go down first. And it was like, it's one of those situations also where, like, there's so few agents who would be able to capitalize on that, like, time difference between throwing the slow orb and pulling out a weapon, like, in that exact situation that Corrupt gets caught in. And just beautifully done from the side of FlyQuest Red, and especially like Edith in that moment kind of spearheading that really aggressive play from mid onto A.
Were the slows nerfed at all in the stage changes of this new meta, this new patch? Because it felt very
I will neither confirm nor deny.
That high gear slide just meant it looked like there was no slow there, right? Or they got like in with a millisecond as it came down.
Yeah, that could have been a like visual difference.
We're gonna have to check.
Us. Like, yeah.
But either way, like that was the tipping point of the round. Tried and true, no res, no nothing. Reset the money as well for YFPX here, so yeah, you have the numbers here. You have 4 players. FlyQuest Red, do they choose to stand their ground? Yeah, they do. Paranoia into the backside. A lovely range monster 3000 is powering up, and you might just have to get out of the way, right? One bullet left has to pause at least for the reload there. So nice trades did come through off the Sheriff spray down, but still a 2v4. No weapons collected. Zori at half HP. Does it look like we'll be squared away and tied 11-11?
Oh, Zori, 1 HP.
I'm out of here.
1 HP and a dream. Doing some fast walking. He's gonna try and just jiggle around this corner, get a little bit of attention. Allow Sherrod to push on and get something. Does find one, but that's not really a whole lot. Zori finds one more, but there's still 2 players hidden. And it's going to be more than enough for FlyQuest Red to even us up 11-11 here.
And the FlyQuest Red buddy system patent pending. Even there in that 2v4, right? You have 2 grouped upstairs, take the backside contact, then they regroup and take the 2 up against Zori. So yeah, really, really nice there. I like that they don't back down as well once they realize how many players are here. Versus YFPX on the other hand, they would usually, right? They would dip site, they would rotate, right? And leave one deposited to try and clean up the mess that is that eco on the opposing side. But yep, FlyQuest Red, we mentioned how important that round was to win. They get it through, and now again, it's YFPX with their backs up against the wall. They lose this, we may have a 13-11 on our hands unless they find another Thrifty. And they're playing like it here. Nora brings out the operator, big novelty surprise factor, but they're going for this again, a very aggressive, very fast-paced mid-flip, and Hunter's Fury is only going to exacerbate it.
Trying to get some damage across, doesn't find anyone, but
Battle Sage
does clear those spots out a little bit. Battle Sage indeed, unfortunately, narrowly misses the noggin of that Cypher. Is going to try and play that high angle a little bit longer before dropping down. The attacking side have quite the spread set up for them. Rod very nicely able to find 1, 2 back to safety. Unfortunately, Edith and the rest of the attacking side are starting to collapse onto the site. Low HP for multiple FlyQuest Red members, but with full HP set by YFPX players there. happy to be in this
saving?
position, at least for a moment.
No.
I mean, Scary Shark,
You can't. A 1v2.
You can't.
This is low too, and Spike hasn't even been planted yet.
Yeah, but this is.
30 seconds left.
I think rule number
guns,
one would
though.
be find a different gun. Yeah, but
they're
so
all stacked
poorly
on the site.
positioned.
It's like a Hunger Games cornucopia of weapons there on the A site, and yeah, you want to escape that bloodbath. So operator gonna be saved here. Honestly,
that hurts. I don't know
hurts.
that I like it.
Again, it's that mentality that FlyQuest Red, they just didn't want to rotate and they kept fighting there, right? And I think that really worked out. I think I liked the setup there where, again, we needed to see Corrupted Thing find that opening kill off the off angle. I liked the overdrive as well to punch their way back in. And then suddenly the wall that they put up to hold on the site became the deterrent, right? It became a choke point that you saw all the fast and had to get back into. It kind of allowed the sandwich play for FlyQuest Red, and it's, yeah, very difficult, I think, round to lose in that fashion. And like we said, the money is not gonna be right, but that's where this composition shines as well, because look at this. You're gonna have overdrive, you're gonna have tour de force, someone probably has money to buy alongside this operator, so it's gonna be a fairly strong, right, answer, I'd say, still to try and get them to overtime. There it is. And I'm not as worried as I should be because they saved and pocketed these ultimates.
Yeah, I do think it'll be interesting now to have Nora with this operator, yeah, and Sherrod with the tour de force. That's playing a lot of long range angles when you keep losing A site in particular, which is not usually the place that you're putting a lot of that attention. And as a result, you do see FlyQuest Red just continuing to try and put a lot of pressure onto that A site. They are going to be pushed back through the pieces of utility here, but maybe they're just hoping that a lot of these rotations have come through, or they're going to wait and kind of fake out these rotations as well.
Yeah. I think they're realizing that A site's the problem zone, so pretty hefty stack there as well. I like the proactivity around mid this time with the operator for Nora, right? We've seen that duo just punch their way up, get a lot of info, get a lot of control with Edith at the helm, and they want to shut down that plan, which again feels like it has a mad draw for FlyQuest Red once again, leaning towards this part of the map. A little shock dart, clear any trademark out. In the meantime, this has been a big misstep as well. Door not closed, market pretty open, but it may just be the cheese to the trap, right? The bait here was ideal, but no scale up here. The really vote now expended with no follow, no convert, and honestly, it feels like YFPX is starting to win the util game, and with that off shot, they clear B main for the info, so they can start leaning heftily towards the A side and respond with the overdrive.
Very nicely done. That call does come through, and the lightning is ready to go. Takes out two before falling, but that's all you're really hoping for at this point for the side of YFPX. Two players remaining to try and get this spike down with 20 seconds remaining, ticking down on the clock, and all of YFPX has made this rotation towards A site to try and slow this down. Dark cover comes through, another dark cover to try and push onto side, but you said it, Corrupt with the judge. Gonna go ahead and get Zori back up for the economy in this round.
It's overtime.
Able to go. Oh, you're so right. Never mind. I'm like so in on it.
It's just for the flair. It's for the aesthetic. It's for the lulz. It's to make it look like a flawless when it really wasn't. But it's Zori here electrocuting to fries the round perfectly to an overtime perfection. And yeah, that was really nice. Again, it feels like YFPX at the end all be all is finding the solutions, right? We talked about that timeout on the first half from Scary Shark. They stabilized. They found the answer here. They found the answer just to push it to overtime. And now this is going to be a culmination of who learned the most lessons, it feels like, in regulation. And I'm going to be flipping things to start off. YFPX on the attack, FlyQuest right on the defense, and what's looking like an all-out neon head-to-head A side brawl to kick us off.
As all things should be, and it is that push in. Very nice, but very nice from the defensive side, able to get those back and forths. But speaking of back and forths, when it is a
Wait a minute.
down from both sides. Oh.
Corrupt getting those kills is huge, right? They're gonna try and get the safe passage onto the site just to get the res up, and this is where the idea from a lovely to the flank is perfect. Yeah, they're gonna prevent any reses, and you can see that's the entire game plan here. Buddy system back to main to try and get another player up, and a lovely is baiting it perfectly. You have to win this fight, Corrupt, because now Glowstick pressured, knows the wall broke, know the KO's probably Link, knows there's one elbow, but they don't know that the regroup has come from main.
An absolutely terrifying place to be. The vision was there, but very nicely done, as you mentioned, from a Lovely. Has to know that that KO is somewhere, but that piece of utility in the flash coming through from the KO is going to hold things down just a little bit too strong. A chaotic start, but beautifully done on that lurking Cypher to make sure that everything is going to come up FlyQuest right.
Yeah, whether that was a call from a teammate or just the,
Yeah.
the
Who
understanding
knows?
of the ult economy there from a Lovely, but it literally defines the round and possibly this overtime here. Especially after, again, it felt like we felt a little bit of outpace there from YFPX. Great answer back also argue from Thea and Misu to keep it again squared away at this 2v2, but I like this. You're seeing flashbacks to the glow stick, right? Odin 1v2, and you're like, we're taking the active approach, right? Flash fight. We're not letting them come back in for this this re-clear, this retake. So nicely done there. One away for putting your map pick on the board for FlyQuest Red.
A lot of shots to try and clear out some of these corners. A lot of pieces of utility that they're just trying to make sure don't hold on. Sage going down through some of those shots over towards top mid there. And that is going to push back that fade as well. Sharad's going to be able to peek out, find one, slowly scoot back to take that teleport to safety. And thankfully equalizing for the team, but that does spread the defensive side a little bit thin. And FlyQuest Red continuing to go back to this kind of slow attacking side start. Fastlane comes through, Trademark taking a little bit of extra time to go down there. The relay bolt comes through, damage put onto Ev. Those rotations are through and seen, and Sherrod 29 HP can be the one to try and peek around and find as much as possible. Flash comes through, has to do a turn, finds one somehow
Wow.
still. That's what I want to know. Okay.
That should have been a 3v3 for Fly, and now, I mean, your KO is half HP. The players are already flooding in out the paranoia. This is looking like another OT go next, unless Edith
Oh,
has
unless
something to say
Edith?
about it.
What?
4 kills. Wow, Becky.
All right. Edith said, I'm actually done playing this game. Let's end it right here. We were sitting here still amazed that Sherrod managed to find a one with that operator shot, and
Wow.
Edith just said, actually, we're done.
We're done. We're done. And
Wow.
I mean, that was a map we said FlyQuest had to win, right? A bumpy split and an unknown Pearl up in the cards next. And I mean, again, I think it's just unfortunate in the way that they went out of the main event. And I think that, again, it was just everyone was unexpected that they did go out that early. And so, again, high caliber players, kind of the glue now of Misu and Edith coming in to keep them together, like we just saw in overtime to lock things in. And yeah, this is a fearsome squad that you really don't want to mess with, Becky.
Absolutely fearsome. We'll be right back after this break to break it down just a little bit more.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Hello and welcome back to the NRG Neon Dream tournament? Not invitational. Teams, well, it does say invitational.
It is,
People
don't
were
worry.
invited. Alas, we just watched YFPX versus FlyQuest Red. And let's break down how exactly that match went, because it went 12-14 before FlyQuest Red came out on top, and it was quite a heater of a match to start off our day.
Wow, no, absolutely. I think we're seeing the best of the best come here. Again, FlyQuest Red with something to prove. YFPX just wanting to win it out. I think, again, we saw the best, I think, of both sides. I think, again, YFPX is the first time they've been pushed, and that's what we saw kind of happen. And as a result, yeah, it really did come down to just nail-biter 1v1s, left, right, and center, both sides kind of winning their fair share of them. And that's where things kind of were left off.
It did feel like, especially as we were kind of like starting to get into the weeds the last few rounds of the first half, and especially going into the latter portion of the second half as well, we were just starting to see a lot of these really like skirmishy back and forths. There were like still a lot of like very technical plays, a lot of decision making that felt like, in particular that first round of OT where we got to see a Lovely come in from the back and make sure that the Sage Resurrection wasn't going to be able to happen. Like, it's one of those things where you
Five
like
steps ahead.
are you thinking about that, or are you just conveniently 5 steps ahead? But beautifully done from FlyQuest Red anyway, and yeah, what a nail biter of a first round to take home.
And we said that it was a must-win as well, right? Taking a look at the best of three, the maps, right, that are in store for this entire semi-finals will really show that, right? Split and Pearl up next. And again, Split, really rough territory when you look at them getting bodied 4-13 up against Wada, and we don't even have time to recap that because we're in Agent Select, right?
I mean,
and
let's get right into it. We know that's what you want as well.
Exactly, and this is YFPX's best map, right? We talked about the Sherrod and the Sage, an absolute battle Sage menace. We talked about, I think, the Zori Waylay, and yeah, there it is, all coming into fruition. Versus, I was curious, are we going to see changes on Split from the other side, right? They were running Omen Sky, Sage, Raze, Viper last time, and that seems to be where we're treading towns. I'm curious to see if, the Rage Monster 3000 Sage will be one to contest Sherrod, because I was excited when I saw the chamber for... what? Hello?
Everything you were just saying, disregard.
Okay.
All right, the jet pickup for a Lovely is a little out of left field.
It is, but I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. Because...
Wow. This is quite the team comp.
If you're having that level of performance on map 1, right?
Yeah.
I feel like, and you know you need a change after getting run over, right? The last time you played this map, right? I remember in the highlight reel from day one, right? This judge, and you casted that match as well, right? Like you got to see how Fly were kind of not agree here, I believe. And yeah, so I'm excited to see that. I was looking forward. Again, I was gonna say, like, I felt like the Sherrod versus the Lovely head-to-head, like, a Lovely was winning, right, over on Sunset, which is surprising because we were even expecting maybe a chamber head-to-head for a little while. So to see here now accompanying Edith, who had a slower start over on the FlyQuest Red Sunset here, it's too early to say, but I really like this spice coming in, and if Fly 2-0 here, I would not be disappointed.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for the difference in even initiators between these two team comps. I mean, we're used to seeing something like the double controller. It's something that a lot of people are running to be able to kind of work with the high-low aspect that Split is so known and sometimes very hated for. And I think that it's interesting to see what initiator gets picked, and I think that it makes a lot of sense to see something like the Sky. You've got the little bit of heal, you've got the flashes to be able to play into now this double duelist composition as well. And I think I like it. It is just like it feels a little bit like not what I'm used to seeing as well. But I do like this idea that a Lovely is just saying, I think I'm just gonna try and out duelist.
I'm just gonna out duelist.
I'm gonna ride this high.
What is the survivor? Outwin, outwit, outlast, or something like that?
Outwit, outplay, outlast.
That's what it is. There you go. And we'll see if the double duelist can do that. But they're starting on the defense, right? Whereas it's YFPX, the impetus of the attack. Little kind of deserted B-side here. An interesting approach. A little triple, maybe double scale down mid to try and flip things. Crunch here back on the retake B. And that's where YFPX have their own steam, their own pep to their step. The guiding light doubles back and it doesn't get the clearance thanks to the Sage wall. And just like that, there's no info now that they completely have this deep Hall's control.
Yeah, this is interesting. I do kind of like FlyQuest Red playing a really far back defensive side. They've done a really great job of playing together as a team, which means that a lot of the time these retakes are going to be that much better. However, the pieces of utility that the team composition of YFPX has is just very strong to try and hold down the fort for this retake. Thea's gonna try and see if she can take down those final few remaining players. And Zori and Corrupt are gonna go down, but on a pistol round, that doesn't matter so much.
Yeah, there's a lot to break down for that what felt like a simple pistol, right? Like you mentioned, I do agree. I think FlyQuest Red, while they struggled initially in the retakes on Sunset, they figured it out after that timeout, after that reset with Coach Joe. And the issue there was, number one, the deep control. Number two, right, that really nice decay off the Orb in Heaven that slowed down the timer even more. And then there was this hesitation in the mid round as well, right? We talked about how there was that flank attempt brewing with multiple players, and they paused. They regroup Heaven to go for this pop out, and I think that also just lost a lot of traction and steam there. We said at YFPX, very difficult to dislodge and shut down once the ball is rolling, and then wow, it is going once again, no friction, no nothing, careening into the A side ahead. Did by the Bucky of Zori, and I want the Bucky to go a step further, right? I feel like you can donate a bunch of the cost. Fighting the screens here off the Prowler, let's see it.
I don't know, once you have that level of kind of like deep vision, I feel like you kind of have to stay holding a lot of that angle. You feel like that's your job as a duelist, is to continue to hold as much space as possible.
Yeah,
and
there's
that's
a
exactly
space.
what's happening. Unfortunately, that was maybe a little bit too far to go up, especially when teammates not following, but a lot of damage is coming through. That's going to continue to hold. A Lovely is kind of slowly playing up on this flank. Flash does come through for Ev, tries to go for the right clicks, manages to take out Sherrod. Glowstick though going to be able to get a little bit back there, and Thea, now the only one remaining, 9 HP, says what the heck, I'm just gonna go for it. That spike is ticking. Yeah, as you hear Omid go, what's another death? And that will certainly be the case. YFPX find themselves both of these first two rounds off of some very quick zooms onto sites. You thought that the Neon was running fast? Wait until you see Waylay.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate there was no Bucky fight here in the screens, and I will
I'm
say
so
if they had
sad.
a little bit more time with that wall on main, I saw Ninja diffuse potential there. But all in all, yeah, very, 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 very streamlined round there. Some unfortunate, I think, isolated fights, but again, I think that will be a very informational round for FlyQuest Red later on how the ace post plan may go, right? Serious Shark alone may be a vulnerability in the system for later, but for now, yeah, Zori outpacing. Ev has to go for the 180. It doesn't work. Refract back to regroup. Resurrection as well, so Glowstick was never taken out of the fray. Ooh, nade late. Just for Zori out into the open. Now they know there's two ramps though. And what is the response? Take that screen space. Get that deep wall up, and let's see if it's enough to hunker down here and try to convert this bonus.
Sherrod doing what we saw Sherrod do best last time around as well. Just playing this like little bit of battle
Gosh, I love
stage
this.
with the judge is just
don't clear this.
looking down. Nobody does. Gets two, drops down, finds a fourth, and it is just left up to Misu, who's looking in the only direction that they know somebody from the attacking side is holding, only to fall to Glowstick.
Wow, I mean, literally just the judge off angle play wins that round for them, right? They handle the other player in screens pretty easily, but yeah. I was a little wary there, right? Because if they didn't win that engagement and there was a player that was able to flip the side, it wasn't quite planted for them. But again, all the kills go their way. Third round conversion here for YFPX. Money reset for FlyQuest Red. Yeah, Sherrod 5 and 2. They're like they said yesterday. They're happy to be on the stage. They like the brevity of not having to be an op crutch, right? It's like I didn't choose the op crush life, it chose me.
There was also a moment Sherrod was like, I just think that slow orbs are so broken on
Yeah.
Split, and I just want to play something that I think is broken, which again,
Valid.
just feels, I think a lot of people have that mindset, but I feel like I come from the world of Magic the Gathering where people so much are like,
Ooh.
this meta deck is just like so much, it's like tier 0 compared to everything else, and I just want to play the tier 0 thing, and like, the moment that Sherrod said that, I just was like a flashback to so many moments of like, I just want to play the thing that I think is broken, because that's gonna be fun for me.
Absolutely, and again, it is the double duelist for FlyQuest Red, so no Sentinels. It's going to be a little bit harder to hold on to these sites. They need to get the retakes on lock, and we've yet to do that because of the disruptions YFPX have. But I'm also trying to take a look back, and Fly even started on the attack up against Wada when they got 413'd, right? So that's why, again, they went for maybe the double duelist, is they were having attack issues, not defense issues, but we didn't get to see enough of the defense half. So if we're now having both be soft spots, it's not going to be a fun time, and we may be a fast track to pro, but for the time being,
Waylay just like snuck through there. Oh, okay, they know.
That's why you have the dash, you're fine.
Snuck through, but is known, and Thea is watching. Takes out Zori before Zori's able to do
Wait a minute.
much damage there, and actually this is going quite well for the defensive side of FlyQuest Red. Thought that YFPX was being really quiet and really sneaky, but despite that, FlyQuest Red, their patience paying off, and maybe YFPX has to go back to that really aggressive gameplay.
It's like evasive maneuver is employed, and yeah, from the movement of Rage Monster 3000 to just, I think, countering a little bit more head-on instead of, like you said, giving up that space, playing the retake, worked out really well. And I think that's something that comes out of, again, eco attempts, right? You group up, you fight when you get the opportunity, when you have the info at hand readily. And I kind of want to see them play with that mentality, that go-getter on the rifle rounds. And we may be seeing that over towards the A site, right? I think this is a good, like, head-on call, like in the department of, okay, we just flat-out cancel them on the B site. But no one fighting A. As I said, the mid challenge here. A little B main alert from the Viper. Again, the Waylay, Bucky, Invent with the Refract is a deadly combination. I feel like we've seen it, before, and it can be a nuisance, hard to shut down. But this is where they're fortunate, right? They've been playing very disconnected, it feels like, from mid control, mid space, because YFP haven't fought for it. So, gonna survive that play for the time being, but it is a little rat. You'll have to dislodge from the hole in a little later.
YFPX really falling back into this slower, calculated style. From the Shadows going to come through, does get information about the push-up happening from FlyQuest Red through B Garage. That does get YFPX to push forward, but that might end up being really bad. This is a strange corner to try to clear. Rage Monster misses the first few shots, so thankfully it is just a 1-for-1 for the side of YFPX, because that could have been disastrous if they didn't swivel their heads at that exact moment.
Your flash confirmed a player in Ven, but you're taking the timing instead on the site. One and done again. Showstopper out as well. They're just completely disregarding the Rams players, and those Ram players are deadly. Flowstick finds a few before finally getting shut down. It's all down to the leader, Thea. 1v3 Phantom in hand. Might get the isolated kill onto Sherrod, but the tag team from Corrupt trying to keep a lid on things. Now it's a high-low.
I was gonna say, this is a good relocation from Corrupt as well. A high-low that is very difficult to move your mouse through. And Zori is gonna be the one to finish that one up. That spike was ticking down as well, so the timer was running.
Yeah.
And now it is gonna be, speaking of a timer running, we're gonna spend 60 seconds for FlyQuest Red. And the last time that we saw this happen, FlyQuest Red ended up winning the match for taking an early little moment to talk with their coach.
Yeah.
So let's see what is gonna come to fruition here from this little timeout.
I mean, it wasn't just like a small turnaround either.
No,
They
it
proceeded to
was
win
not.
the next 6 rounds in a row. So talk about a Coach Joe timeout here. And I think they need it. That round, I feel like they had all the information, right? They were starting to tick all the boxes, right? And then it just, again, some major individual mistakes, right? Of the timing, unfortunate there. Again, unsupported on ramps. So again, it feels like they just need a little bit of a system reboot and a little bit of a resync here, because I think the awareness is there. It's just the behavioral, like, follow through the conditionals that you need to answer to that is lacking.
Yeah, and I think as well, FlyQuest Red having something like the Seekers Online, having the From the Shadows, you got extra pieces of utility to kind of work into your mindset, as well as getting closer and closer to Misu having this Viper's Pit as well. You got some big pieces of utility from the Jet and the Rays as well, but we're a little bit further from seeing those, and it looks like the operator purchase up from Lovely is going to be just, if I lose this, I'm going to lean on those knives pretty heavily.
Well, there it is. No knives out, though. They're instead getting run down by, again, this Waylay. But instead, Refract reroute, trying to hit the heaven space, challenge through this wall, and Misu sits down, too, off the toxic screen. Snake bite to get out as well. Eva spray down off the Seekers, and Sharada's lucky to be alive. 12 HP for how much longer is the answer. The dog might just take a bite out of you, though. Okay. Embarrassment spared. Spike collectible with 10 HP. The pain shell. This is just mania.
Oh my gosh,
You're like, let me take a breather.
Yeah, I was like, that's a moment where you're like, oh my gosh, I'm running, get me out of here. This is like jump scare after jump scare. It's like trying to run through Halloween Horror Nights over here.
Oh, and
now,
I mean,
1v5.
look at they have Spike.
Yeah. I suppose that's a positive. That might be where the list of positives end.
I mean, okay, let me think about this. You're
Okay.
also in this effective corner where, because of the deep line that a Lovely has on main, and it's why there's such a heavy ramps hold, but I was gonna say, soul read from Edith is good. Hey, silver lining there. Edith could not collect the gun from there. I had to backtrack as well. I thought they weren't gonna get one at the time. Yeah, that's the coach to a timeout. No, I'm joking. Yeah, no, I feel like, honestly, I feel like they've had the same calm, it feels like, between the defense of Sunset and the defense here. It's like, guys, you're better than them. Don't be afraid to fight them head on, right? Don't be afraid to be proactive, right? I feel like it's a little bit different Sunset to here in that in Sunset it was more just clearing space, setting up on deep lines. Here it's like you're confronting them head on once you know that they're there and you won, right? Particularly that was Misu back on a comfort agent on the Viper too. And whew, all right. Rage Monster, Lovely. Talk about the opposite of a comfort agent, right? Pulling out the Jet. Out, trying to get an early kill. It falls flat, but this is fine. You know, look at the ults YFPX had. This is when you might have to respect the site take on and play that full 5-on-5.
Yeah, especially if we did hear that Waylay ultimate come through as well. Viper's pick could just also be dedicated, and we are throwing a lot of things to the wall to try and cover this round. Sharad is going to go for that barrier orb as well, just really trying to take as much control of screens as possible here. Sorry,
Face your fear!
site is going to be able to give over a little bit of information from that audio cue on that bird. Damage coming through, people being torn down for trying to push onto site through ramps here. Defensive side of FlyQuest Red just got to try and play that buddy system and play off of one another again as they're trying to.
Oh. There we go. Yeah, that refight on the exits are nice, I'd argue, from FlyQuest Red. At least a great takeaway on a round that was pretty one-sided towards YFPX. Bloodbath though on Rams, losing all of those players. But again, this is the difference too, right? It feels like FlyQuest Red is okay conceding rounds like that because they don't want to overinvest, right? They don't want to overplay their hand. Versus YFPX, every single ultimate they had went into that round and winning it. Right? Like, yeah, you may get the resurrection back online, but everything else is gone for a long time. Versus FlyQuest Red, yeah, they're trailing 2-5, but this should be the bounce back round. Now, if you lose this round, where again, FlyQuest Red put a lot of pressure on themselves in key moments, it gets very one-sided this half towards YFPX. But that's where FlyQuest Red typically don't lose these rounds.
We will see. We're getting a big change in direction from these teams as well, going for a lot of mid-rotation capability. A lot of smokes coming through to try and block off these lines of sight. That's kind of the power that you're seeing from these double controller builds that both of these teams are employing. Trailblazer coming out to try and gather a little bit of extra information. I don't know if that Trailblazer spotted Sharad down in this corner.
Did not.
Unfortunately, that does spell death for Edith. As going to try and get two right back. Equalizing there a little bit, is low on HP. But all things said and done, hold your positions. If your defensive side has got to continue to feel good, but the clash of these players, the knowledge of where that Omen usually plays from the shadow coming through is playing it safe, but is going to prompt out a few pieces of utility.
Yeah. That's a rough one, right? Tuck's Tail gets away to give you the 3v3 to play it squared, and then a Lovely overswings Vents for the info for the confirmation.
Oh.
It's kind of like they took Coach Joe's words to heart to fight, but they overfought this time around. And that was their first time we've seen them again try to keep mid-space, mid-control after YFPX had a slower start, but this round's not over just yet, right? Full util kit for Thea here. 1v2, and they're playing kind of disconnected, but this corner at least cleared in the game. Just start TP out, and Corrupt can track that. Head on a swivel. YFPX shut down the big round that should have been for FlyQuest Red and get to 6.
Yeah, that's a hard one too, because I think they, just going for what is typically played in that position and just hoping for the best. And in a 1v2 situation, you kind of have to hope that somebody is going to play into this is just where people usually are, and I'm going to hope that I get my one at least to even things up. So, FlyQuest Red still really holding on, are going to be on a bit of a save here, trying to make sure that they have enough to buy for next. And YFPX starting to look real safe with their economy in the last few rounds.
Well, FlyQuest Red still very pedal to the metal this time, trying to deep clear this A space, but still not quite going to catch out the Viper, who's just going to start creeping back up, realize, maybe communicate that, hey, they just contacted up, didn't see anything, and left. So I don't think YFPX realized that they're trying to run into a stack, and this is where the ecos come out to play for FlyQuest Red. The Blades starting to gun for the throat here after they find the opener. Dash is active. They want more.
Careful. Yeah, it does end up dashing back. Slow orb comes through. The amount of times that we've seen players walk by each other through the, 3 smokes in mid, actually just, is so entertaining to me.
A Venn diagram who gets caught in the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is nice. Finally, okay, the elbow grease, the lurk work that Corrupt has been put in, it goes through, and this is where that mastermind IGL gathers the troop, calls them forward onto the A site, and well, this will allow a few weapons to get collected. Overall, yeah, you weren't really going to get that res anyways. So the 4-on-4 retake here, if they don't follow through. They've cut noise yet again. And sometimes you like it, sometimes you hate it. In this round, I'm not the latter, right? It gave time for FlyQuest Red to get wind of what they're doing. And they're going to follow through on it and be here, right, probably as the spike goes down.
Does seem to be the case. Going to get a little bit of that information. Once they were getting shot. Yeah.
Spike planted. Careful.
Blade
probably not quite cleared.
Still prowling. 10 HP now after a shot from that outlaw there ringing through. No pieces of utility left. A blind comes through, and that is going to be Sherrod down. Corrupt going to try and just continue to play this back and forth game for the rest of YFPX. Buddy system coming through from FlyQuest Red, trying to peek around all of these corners together, but right into the sight lines of that outlaw. So we start finding one. The right clicks from Glowstick would be what has to be the call here, and ultimately all of those angles that FlyQuest Red tries to hit just don't go their way.
Yeah, at first I was getting flashbacks to Sunset when all the players were corralled on site around Cubby, right, and just couldn't get out and couldn't maintain the pressure. But I think number one, right, FlyQuest doesn't have as much punishing utility space-wise, right? We saw the snake bite. Obviously, it was dropped a little bit earlier, so there was no paint shell, and as a result, they just held their ground, and where the players came from, they directed their attention and took those engagements together. So YFPX, shaky on a thrifty attempt for FlyQuest Red, but again, starting to run away with this half, much like the last time FlyQuest Red played Split, and it is not a pretty picture to be painting.
Bring them down.
Viper's kit pit gonna be the call from the defensive side to cover up mid here. Try and shut down as much of that lurk as possible. They do constantly have Corrupt playing this lurking game, trying to be the ones with those audio cues across the map, and that is enough for YFPX to decide to push up through ramps into heaven on A site, play around that Viper wall as much as possible to deny sight lines. From the shadows is also going to clear out garage here and allow for Corrupt to be able to safely push that far up, just trying to get as much space as possible and see if people are still hanging out over towards that B side. I do wonder if we're still in the world where we would maybe see a full rotation, but with 45 seconds left, it's got to be a decision that we make soon if that's the case. Instead, it's going to be the Nightfall. Oh, and we might be getting to see a little events into B action, but maybe not prepared for how deep this Viper's pit still goes.
Yeah, this all hinges on if Corrupt can get the kill here on Amis. The reposition as well frames the fight. Or honestly, when Ramis was playing, you might have been able to get into mail anyways, but now the sky is there. You mentioned the time pressure, the time crunch. Decision was made very rushed, and now they're having to backpedal into a site where the Omen is, where they with a prowler, sorry, with a paranoia, and Rage Monster Lovely can swing out, pace the wall. That should have been the crowning kill, and once once again in the nick of
10
time,
seconds
under
left.
10 seconds, the spike will go down. YFPX managing every resource of the bitter end, paint shell or not.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those situations where you had to hope that if you're FlyQuest Red, you just win the gunfights, and you have to know that they're coming when there's 10 seconds left on the clock, and it seems like they still just ended up being so surprised at every angle by it. Resurrection is online for Sherrod, but everyone from YFPX is still up and waiting for the remaining FlyQuest Red players to try and push through these angles, and
This is feeling safe.
Yeah, FlyQuest is just like, there maybe isn't an angle that we can get onto.
Yeah, I kind of talked about this in the early stage, again, downloading the indicators, downloading what the A post plant looks like for YFPX, and then they just changed it on the fly, right? No deep A main player, no one to discover and piece out like that trio tried to do when they got ramps in main control, right? Because they all were kind of bunkered up on the site with really nice crossfires around elbow, around cubby, and yeah, there we go. I think that's where it's difficult when you're losing the duelist that early. Like, again, I would have also gone for that hero play, right? When the time is that low, if I'm a Lovely and the Jet and can outpace the Sage Wall, but that's the difficulty here, is you're only running a Sky. You don't have really good contact scan initiator utility, so you don't know where those players are before taking the dive, contacting back in, and when money is this shy, when you're trailing this far, you don't want to take those risks.
Yeah, it's certainly difficult, and so this is around FlyQuest Red, so we're gonna hope to scrunch themselves up these last two, especially with their economy where it is, but a big switch up from YFPX, pushing over towards this B site instead, but Ev with a nice pickup to start things off, shuts down that waylay quick into the start of this round, tries to line up the next one onto Scary Shark. Scary Shark to win that engagement. Resurrection coming through, Trod brings Zori back to the field, and Edith trying to blast onto site, does get Trod with a paint shells, but does fall before more is said and done. Lovely now the only player remaining in a 1v2, the double swing potentially to come through, the dash to try and get towards the bomb, continuing to relocate, the jump peaks coming through, and the attacking side of YFPX just continuing to be able to play safe and play these mind games because this spike is planted. 6 bullets in the hand of a Lovely, gonna go ahead and challenging weapons, and the challenge coming through on both sides. Very nicely done from the two controller players of YFPX.
A nice calling of the bluff there, and yeah, it's difficult because I feel like the comm switch again from FlyQuest Red was geared very towards the attack, and we might not get to see much of their attack at this rate, right? 9-2 trending towards a 10-2 there. That was another kind of, again, save converting to the full buy aspect, and again, it feels like there's a pace mismatch there. Like this time they really wanted to go for the flood, you know, buy off that denial utility, and some players went in and others didn't. So a bit disconnected as well here as we get the last round by. You can see the damage, right? Some bulldogs, some light shields, and yeah, with how fluid that B exec was and with the converging paths in line this time around, this should be good.
The ultimate coming through. Zori gonna be forced to go back to that initial location. Blinds coming through, but Glowstick is finding two alongside Sherrod. Very nice lineup there from Ev. Tries to relocate and find another, but Glowstick and Menace on the round. 10 points for YFPX on the attacking side. The decisive way that they are playing is just proving to be too much for FlyQuest Red, who's going to hope to switch things up on their attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the vision there, and they remedied my issue all the way back from the pistol where I said like they had that deep mid space and 3-player strong, and they waited instead of going for the immediate reflood out of B or the immediate flank. They were immediate, and the util was good, but Glowstick just somehow didn't care about any of it, right? Acting like a veto out in here in these lobbies. 4K strong shut down even the heroics of Ev that we did see in that round, a little bit of flavor, but yeah, 10-2, super sided towards this squad. Nearly flawless as well. And yeah, again, we talked about the double duels, we talked about the attack, wanting to see it, but it's gotta be swift, it's gotta be clean, and you've gotta get this pistol.
Swift is a coursing river for these teams, potentially. Edith, just, okay, that's kind of the menace that we need to see. We need to be seeing Edith, the confidence coming through from FlyQuest Red once again. That is the moment that they started to turn around and just going boldly into these fights, and now Edith gonna loop around after this movement from Vents, and what a beautiful kind of comfort situation that we're seeing from Edith.
It might not
Gets
matter.
a quick pick onto Scary Shark. I mean, yeah, you can have one player that's doing really well, but if you've got multiple players on the other team that are doing just as well as you, there's only so much weight that can be handled. And a pistol round picked up for YFPX. This is hard, because then if you're FlyQuest, this feels like a place where you're like, do I have to just buy what I can this time around? And you sure
have to.
do.
Okay, if they're willing to do it after a 7-5 half, losing the pistol on Sunset, you've got to be willing to do it now, where YFPX should be guaranteed a 12th, and you have to win 10 in a row. And yeah, that's where I had this this devil and angel on my shoulder. I'm like, okay, is the Eco going to win again for FlyQuest Red, or is YFP going to sail into 12 on their pick? Zori is making sure that I listen to the right one on my shoulder, and Glowstick as well. This Ares, this angle has been lethal, and it just buys enough time as well for the reposition for Zori and Sherrod to be the final nail in the coffin if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that match point coming through, the buy-up from FlyQuest Red in the last round certainly is, I mean, we saw a lot of thrifty rounds on Sunset. We know that the capabilities are there. But this is certainly not the place that you want to be if you're staring down match point from your opponents in FlyQuest Red situation. 2 Guardians, some amount of shields for some of your players, and with the way that we're seeing YFPX playing, I'd be like, okay, thankfully I have this Guardian, but boy, do I wish I was going to be a little more prepared to skirmish.
Oh no, not like this. The judge from Corrupt. They're trying to widen the choke point a little bit here on the wall, but it'll be Sherrod trying to distract. Oh my gosh, even if Corrupt gets scaled on off the dog, again, Sherrod is here uncleared. There's a lot of potential energy building up, and here comes the motion out of it, kinetic and all. There we go. Kills across the board. Mid space cleared. It's all down to Misa, who's been on the lurk of a century here. Might be able to isolate and backstab on to Zori, but you still got to get the spike. You've still got to challenge the 3, almost 4 players around the mid space.
Yeah. A rough spot to be, all 5 players. Doesn't even go for the shots on Sherrod, says maybe I'll be able to find somebody else. Unfortunately, only one goes down before YFPX solidify that in a very different fashion to the map of Sunset, taking that one at 13-2.
Yeah, I think the composition shift would have worked if they started on the attack with the jet rays again. A Lovely was stable even on the off roll, but yeah, no. Defensive start, it slipped even further when you don't have what was a Viper Sage previously. Again, that we saw again for YFPX doing work there to cap things off. But yeah, that's what we typically expected in YFPX, and that was kind of tested over on Sunset, is just kind of this run you down mentality, not give you even a way to breathe or bounce back. And it does set us up again for Pro, which neither team has touched with the new changes in this tournament. So I'm super excited to see that. I'm super excited to see some of the Killjoy hopefully pickups there. That's usually what I associate Lovely with. I liked the departure. I liked the intermission of the jet pick on Split, but let's go back to normalcy, please.
Let's see what exactly the picks will be. We're gonna take a quick break and then go into map number 3. Hello and welcome back to the NRG Neon Dream. I'm Becky, joined here by Zobi. We just watched a game number 2 between YFPX and FlyQuest Red that is putting us onto map number 3, Pearl. I want to say like complete wild card, but there's a little bit of information that we can kind of start to pick apart between these two teams based on how we've seen them play in these first 2 maps.
Yeah, it feels like FlyQuest Red after each map have reset into their old ways. Again, not playing confident, not playing proactive. And I feel like a map like Pearl, like, yeah, I think a map-centric view like is good, but I think you also have to fight for extremities, right? You typically see, again, solo duelist, solo sentinel walk-ups be long. You typically see, again, the aggressive duelist fights a main. And that's where I think YFPX is really going to shine here, especially since they're starting on the defense and it's going to be FlyQuest Red on the attack for the first time in this series. But again, to cap off Split a little bit more, right? Night and day from the sunset we saw that pushed them all the way. And yeah, taking one last look at that map select before we finish out the series of where we were and where we're headed. Yeah, we said, hey, I said if Fly won sunset, it was going to be a 3-map affair. Like, I said that was a foregone conclusion in my mind. And it's, yeah, now a coin flip of who can take this map.
Yeah, I do think there's something to be said that YFPX had played Bind a little bit yesterday, and they are the ones who ban it going into this final map as well. So, like, in a way, like, the decider is kind of more put onto the shoulders of YFPX, which I think, like, if I'm FlyQuest, that, like, scares me a little bit, but certainly I think is going to be interesting. And maybe the thought process behind YFPX is if they think that they're going to be better at aiming, they're going to be better at skirmishing, playing a map where there's less information to be given over to their opponents is something that's going to help them get a leg up. And that just like mattering so much more. I think that that could potentially be some of the thought process here. But certainly after watching Sunset, I'm interested to see how that is going to play out, because I do think there was quite a bit of back and forth, but it is much harder to kind of see that clearly when we have so little information about these two teams on Pearl.
Yeah, I feel like Pearl right now is in a healthy position, actually, where you can go multiple ways, right? I feel like we've seen, you know, some double controllers, we've seen some double duelists, we've seen some double initiators to kind of thwart what you mentioned was that lack of information that I feel like can be really deconstructive here on Pearl to a defensive half, just because there are all these nooks, crannies, avenues, that whole connector idea with mid-door and art being great backdoor options. And again, that's where I'm gonna be looking towards. I've always been a favorite of the disconnected sentinel holds, again, where you have like an operator or something B side, you have a stack of players A side, and you have like a killjoy or a chamber or a vice with like their utility stacked around connector, mid-door, and art, because you keep control over that, you keep control over any of these pinch plays towards both of the sides. It is fragile to a degree if they overwhelm the A side or if the op gets taken down on the B side, but again, that idea to me, I can see favoring both sides, right? A great sentinel, I feel like, towards mid, and I feel like we could get a chamber charade up towards B.
Yeah, I feel like from what we've seen, that's certainly what I would be expecting, especially I appreciate that a Lovely on that last map did kind of try to go for something like the Jet, but I think I would be maybe leaning towards something that is more comfortable, especially because that did work for them on Sunset. But certainly something that I would be watching out for, and especially considering the way that we have seen a lot of the agent picks for YFPX and a lot of those even comfort picks as well play really nicely into the map of Pearl, even just going down to something like glow stick that like really leans towards the fade a lot of the time, and seeing that be something that is still really popular on Pearl, I think maybe would make me a little bit concerned if I was on the side of FlyQuest Red.
Well, we are trying to get all the players readied up. Again, it's been already a long series, and it's just the first semifinals of the day, right? We're covering both semis, and then Graham's on Championship Sunday. And to remind everybody of the stakes here as well, right? There's a $10,000 prize pool during the off-season for Game Changers, right? Shoes, shout out to the Army National Guard and NRG for making this possible, giving these players something in the off-season to compete for. I mean, you heard it from Sherrod yesterday, right? From YFPX saying, I have not been able to compete since main event with this team, and I'm just happy to get a tournament that we can play together in. And again, winning here is a difference between $1 and possibly $3,000 or $5,000 cut of that prize pool. So already $2,000 just for one best of 3 victory. That is the easiest gimme for either of these teams in what is now a best of 1 to essentially decide that pay bump. Like, that is crazy. And it's, again, a map neither team has touched, and I think that it brings excitement into it, not knowing what these teams are going to lean towards.
Yeah, I think that will make going into this agent select all the more exciting. I mean, what would be the agent that you would be the most excited to see from either team?
Sherrod Chamber.
That's the thing that you think is the most exciting. You just named like no flame to Sherrod, but that is like the most boring answer.
Okay, yeah, but also, like, I've already touched on the agents that I want to see because I'm also, like, a Killjoy man at heart. I'm trying to pick up the Chamber. I'm finally starting to lose my faith in the Sentinels after things, but this is the one map I think they've held on to, right? We've seen it, for example, in the Sen City Classic event, right? They're still pulling out the Killjoys on this map. Again, just the information that she offers that the Vice pick doesn't anymore because the Arc Crows got nerfed, right? There's no more of those voice lines saying how many were detected, that a presence was made, and that's been a major nerf to the information gathering that device offers, and has been why players are stealing clear of it. And a Lovely as well, right? Like, that's the agent I associated with. That's when she made a name for herself, at least for me, when I was becoming the thesaurus of GC. And yeah, so super excited, hoping that we get those two. Those are the easiest to call here as well, right? Maybe we could get like a little Neon head-to-head, but I've also seen some ISOs out of left field and like EMEA in the new Pearl. So again, I feel like nothing is off the table when it comes to these two teams on this map.
Okay. I like the call out of the ISO too. I think that would be something we haven't seen it at all across the last 2 days too. So I think that, like, from a viewing perspective, would be something that I'm interested to see. But I do think something like the Neon is much more likely and feels like it fits quite well on this map and fits for the playstyle of both of these teams. So it's something I think I'd feel like is more likely to find its way into this map. If something like the Chamber is pulled out for Sherrod, do you think that this is a place... KO just feels like it tends to be too... It can work, but it feels weaker than so many other things on this map to me.
I'm trying to look through. I feel like Fly's been the one to lean double initiator at times with a Sova KO, and I think that would work here. Okay. And I feel like on Corrode, we actually do see typically they run a double controller with a singular KO, and Corrupt on that KO is a different kind of menace compared to the Sage and you know, the Viper that we've seen so far. Again, true flex player in the server while calling. So again, I think their flare flexibility is great. Also, something that could come out that I could see working out really well. Here's a Teo, actually. Corrupt pulls that out on Abyss still. So that's in play. You have Astra's in play as well, which I haven't even cracked open how scary some of these players are in Astra, right?
Yeah.
Thea, a staple, right? The one that still plays it on Bind to this day when possible. And as well, Scary Shark Nora. Haven't gotten to see her on it in a minute, but this is the one map that she also dips her toes into the alternate dimension.
I was gonna say, I feel like I'm so used to seeing the Astra get locked in on Pearl pretty much every single time. Even if you're a player who's like not the best Astra to ever exist, like, it just feels like Astra's kind of always the pickup for teams on Pearl. So far, so true. Okay, what do you I think I know, but
FlyQuest Red, I was spot on. I said double initiator. I said they lean into that on maps like Sunset prior to
but
what we saw today.
YFPX.
Yeah, okay. It's not a Chamber, which I'm sad for. Scary Shark on the Nora, Scary Shark Nora on the Killjoy versus Corrupt on the Astra. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like that's going to be a little left ball curve field for the Killjoy. And yeah, I'm glancing over the elephant in the room, obviously, which is the Sherrod Yoru, which I said we could see double duels from this team. I was a little on the edge of who I would see because I was that sure I wanted to see a Chamber. But also, this is nice for two reasons. One, Sherrod can still op, and that's exactly what I'm going to be expecting to see here on the Yoru, right? Gay Crash still a very, very effective, one of the quickest ways to get away if you're not on the Chamber. And second, I mentioned that idea of, okay, you need to hold the mid space, like Art and mid door, while simultaneously having it operated towards the B side. If you're expecting both of those to happen from the Chamber, it doesn't work, right? Mid is incrementally weaker. So this is the best way to get best of both worlds when you're starting out in the defense, and that's why I'm here for it.
I'm very excited to see how that is going to play into YFPX's game plan. I think it's kind of cool to see the range that we're seeing. It's weird to say range that I feel like the range only exists because of the Sage pickup on Split, but it does feel like Sherrod is just like, these are things I want to play. There's like some amount of reason to back it up, and I think there's something to be said for like the trust that's coming from the rest of the team as well. Every time you have a player who's like, for example, Sherrod admitting that, like, I want to play Sage because I think some of these things are just like broken, and then being like, okay, well, how do we make the rest of the team comp work with that as well, and try to get people to play a lot of their towards their comforts, but maybe pushing some people out of their comforts between this different controller and the Scary Shark pickup, as you mentioned, on the Killjoy. But something I think will be cool to see how it shakes up. Glowstick, again, Fade just seems to know it inside and out.
Well, kicking things off again, we mentioned the side swap here, at least for the start. You know, talk about how, like I mentioned, the stack fighting a main, very mid-connector-centric utility for the Killjoy, and them disrespecting all of that, completely crunching onto these main players. Perfectly read and execute even at the helm. The follow from Ev is good as well. And the crunch, basically a surefire way to secure this pistol round for FlyQuest Red. And again, very, very, very well thought out plan and follow through. And still, I'd say it can be disconstructed. 2v3 now.
Somehow the most intimidating thing is listening to the sound of that little robot just going doot, doot, doot behind Zori here. Trying to watch and see if anyone is going to push forward, especially now that some of that information has been given over. Thea does peek out a little bit. Prowl coming forward. Scary Shark gonna try and do a little sandwich for both of these players here. Is left in a 1v1, but Rage Monster, lovely. You said something to watch out for on this Killjoy, but something to watch out for with a Sheriff in hand, finding 3 kills to bring FlyQuest Red that first pistol round here.
Yeah, there we go. I was worried again because, again, this was, we said, a coin flip map. We didn't know what was going to happen, and YFPX had that momentum of split behind them. So in the back of my head, I was leaning towards that kind of blowout performance. But again, pistol, great way to lay the groundwork if you are FlyQuest Red here. And now, again, it's just, okay, guys, don't flub the second round convert. We had that happen on both halves for Sunset. Just keep it intact and maybe slow things down, because yeah, it's gonna be YFPX doing something a little silly, a little crazy out of left field, like 3 players scaling down Belong all the way through perhaps, while you trust your solo Killjoy to contact A and have this turret.
I mean, so far so good, and Scary Shark choosing to continue to push up into that single player in Misu. Doesn't manage to convert that into a kill, but the rotation fully coming through from FlyQuest Red on their attacking side. Get that spike planted on A. Rotation coming through from the defensive side as well to try and play this buddy system as close as possible with Sharad, the player who's held that site and has the information on where some of those locations might be in this post plant.
Yeah. And there we go. I mean, getting this many players congregated here to go together, and this is where, again, the 2-on-1 aggression usually favors YFPX. Now it's a 4-on-4 with your Sova low. You have to rely upon, these layers and layers of post utility. This crossfire. The Nebula is good for scaling, good for the tap to flush it out. Time is always the biggest enemy here, Bucky, and yeah.
The vision, it feels like, was there from the start. Try and play through that Astra smoke to try and scale up, try and get close to where a lot of these players could potentially be isolated in the post plant. But unfortunately, it just doesn't end up going YFPX's way. Very nicely done from Edith in particular, who does kind of this cheeky reposition out through the side on A there to continue to be a little bit of a wild card and not be locked down by the members of YFPX pushing back onto site. 2 rounds in the pocket of FlyQuest Red. The buy up this time around going YFPX's way, while FlyQuest on a little bit of a bonus.
Okay. Nothing out the gate other than nothing I should say, not suck standard out the gate, right? And it's, you mentioned a bonus, so you just have to turn up the heat, right? You gotta catch these players off guard. And that's a beautiful suppression as well, so you can't get crashed out surrounded in a tricky spot that only Nora can bust them out of. And there it is, fast lane challenge. The backstab as well from Zori, and that light speed scale up is also good. Spike is down, and suddenly, okay, you have a player long alone and stabbed in the back wall on a drone, and your other player's also alone mid plaza.
Only a lovely, hoping to play some kind of little lurk game when all was said and done. A very nice shot to take out Glowstick there. It's going to be a pop-up of a smoke to try and block off this angle for as long as possible. Maybe shift some of those pieces of weaponry around, but also just kind of play defense on top of this spike. Lovely is going to go for the rotation here, but with 40 seconds and just a Sheriff in hand. Maybe hoping to get a little bit of a more skirmishy weapon off of this Belong, but this is just a rough place to try and stick your neck out into.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, okay,
Yeah,
Guardian.
Good, yeah. The turret will make first contact. I expect the players to just, head on a swivel. You see them both turn the 90 degrees to instead hold here with Nora. flash out should just be like a triple swing of death. And there you go. You know, a brief moment where we thought the pace for FlyQuest Red could get some work done. They got at least the deep B-link pressure, but then, yeah, just the stack of players on B, the rotations, and the re-clear with the better weapons come through. So YFPX keep 3 strong. And honestly, losing like a weapon out isn't bad for them, because yeah, you can get things for Zori like like we saw idea of a Bucky came through. Like there's choices here with this composition to buy back into this. And okay, a little switch up this time, right? The Killjoy utility a little bit more disconnected from mid. Again, they're realizing okay, it's not really doing much to impede their growth, their development. So have the Astra instead art, and we're gonna have again aggressive fight up A after we wait for the KO contact.
Yeah, and holding the spike in spawn 2 tells kind of a tale of we're not dedicated to anything this early on. We're really just trying to see if we can find some pickups here early on. Does manage to take out Corrupt. Did get one taken down as well. A Lovely going to be the one through this push out to be able to get one, I don't want to say for free, but a little bit for free there. And it is going to be the moment that they find themselves picking up that spike, moving it over towards this B site. Will be into the clutches of Scary Shark, but Scary Shark also scaling up to kind of be in an unpredictable location. Recumble does come through, forced to peek out, tries to find one, does manage to before falling. And that is going to be another rotation to come through, go back over towards where A Lovely is on the map, now that they're able to spread the last 2 remaining YFPX defensive players thin.
30 seconds
And I
left.
really like the way FlyQuest Red's controlling the tempo, right? The immediate gear shifts, right? From the speed of the ecos to slow, methodical, punishing these outright fights YFPX was looking for, right? The deep aim player, the deep art player that were both taken out, and like you mentioned, just treading towards the more deserted site that A Lovely set up very well. And not just did A Lovely set up the rotation, but now she's the closer, right? Backstabbing through water, backstabbing through defender spawn, and the timing just has to be right. You have to have some delay factor. Anita falling here, and the Sherrod awareness could just be what dismantle this attempt.
Yeah, Sherrod just saying, you know what, I am going to go for that fight. Misu with a great time to peek out there at least. Make sure that Sherrod isn't able to get away with this for free. Has the recon bolt, but that's the only piece of utility available. Glow stick trying to stick for a little while, trying to be prepared for these peaks, but so much of the command is in the hands of Misu with that spike planted, and it does lock up that 3rd round for FlyQuest Red.
Whew, yeah, got dangerous there for a second when they realized the Lovely wrap was still online and kicking. Draw, that was a huge kill, especially after, again, all the groundwork that was laid there for FlyQuest Red. But, again, just some of these pieced off individual fights on every single part of the map really is where YFPX struggled and why they did come down to this eventual 1v1 where, again, Misu, master of timings there. Even on the Sova, I think I've been super impressed, right? Even though it is the off roll for her, has been super, super strong. So, time being 3-1 here. YFPX again struggling to get out strong here. A little bit of change as well. They realized maybe we overfought last round. Let's just silent stack A on the eco. Trust in Scary Shark Nora here on the B site with this sniper. And I do like the idea to try and just safely challenge. Maybe you have to get out of the way, respect the lockdown.
Yeah, it's a hard place to be in, especially I got a little bit scared, missed that first player going deep onto that long area, but thankfully able to stay safe. Scary Shark though, able to find a pick onto that Astra, taking down so much time being bought by both teams. Hunter's Fury is going to be popped to try and get rid of that lockdown, and is successfully able to do so. So some time bought right back for the attacking side, but that spike has already been taking for quite some time, trying to play defense, and Ev doing a great job at the start there to try and buy some of those precious seconds back. But now Lovely having to run back to this site and try to find some of these picks, try to activate those pieces of utility, but that spike just narrowly not able to be popping for those attackers, and it is going to be a thrifty for YFPX.
And I went from an O to an O on that round for FlyQuest Red, right? Like, it's like, okay, investing in one ultimate, like a lockdown to get online, for to deny an eco for YFPX, okay. The overdrive to get a little bit advantageous, a little spicy, a little up in their face, okay. Then it starts slipping when the lockdown comes in for YFPX, and you pull out the Hunter's Fury to deny that as well, and I'm like, YFPX is really going for this. And so now, again, you've lost the money, you've lost the ults, and YFPX should have a way back in when that was, again, supposed to be a heavy investment round for FlyQuest Red to set the groundwork for, again, another kind of 7-5, I should say, style half, right? And I was like, okay, maybe we have an upset in the making, but now we're back to square one, not knowing which way the coin's gonna land. It's still spinning in a full circle.
But maybe, I think at this point, if you're FlyQuest Red, you're okay with a 7-5 half. Like, sure, it's not, like, as oppressive as you could be, but it's a place where it's better than how map number 2 went.
Hey?
Scary Shark. Little bit of heat there, a lot of action going out towards B long, but the split of 3-2 with 2 players from FlyQuest Red trying to get as much information possible in mid. Maybe try and take somebody down with them is going pretty well and is going to prompt a rotation from the side of FlyQuest as well. Seeing if they can maybe push through this mid fork here.
Okay, and this is the first time we're seeing a super heavy mid contest. Last time, right, it was just the one-off Corrupt with the Astra, the Nebula play. Here is the entire team rolling in on each other, and you can see the Dimensional Drift, a 10th there from Sherrod on the backstab. It falls flat as well. So now you're trying to funnel into the Judge. Corrupt, the last line of defense here, and they are out of bullets, trying to recall stars while suppressed, trying to get out of the way of the recon. And while they're safe for the time being, the flush of the Swarm Grenade, the Shorty, not going to be enough. Scary Shark almost got a timing there on the crossover. It is a 1v3, but with 2 a lick away from death. This is clutchable. This is winnable.
But what crazy timing here as well. The concuss does come through, but nobody peeks out onto it, just buys them a little bit of time to try and isolate these as much as possible. Pushes and pulls to the spot where known locations are, but with the numbers available for FlyQuest Red, it doesn't matter if you're sitting at 10 HP.
Okay. I mean, a very, very dicey round. I did like to see the all-out kind of cat fight here in art for the first time. Yeah, and Corrupt, I mean, wow, the survivalist tendencies there were strong, but yeah, another Thrifty to answer back. The Thrifty from YFPX keeps things afloat again. Neither team is able to get a substantial line of credit approved at this moment. Back and forth, save by, and oh, come on. We just had a beef fight. Sorry, an art fight. Now we're fighting a main? Off the null command?
Why
you
not?
don't have any Utah anymore.
Why
you can't
not?
flash in.
Oh, I mean, maybe they're okay with that being the case. KO down. Another player falling for FlyQuest Red.
Yeah, I love this one, lovely.
Much damage here. I mean, attempting to make it work. VC's able to get Ev up, immediately falls as well, though. I mean, we said that this is kind of how it went when we were watching Sunset as well. YFPX, the moment that they're able to play those more skirmishy fights, they just control the chaos a little bit better. And they're gonna try and see if they can make that happen again. But, I mean, we've talked a lot about how impactful Joe, the coach of FlyQuest Red, has been at all of these timeouts previously. Now might be yet another time. Okay, yeah, let's take a moment for this chaos once again.
I mean, the fact that they're able to get stripped away by the null command, right? And instead of falling back, right, conceding that, they just hold their ground in the smoke and wait for the eventual push through that. You know, I feel like FlyQuest Red is expecting them to respect it, right? Be like, they can't hold their ground here, right? We're just gonna flush them out with everything that we have in our kit, right? Like FlyQuest Red, they have insane zoning utility, right? Between the gravel, the shocks, the mollies, the relay bolt, the flashes, and the fact that none of that can break through that point is deadly. And I think that's why Coach Joe took this time out, right? This is the first time as well that they've taken one while not trailing, right? I think both of those came at that kind of 1-4-ish mark, both on Sunset and Split. So varying levels of success now, we can argue. And I kind of like where they're at when this one's being taken. I think they're coming into another kind of half-buyer eco. It is a big YFPX ult round, so potential to convert off the ultimates that they have here, and we've now been, you know, 2 out of 2 on the Thrifties the last few rounds. So it is just max peak chaos at the moment. And I'm curious to see if that's going to change the style of what comes out of the timeout from Coach Joe.
Quick scaling up B long for both duelists on the side of YFPX here, but a very different strategy coming through from FlyQuest Red. And it looks looks like we're going for really deep mid-controller, at least trying to get a good understanding of where some of the defensive side players are playing into this space. They are going to get a little bit of information from the push-up of Sherrod and Zori, but is just trying to play back and play safe and try to go and play it.
Oh! Spike down A.
Big gun down.
Okay.
Just trying to put themselves in a place where they can go win these gunfights as often as possible. And so far, so well. Glowstick is going to go ahead and pop that Nightfall. Thea, though, the lurk from all the way around. The spike is down, though, for the players of FlyQuest Red, but it is left all just up to Sherrod. Maybe doesn't know that exact location and is just trying to play off of a little bit of mystery here.
Well.
Oh, at least getting those audio cues is pretty big.
Yeah, they've about to beat Eat at the jump, and that's going to be spiked down with 20 seconds left. Now they have the choke point as well. It has to be a perfect double swing here from FlyQuest Red, because if you split up like this, it's down to the one-on-one. There's a gate crash to reposition, at least throw chaos into the wind for this final player, but Thea, the pillar of stability in the community and the team, is able to get that clutch through. Whew, that's a big round for them.
I was gonna say, but that was a scary moment too. The moment that Sherrod almost was able to bring that back in a 1v3 situation. But yeah, as you mentioned, thankfully Thea able to kind of keep her head on straight and saying, you know what, I heard that gate crash blow right past me. I'm gonna keep looking at the location that I know that you're at instead of playing into where you could potentially be, knowing that I'll get that audio cue if I need to worry about it.
Standing ahead.
It's very nicely done, very level-headed coming through there.
Okay.
Concealment.
Mid-centric attempt again for FlyQuest Red. Back to the basics the first 2 rounds of this half, right? Destroy the turret. I like the deep dart lineup as well for Misu and the connector. And I like that YFPX has waited it out and is now re-clearing that space as well, right? Turret was destroyed. They don't know how deep these players are, so our hold of the extremities minus maybe deep B-Link, which is why we have Nora that tucked away into hulls, but yeah, that killing main, not fun. I feel like Lovely's been doing a great job just, cutting off the edges, right? And now, I mean... Wait, I don't know how I feel. There's such a heavy stack A leaning in art, and the spike is still going B here. And if they try to go connector to B, this is where the Fade and Waylay could get pieced off.
Once again, Thea
just
kind of stalwart in all of these fights through all of these lurks. Zori, though, gonna try and bring this back for the side of YFPX.
Yeah, it's exactly as I laid out what I thought was going to happen, right? Again, because of how deep they cleared, they pushed, they were able to shut down the entire force that was so A side and A leaning. And that's the gamble that the call from Thea came out to come to, right? A 2v2, where I like the idea for Lovely to get off. I think you need to use that lockdown, because Thea was your full HP player. Now you're 11 HP and a 1v2 with Zori on for the ace.
And is gonna be the one to get it, start to finish. Gonna give over that final defuse as well to go through it. YFPX, I mean, to say that a single player is kind of like, all right, hold up, I've got this whole round for us, and actually being the reason that that one comes back from what was really an unfortunate start for YFPX.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Again, I saw the vision there, I think, with the call to have Spike go B, but it was a very fickle one again if those players in mid got cleaned up, which Zori single-handedly basically did off of glow sticks again, I think, crosshair draw. So it's like, yeah, you baited me, but you got really good trades and a really nice clutch ace moment. So I will take that trade-off if I'm Zori's teammate any day, and that allows him to, again, bounce back, give us a little bit closer, more contentious of a half, and it also gives them a little bit more pep to their step, confidence, right? Zori just aced, yeah, I would have pushed up, maybe solo with my clone at my side to clear out a player like Thea.
Yeah, and I think there has to be an understanding at this point for YFPX of how Thea is playing every single one of these rounds. The amount of space and direction that's come through every single time, the lurks that have happened on repeat.
My ultimate
so I
is
like
not
this
ready.
positioning from Zori. I like where the kind of attention is going, and I like this little face-off between these two players. I will be interested to see exactly when Zori decides to push up or go back with the rest of the team, and how that information is going to be relayed to the rest of the team, who are being very kind of steadfast towards this A site. Helps to have that Killjoy, helps to have a lot of those stars in place as well. The gate crash did come through to try and go for that relocation. You're getting that information of, well, there's nothing to be had over towards B long, and it is a quick crash to come through from the FlyQuest Red players to push onto this B site. A big Hunter's Fury to try and clear out a lot of that utility. You should Spike is going to take planted. Corrupt 18 HP, but trying to hold secret here in the post plant. Attempt to be set up. Very nice flash from Sherrod is going to pop the Dimensional Drift to find the location of the remaining post plant attacking side players. Pops that Dimensional Drift to try and have a gate crash ready to go as well. Afterwards, finds a third pick onto Mason, knows where a Lovely is, and is it the second duelist time to shine here? No, Corrupt says, I found him, and I'm not waiting for you. We're both low HP. Let's just not worry about this, but I will give you that DBs to get you closer to that Dimensional Drift once again.
I feel like Sherrod still got their shining point in their point across with the 4K.
Definitely.
Yeah, like round-winning levels of play off the Dimensional Drift, right? Disrespect shown for the lockdown, and while they can't be as close maybe as they wanted to be to the fight because the nerfs, right, can't come out of the gate crash with the flash points, right? I think that was just the perfect pressure that they needed, and that second kill onto the Killjoy is everything. If not, it is a 1v2, right? For Corrupt at low HP, right? So there we go. That's what's gonna allow us to equate at 5-on-5 here, and
we just need to put a lot of weight on the shoulders of these duelists, and then we'll be able to find ourselves even in this match once again.
Okay, here we go. Hey, let's see. Hey, Edith
charging
like
into my time. Let's see. I'm hearing a lot of like duelist energy coming through.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can put my name on that scoreboard a little bit.
They're like, hey, there was no Killjoy utility this time. Let's just all out send it, and even send it maybe even deeper in the spawn. Right? It's Nico. What do they have to lose? Nothing. Right? No command even ripped. Came online. This would be a huge way to answer back, but Zori. Nice little sporadic connection there. Corrupt as well to make sure that these weapons don't get collected, and as the KO's on the ground, it is going to be, gonna say, a 2v3, and Scary Shark even hit by the Gravel, right? It's bullet accurate and deadly.
And given that, over to glow stick there as well. An open sight, but something to still be wary of for the side of FlyQuest Red. YFPX find themselves 6 points. Last round in this first half, an opportunity for FlyQuest Red to see if they can make it even, but a lot of ultimates ready to go from that defensive side that would have me shaking in my boots a little bit for the side of FlyQuest Red. That's a lot of big pieces of utility to try and break through here.
Absolutely. Okay, YFPX primed for a nice 7-5 cap off after bumpier start as well. It's in their favor. Again, it's kind of this heavy door pressure. Zori receiving and finally shut down at the source. No kills, no first bloods found. Ooh, the Killjoy utility does find at least confirmation that this is going to be a follow-through. It's not one of their little fake-out dip plays. Flashpoint to prevent the reflood as well. Looking clean, but there's still disrespect from YFPX. They don't care. Sherrod doesn't care. And, okay. Molly's pop, no contact made. I think they're waiting for the lockdown retake, and the long clear out is nice as well, but I am worried about the lovely backstab and the eventual 3v4 now in place.
Now with lockdown all the way up immediately with that cosmic divide. Now it's more difficult to push back onto this site. A lot of vision denial from that as well as for Scary Shark and Glowstick to find some picks. Recon bolts immediately get destroyed, so Misu's gonna have a tough time coming into that beautiful masterclass and use of those ultimates from YFPX to turn that 3v4 into an advantageous situation.
Yeah, a 7-5 half there for YFPX, and I think we kind of got to see in that retake some of the pearl changes come out, because yeah, that's the benefit I think of still having the Killjoy is just you've got to respect it, you've got to get out of the way, and now you can't just spray down and prey on that spike. So nicely done there. Again, 7-5, but again, actually that's stuff. Okay, they obviously had the 10-2 insane trailing over on Split, but yeah. Being in the lead here is nice. And we'll see if they can get another pistol on the the first pistol on this map for them. This would just kind of solidify that lead. I don't think I would see FlyQuest Red force up in the second round here if YFPX win the pistol. So it'd be a nice little like 9-5. Yeah, I would hope not here. Like when there's like that much money on the line, when grand finals is on the line, I think they play the long con.
I was gonna say, yeah, you gotta play a little more decisively.
Time to jump.
But very fast rotations coming through when an immediate set between wasn't placed over towards this A site. A lot of attention put towards mid. Quick rotation from FlyQuest as a quick hit onto this B site after that first B kind of finds its rest in this match. YFPX is going to be able to get this spike planted. That is going to be a point in the old pool for Corrupt here on the Astra. Sherrod, the only one to fall, but it is a 3v4 on this retake. Some stars do get popped into these smokes. It is just a waiting game. Down the defensive side to pop out, but speaking of popping out and getting popped, Glowstick finds two very nice headshots to make that a easy pistol round pickup for YFPX.
Yeah, Glowstick is like, I'm tired of being the end of all the trades, the jokes that YFPX they're throwing around, decides to take out a few on their own there, right? Being the one to be at the end of the little connect the dots line they had out of that Nebula swing. So very, very well done there. They're trying to get even up on the board to match the rest of their team here before the map ends. They've been doing their job right. Again, they've been setting up these heroic plays from teammates, but again, they're usually one of those that top the leaderboards. So, and this is the off-season. You want to make a name for yourself, and especially if YFPX's future is uncertain. But here we go. Buy up. Good. FlyQuest Red. We've seen crazy second rounds for both of these teams, so can't be too cautious. Sherrod. Huge info, right? From the confirmation of a player back halls to drawing the mass of players over here.
Quick getaway with the gate crash. Beautifully done from Zori. The chase coming through and being able to get that pickup with the Bucky deep into mid. Relocation with the rest of the team. Slow push out towards A here, going slowly towards this ult orb. With the rotation coming through from the defensive side as well. Trying to be cautious of exactly where those angles start to converge over towards this A site. Stars getting placed and put up. Sherrod first to kind of make contact here, but with the first to fall as well. A lot of players coming through onto that A site immediately and being funneled all into a location that YFPX was ready to take control of.
And if you need any evidence that, like I mentioned, Glowstick is the glue right now holding these aggressive hero plays together, I think that C's kind of caps it off. Zori, obviously the first one with the Bucky, a staple split between here. Just again, beautiful use of that waylay kit. And again, it's history. I was a little nervous seeing that many FlyQuest players there ready to head on this plant attempt, but they keep it clean. They keep it carried over. 9-5 here, even getting a Vandal online for Scary Shark because she had that heroic pop-off with the 3 kills on the Sheriff. Nice look, and they didn't get much resiliency on the link pressure, the connector, so we're gonna run it back.
Yeah, and decides to go ahead and stick around, still prowling for a player. Somebody has to be playing this mid angle, or Zori is at least sure of it. Maybe not prepared for just how back some of these mid players on the defensive side are playing. Ev hit from that long range rifle, utility back and forth. Attackers try to push out through Art onto the site. Scary Shark will finish Ev off. Shots through Secret trying to take out player. It is going to want to get Corrupt as well. Zori popping onto site, and it's just another moment where from every angle the attackers are able to find their moment. E is going to try and shut it down, finds 2 before falling, but it is still just a 2v1. And that pesky little robot giving over the information about where Lovely is lurking through.
Yeah, and you see that immediately vacate the A main premises, group up a little high-low action here alongside Glowstick. One may fall, but it's for the greater good here. Time should tick away. You should get both of these. I was gonna say, I if you needed to get the round 1, and it just does not work out. So, wow. Huge bonus converts. Double digits reach for YFPX. And I was going to say, that's about... I feel like Coach Joe and I have a very strong mind meld and ideology of when these timeouts need to come through. Because, yeah, the faster once you lose that round, again, you're not going to get much more opportunities to talk with the team here. And it feels like YFPX, I mean... like, they're getting just sliding and fighting forward. And even down into these head-to-head clutch moments, it's just... not coming through.
Yeah, and FlyQuest Red, I think, is showing maybe a little bit too much respect. Like, we got to see just how far back Edith was holding mid that time around for YFPX. I think I wish they were, because we keep mentioning it, that it does take these timeouts from Coach
to
Joe
kickstart things.
to be like,
It's just a
why
reminder,
are
you
we
guys-
playing so
it's like-
scared? It's okay. You're good too. I promise.
It's like you are beautiful, you are good, you are confident, like affirmations, manifestations, like go out and fight, guys, you can win. And we mentioned it, right? We feel like the YFPX comp, the playstyle, right? They are go-getters. They're the ones that will take the fight to you. And even when they were losing them, right, to a lovely A main, right? That's good info still, right? If you see a killjoy look on the other side of the map, usually the team's disconnected from her. And we just don't have that from Fly. So again, they are playing very reactionary. They are playing very retake-centric. And even then, that's getting interrupted by YFPX. So look at this, exactly, right? Coming into Inigo, coming out of the timeout. This is what you want to see on the rifle rounds, is them fighting for these rounds, playing to win and not to lose. And 3 players strong here. I think that's why, obviously, YFPX is waiting things out. It's the, I feel like, predictable outcome since it's been that way every single map. And yeah, then they just start scaling a little bit after the fact.
Good moment to recall there. Utility coming through from this Astra. Concussions on both of those players trying to attack, but come back from those dicey positions and win these gunfights for YFPX. The A site is open now. Gonna still take the time to set up some of these stars from Corrupt. And honestly, just beautifully taking this time, trying to be really clinical about it. It's a little bit scary sometimes to feel like, okay, you're letting them take the time to get on this rotation, but if you have a numbers advantage like this, you can take that time to make it that much more difficult for those 2 remaining players to make the decisions here.
Absolutely, but 2v4, time being, at least grouped up here, trying to clear out Secret, trying to get their way in. Sherrod, the first line of defense here, though, falls really, really fast, and that is a weapon down, but I think that's why Corrupt's playing a little bit more forward here. Doesn't want them to collect it or flip this round, and yeah, perfect timing there. And they say, I'll finish what Sherrod started. 2 more kills to add to their tally. They get to 11, and again, this is the round where I think you're really going to see the teachings of Coach Joe come into effect, but again, I liked the attempt, the intention there from FlyQuest Red in the early round.
Yeah, and I think you can see even that difference of position that we're seeing them be that much further up towards the old orb. They're not all the way back in their spawn, just waiting for certain angles that are kind of predictable, and I feel like YFPX come so prepared to watch all those angles, to check all of those places, and so it just like, it plays better into FlyQuest Red's hand when they're playing a little bit more unpredictable and making the utility usage be something that matters for YFPX.
Bring them down.
Absolutely. Here we go, glow stick, nightfall in, all for a fake, a ruse. It draws the players off the B site, completely deserted, free for the taking. That real estate listing is sold. Should be signed, sealed, and delivered here for YFPX. FlyQuest Red again gonna have to play the retake game. This time probably up against a Cosmic Divide, up against an Operator retake. Like, that's dangerous, but that's a huge kill for Misu to have. Now, no more backstab. Now you have numbers on the retake. I feel like we might have seen them overplay their hand, and they might be continuing to do so. Nora really up in their face off the Cosmic Divide, flushed out by the drone, and even Zori is realizing, hey, we need some way to flip this round back.
Yeah, I feel like it was a little bit worrisome to have the same player trying to make the Cosmic Divide as the person who's still holding the spike. If that had maybe been in the hands of the Killjoy and placed earlier on to try and make the most of that cut sound as possible, that might have been the better call. But Nora really gonna just try and make the most out of this impact, play up close. but it didn't need to be that close. I mean, I guess now that you're at match point, you're maybe like, it doesn't really matter, but those are little places where we could have seen FlyQuest Red try to exploit those timing issues.
I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah, no, I completely agree. That's the thing, is that timing issue. There was that that small window, right, where Scary Shark was fighting alone lane, where Zori was fighting alone in CT, right? And what did FlyQuest do? They paused instead of speeding up. And what happens? Scary Shark groups with Zori. They trade off of each other, and the Zori doesn't end up falling. And they handle both it's like one at a time instead, right? Piecemeal. Step 1, then step 2, not 1 and 2 simultaneously by different cooks in the kitchen. So again, you're working on the same recipe, and it is cooking up a cake full of success here. Streamlined into the A side here, trying to shut down what is this broken by a FlyQuest Red to get to the grand finals.
Shots back and forth, one trade something that FlyQuest feels good about so far, but it is fighting tooth and nail to make it happen. And when all is said and done, the lurk coming through from Scary Shark is a complete unknown to Thea, but Thea understands where exactly Scary Shark tends to play and is very prepared for the shot, and makes a little upgrade to that piece of weaponry as well.
Yeah, that's like crazy accurate tracking down to the crosshair placement on the angle there from Thea. Just perfect internal clock and awareness there. Like, why they have such a good head on their shoulders and have been a mainstay at FlyQuest Red. But that is, again, a really big round to win. A broken by converts, you say, afloat, 6 more rounds needed. And that's where YFPX, that round felt a little just like, let's close things out. Let's go sit back for our best of 3 where we get to watch and wait for our opponents between Wada and Ghost. But now you've got to dig your heels in. You used a good bit of resources into that round here. So Dimensional Drift in. Try maybe set Zori up for a little bit easier of a time getting in this time around. Or maybe you can even split the attention here back from Secret. You can't do that anymore, can you?
What?
No flashes needed. All right, sure. You should not be getting away with that with the current Yoru. Like, that is insane. And maybe they just I thought they just missed the timing, but that was purely intentional. And now, I mean, the players. Yeah.
We're both like,
on the
you
other side of the
can't
map.
do that. And it's like, well, I just did.
Yeah. Ah, wow.
Oh my goodness. Edith is going to try and cobble together the last few moments of this round and the insane start that just happened for YFPX. 2 duelists left, and one of them is much closer than Edith was privy to. YFPX 13-6 lock their seat in the grand finals and are going to be buckled in to face off either against Ghost Gaming or Wada.
Yeah, I mean, a huge, I think, statement series for FlyQuest Red, just so they still got it, right? Again, with Edith and Misa starting to gel with like kind of a puggier core, like, because they haven't played together that long, right? Again, they had to submit a roster, right? While FlyQuest Red is doing their whole entire trial process. And again, I think they had a really strong showing of what this team could be capable of given more time. And on the flip side, YFPX, again, the reps they've had over the season. You know, we talked with Sherrod previously, just like, hey, I'm happy to be back in the server with my team, and everything's starting to flow again, even with the shifted agents here and there to accommodate for the changes the recent patch came out with.
Absolutely true. We are going to take a quick break, set up a potential interview before we set ourselves up for the other semifinals match.
I could go all night long, singing to every song. I know you love it when I work it. I could go all night long, singing to every song. I know you love it when I work it. I know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead. I know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead. Hey.
Hello and welcome back to the NRG Neon Dream. I'm Becky, joined here by Azobi, and we just watched YFPX versus FlyQuest Red go to 3 maps before YFPX was the team to ultimately come out victorious. And let's take a peek at some of those moments that led to this.
Absolutely. I mean, our Pearl recap, right? The decider there, essentially a best of one to see who would be your grand finalist, who would get a larger cut of that prize pool, right? And that means we do have our first, third, fourth place team in FlyQuest Red taking it away $1,000 out of the $10,000 prize pool. Thanks to the Army National Guard and NRG. So very, very nicely done there. And again, this was a battle up until the second half, where then YFPX, it was just sailing through smooth waters, right? Zori insane on the opener, Sherrod as well, just be able to set them up perfectly. And again, we talked about as well, Glowstick having a quieter map in the kill department, but a stronger one impact-wise, again, setting up every single moment. And while there was a brief period we thought FlyQuest Red maybe could get their footing, it was just a little too late.
Yeah, that seems to be kind of a little bit of the song that really gets sung across these. And I think something that is extremely telling from a lot of those recaps as well is the amount of moments that we got to see YFPX be in positions that FlyQuest just like wasn't anticipating. Just a lot of these corners that either somebody wasn't anticipating for Sherrod to be there, or somebody even like Scary Shark. So I think that you're really getting to see just the amount of fluidity that YFPX has and how difficult it can kind of be to counter when you are going up against teams like YFPX.
Well, with that though, I heard you name drop her. We have the scariest of sharks, Nora herself, on the line to talk a little bit about that series, how it went, and the fact that she gets to join YFPX as our first grand finalist. Welcome in. Yeah, I was like, oh my god, to get to talk with my goat. And just to break the ice first and foremost before we dive into the juicy details of the series itself here, we saw you with the shark flicks. How happy were you when that hit the store?
I remember someone walking up to me or like sending me a DM like, yo, they were your buddy. And I low-key like stood up and I like low-key shot out loud. I was so excited. Best day of my life.
Aww. I love that. I think that is one of those moments where you're like, was this made for me? I think it was made for me. And there's something so great about that. How are you feeling after this win and locking your spot in the grand finals with your team?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's been a very fun year for like us at YFPX, and so it feels good to just like try to end out the year in a win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And talking a little bit about that series, right? I feel like the last two maps were kind of easy breezy street, but that sunset was a little bit more contentious. Do you think that came out of the reps made that FlyQuest Red was finding early in the group stage, or was it you guys knocking the dust off, or what was going on in the YFPX camp that then changed in the latter half of the series?
I think on map 1, Zoe forgot her mouse pad. Glow stick's monitor wasn't working.
Like, honestly?
Corrupt
Okay,
didn't
okay.
have audio. And
Okay.
yeah, Cookie, they're sick. Me, my eyes are closed. I can't see.
It's the hair, yeah, the
Yeah,
band.
yeah,
You had to nerf yourself, you're too good.
No, all serious though, it's just like us like warming up and like being like a slow start.
11 a.m., right? Gamers on the West Coast struggling out here with the schedule. All right. But you kind of mentioned capping off the year on a strong end, right? With the Neon Dream Invitational. Sharadia mentioned yesterday, or Cookie, right? Just like happy to play with the team again. And I feel like for you and Corrupt, like it's a special story as well, because you had like, I feel like bumpy starts with the VCL, right? And then shifted focus back to GC solely when you guys were kind of let go. So how is that kind of like, I feel like, influenced or affected like how you viewed competition and where your goals are, and how you maybe see a future with YFPX and this team in particular?
I think a lot of teams like have respect for each other, but I think it was just like a level of understanding between like Corrupt and I, just like in the server, out of the server, just like truly like listening to each other's opinions and like getting down to the nitty gritty sometimes. Where it's like, yeah, we trust everybody else's opinion like 100%, but it's like after servers, after scrims, we're just like talking to each other like in our DMs, like, yo, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? So like when we do like change comps, it's like in our eyes, we're like prepared.
Nice.
And that's like the benefit.
Very cool. Absolutely. I mean, so going into the grand finals, you're going to be facing up against either Ghost Gaming or Wada. What are you imagining that match is going to go like, and what does that mean for YFPX going into the grand finals against one of those teams?
I know Ghost Gaming is going through roster changes, and Wada has like a very strong team with like a lot of momentum on their head. So it's going to be a harder match for Ghost Gaming, but it's fun to read for the underdog.
Absolutely. And what do you think is going to be your biggest challenge in the grand finals?
I think the biggest challenge will be, I like to see ourselves, but obviously just them. They're like a very strong team with like very good fundamentals and like understanding of the game. So it's just like on us to like also play good.
Lock in.
Good little lock-in moment where I hope that you and your team can lock in for that grand final match. I know I look forward to seeing it, and thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us.
Thank you.
Absolutely. That was amazing to get a moment to talk to Scary Shark Nora after we've been seeing some amazing plays from her through this entire day and even yesterday as well. So I'm very excited to see how that impact is going to play in that grand final match.
Absolutely. And I like that we got to hear a little bit about how, like, I kind of mentioned, right, they had subs stepping in and out. Nora would sometimes be primary caller. Usually it was Corrupt. And then now that we've seen, okay, they're kind of guiding the direction of this team together, right? And they still listen to the input of their team as well. Shrod being like, hey, I maybe want to try out the stage instead, right? On a split, for example. So, again, truly a team effort where they have a mutual respect for each other. And I think that's why they've found the success they have had. But, Becky, that, right, is only our first semifinals of the day, right? Almost a full 3 hours, right, to get that hammered out. And on the other side, we still have Wada and Ghost to go to see who our second grand finalist would be to meet up against YFPX. So we're gonna throw it to a quick break to go ahead and get things sorted. Becky, I know that was your last series. Any final words before we hand it off?
No, but I'm very excited for the matches of Valorant that you're about to bear witness to, and also welcome back, golfers.
All right, see you on the other side.
You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Hello, everybody. After a short break, as promised, we are back with the Neon Dream Invitational. But like I said, I have a new partner in crime. Welcome back, Gompers, from yesterday's action. I know you had a jam-packed schedule as well. Are you feeling rested? Are you feeling ready for another semifinals?
I am. I'm feeling rested, excited. I did get to catch the game, so as well as the fact that I'm heading into here super excited, right? Second semifinals match, going into grand finals. Let's see it.
Well, let's go ahead and pull that bracket up to see again how things shook out, how we got here, and start setting us up for that second semi-finals, right? We already had a banger of a three-mapper between FlyQuest Red and the victors, YFPX, who have punched their ticket to the grand finals, but let everything trickle down, everything fill in, track the journey, and you'll see that on the other side, it is Wada versus Ghost, right? Little rematch here for, again, in the Game Changers season, right, Gompers? I feel like that's what Neon Dream has brought to the table time and time again. And the group stage. Yeah,
this is I guess the second match that they're going to play against each other this time around. So it gives Ghost some leeway to try to just break the streak of Wada's reign of terror over them, whether it be like in Game Changers or here. They've played against each other a total of 4 times. So when you're looking at their past history, it's not looking too clean or neat. But this is good. I do think with Ghost Gaming being able to play against Wada in previous times does give them just like they know more. They know how this team operates. And I'm kind of hoping that they can break that a little bit more today.
Absolutely. Obviously, a lot known about Wada. Just competed in the LCQ, just coming back from international. The core 5, Power Pixel, Sleepy, Femboy, Starbound, Australis, and Juno reassembled after, obviously, shout out to the watch partier and a stellar sub of Adora in the back end. But on the flip side, it's actually Ghost who had those big changes to the roster that we'll dive into in a minute as we first get to look back at what was, the massacre of Split, right? The last time these two teams faced off in the group stage, Gompers.
13-1. And it's not the first time that Wada has been put in a position like that, right? They've been 13-3, 13-0'd by this team. So this is, it's been a repetitive sequence between the both of them. And, in regards to like what they were expecting, I'm sure they wanted the game to kind of end differently. It was a best of 1. I will give them some leeway there. So I am hoping today, with some excitement surrounding the fact that they did make the top 4 here for Ghost Gaming, that there's going to be quite a difference in the gameplay, that we're not going to see like that 13-1 scoreline, that we're going to see something very different.
Yeah, and that's where, again, we go back to the roster changes then for Ghost itself, right? Last time these two teams fought off against each other, first off, it was Edith and Vanita, so it wasn't even the most recent Ghost iteration that played in stage 2 of Game Changers, right? So it feels like you've lost those heavy hitters, you've had some swap-ups, and that's where, again, you're going to see, okay, Madison, Miara, Avery, Wire, and Curasa. And those two names of Baddison and Avery, every time I see them especially together, strike fear into my very core, right? Those are the menaces that terrorize the Radiant Academy servers, right, Gompers? So them on the same team, right? They are the masters of controlling the pug energy. And I even got to talk with Badson's the DM and ask her, I'm like, hey, what's the vibes like? What's the calling like? And she was like, oh, we don't really have an IGL. It's kind of like, okay, I'm pre-rounding it, Miara and Avery are mid-rounding, and we just go with the flow. And that is a dangerous team to read and play against.
I agree. I mean, for Wada, ever since they came out of LCQ2, they just seem like they operate better, right? Like the synergy is better, the gameplay that they have, maybe they had learned something when in their duration playing in LAN. So I do feel like it did help them a dramatic amount, to the point where like now they can come to this tournament completely warmed up and really feeling themselves, and the synergy as well, and getting to know each other definitely helps. So I'm pretty excited to head into the map selection. We're going to see where exactly we are going. And I know Split for both of these teams had been a map that we had seen quite frequently, but it seems like not today. And that first pick, though, going over to Bind.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I'm sorry, but if we still... Wada banning split, first off, I need to ask about that. You just 13-1 this team on there. I think they just power, you know, the mastermind behind Wada is just like, I don't know, let's not have those play the map we lost against them on. You know, it's always the losers that have the advantage. The buying pick is also interesting because it's also a really strong map for Wada, right? They played it, they 13-10 cat face, so maybe a little bit of a closer margin, but also Wada the Haven pickup. They have been hiding it all year, brought it out, or it was forced out, we could say, in the LCQ, right? For GCC, and they knocked it out of the park. Right? I think it was like a 13-2 up against Agave, for example. And if we make it a Sunset as well, it's a map we haven't seen from Ghost and this core iteration of the roster. Versus on the flip side, if we see Sunset, I really want to see Sunset because in the new meta, I don't know if you've noticed, they just adopted the pure Winthrop composition with the Sage and the Chamber, and I wonder where that came from. Maybe the coach that coaches both teams, perhaps?
Potentially. I do think, though, I do kind of like this. I think it's more strategic on the side of Wada, to be honest. And Ghost Gaming, I mean, in general, they're still trying to figure out what comp they like to run. I mean, there hasn't necessarily been a consistency more than twice or 3 times that they've actually run a certain composition. So they're figuring out their flow. As for Bind, it does look like we are kind of going into something different.
A reroll.
Oh, well, I guess maybe not something different. They could change things up a little bit, but I'm expecting something different based on what we saw. I know they did run the Chamber along with the Deadlock and the Waylay here on Vine last time they had played. So when you're looking at the comp that they were choosing, it's just going to be like that dice roll once more where, okay, well, you know, we're picking something different. This feels like it's going to be fresh and it's going to work out for us. But as for Wadada, it's the same thing they've played over and over again.
Yeah, drilled, practice, cohesive, and honestly, the Deadlock is deadly. In Australis' hand, you add the Chamber, obviously, which is already a menace. And what I'm hoping for, a Ghost, I will say, and this is partially because of like their previous coach, like when they had that core, they were always responding, right, anteing the enemy team, and that's where those compositions, I think, changes came out. But here, I believe they are coachless, right? Relic was actually coaching Blue Otter for this tournament. So I think that's where, again, they're kind of falling back into what feels right when you're getting into the server, right? And I think that's where we were kind of seeing maybe some of those more aggressive picks. I saw Clove, I saw maybe a double duelist, and I didn't really see anything off just rip that I could remember that would be good for countering the Chamber, which is where I'm a little shaky and a little concerned. So that's gonna be in my mind a problem, but we'll have to see when we cross that line.
Yeah, but already locking it down. Heavenbound seemingly kind of interested in the Yoru pick as to where we actually are going to get that Deadlock from Australis, and Australis has been rocking the Deadlock as of late, and it does work out. The double Sentinel comp that they do like to run here with Starbound and Australis kind of preoccupying each other, and Arya obviously going to play in cohesion with Power Pixel and Juna, so never really being led astray, which is something I really do like from Wadada. There's always intention with every single person they pick as to how they can actually support Arya into taking the site.
Yeah, and obviously Sleepy Ari, I feel like the known role for them is definitely the Neon more than anything, but this Ray is also a nice thing to mention here. On the flip side, I do want to point out, Heavenbound is Wire, and Cats in the Cold is Kurasa. So just to keep in the back of your head, remember who is who when we use those names interchangeably jumping into the server, but I am curious to see how the double controller is going to work here. I think that's why they picked up the Astra over maybe a different, actually triple controller. I can't, what is triple controller covers? No Sentinel. How do we feel about that?
I honestly, listen, I don't know. Do I like it? A little bit. I do. I think they're just like, you know what? This team has 13-1 does way too many times. So we're just going to figure it out. But I do want to say, actually, I believe, which one is Ariel? Heavenbound or Cats in the Cold?
Ariel's not playing.
Oh, that's right. Okay, well,
I'm
never
pretty
mind,
sure.
guys. Hashtag I'm a liar. So forget about me. I thought the names were changing. They change every so often. So I had a moment, but it's okay. So
yeah, it's Wire. Wire is, again, Heavenbound, and I believe Kudasa is Cats in the Cold.
Okay, great. That's perfect. So,
and I like this intimidation tactic. Immediate timeout as you hit the server, right? And it may be a joke, but you can't get that back, right? It's built into the tournament format system. So they're talking about it. They really want this first pistol round, I guess, compers.
That is a crazy call to just do that. I'm not sure if it was an accident or not, but either way, I mean, listen.
It's still tactical. It still counts.
It is tactical.
You can't get it back.
So they're going to have to figure out what they're going to do with that. It does seem like they are pinging things out, though, trying to figure out a way to play with this triple controller composition. So, I mean, all in all, you're going to have to see no Sentinels, so really just relying on playing with those smokes in that utility here.
It'd be really funny if it's like an SMG, like a flip opposite moment where like, oh, we didn't mean to lock in 3 controllers. We didn't mean to have 5 duelists. But if they make it work, they make it work. I feel like it's even harder to call against. Something definitely Wada doesn't have experience playing against, right, for crying out loud. But timeout's coming to a close. We get to kick off the pistol round, and it looks like a pretty strong shower fight coming in for Ghost, and a pretty short centric A focus for Wada to kick things off. And I'm curious what the pacing mismatch is going to look like here, if they get behind the squad or not.
And Arya's just satcheling all the way to try to just clear out backside. So this is a very, very good aggressive start coming through from Wada. They're not necessarily too afraid of the amount of smokes that have surrounded them on the site here.
And then with the wall backside, they don't feel like the need to take that space either. I am concerned that there again was no backstep opportunity. They really don't have any certainty about how many players are tucked away here in shower, and I think that's the call for the pause.
Yeah, they're gonna have to figure out a way to clear that one out. They can't even plant the spike at this point without really figuring out a way to preoccupy some of this space. But there it goes. Australia's trying to make some noise, but not too many players kind of just watching alongside, and the smoke does go down. So it works out temporarily for this team, especially now with flank being covered, and Wada in a good spot, taken out, as I mean, majority of the players already completely down on the side of Ghost Gaming. So despite their attempts to try to cover up majority of the site, they will not be able to save themselves from this very, very weird despair.
I was nervous for a second there. I like Starbound being the one to heed that charge since everyone else was a lick away from death with the Ghost. But yeah, we mentioned it, the pause necessary because they hadn't handled shower. They put a little temporary band-aid to let the wound heal, right? With that net so they can get the spike down if they fight it in the latter stages. And like we said, not letting anything slip through the cracks. So pistol goes their way despite the Ghost Gaming tactical timeout, unprecedentedly in the first round without a coach even. But all in all, you can see now, I mean, the next round, not much change defensively. Madison with the Bucky, little shorty attempt here to pick off a lurk player perhaps. I'm curious to see if the judge versus these shotguns is gonna the shadow the silence. That'll be fun.
Ooh. I mean, using the smokes against them, which is quite interesting. Kind of just waiting to see if anyone's going to peek outside of showers, but space has been taken up towards A, so regardless, they're going to have to fight back at least for 25% of what the site is.
Wait, this is perfect. It should be a crunch, but Arya just gets ahead of it anyways. I was expecting maybe a reclear from the Fade util, hence the regroup, but yeah, I mean, number one, obviously the Starbound lurk, you can't contact that. That falls flat. The Bucky purchase from Madison falls flat. A site conceded, the plant goes down, and it is all down to Avery once again. Across the map was contemplating life and a potential teleport play, and instead decides to go with the old Classico rotation to maybe, you know, just buy into their fate.
Slowly moving forward, trying to, I mean, just get at least one pick before they have to eliminate themselves, but at the end of the day, how easy is that going to be? 2 players just running it down in a flawless round from Wada, a team that's heavily impressive throughout the entirety of the tournament so far. So for me, it's the momentum is really starting to show, and I am hoping that Ghost Gaming can kind of get themselves together here with this bye round.
And this is peculiar. Again, we talked about the bind pick and the veto process, just giving what feels like another Wada strong map to their veto, and it's kind of giving flashbacks to old Ghosts. Like, you change the roster, but Ghosts still make those interesting decisions. Where I think last time I talked to Relic, I'm like, why'd you guys pick bind? And I'm like, oh, we thought we had a good game plan against them, and they got bodied. And I'm starting to get those flashbacks coming in here just a little bit, but only the bonus and the future subsequent rounds will determine that here.
No one to rely on, though. Avery's gonna have to fight this by themselves, and they can't even get themselves out of this location. Arya just runs it down. So regardless of the weapons that you have, the shotgun's gonna be 10 times stronger. And Arya and the entire team of Wada have now taken over the site.
And I love this. This is how the deadlock functions, right? You get on the side, the sensors, the barrier mesh. It is all up and is stalling out any retake potential. And you can almost see, I was waiting, Respection for the paint shell. At what point do you even contemplate a save here? Losing 1, 2 more players? Right, this was your buy-up, and it looks like it's coming to be a possible flawless bonus conversion.
Yeah, and Madison might have been the only win condition here. It did seem like they had a couple of util to utilize in this moment, but a save round that does come in quite early. So a 3-0 for Wada to start off. The series in general definitely feels good.
And hey, you're already down 1 timeout, so I wouldn't expect one to come out at 0-3 here, but Yeah, Sleepy Aria, a menace with the Judge, whether it's split up against the team or whether it's bind here. Now, Nightfall as well, stopping the blow is just a little bit there to make things a little bit easier, right, to get into that site. So I think also just having Power, this is something Power has literally told me personally, like they pride like their ult economy management, like to every like echelon, right? Like they want to maximize the orbs, they want to maximize the ult cycles, and we kind of saw that kind of come into effect here, right? Having it on the third round and using that to convert. But this round, little eco attempt there, half buy up with what you could afford. Avery again needs to be that stability point, so even forcing a little bit deeper with I was gonna say the Bucky in hand instead of Judge, but I think that's why we're seeing a little bit slower of a start as well out of Wada, waiting for again a pop aggressive play. That looks like it's taking shape in showers.
Wanting to push past this. Actually, Pyrepixel just making noise. It does seem like majority of the players, Spike has been dropped. We're just looking for some sort of pick to make here, but Juna does get slightly lucky. Just waiting for Battison, and actually just shoots through the smoke instead, so.
Hey.
Oof.
Okay, and here we go. Little regroup. First time. Kind of geared away from where they found that first blood attempt. The reclear coming out simultaneously to the B pressure though, so maybe gonna get behind here. But again, this is a big pillar. I was gonna say would be Avery, but with only a Judge, right? And that stability element that Starbound brings from covering the back end because you have this deadlock. It's again well rounded. It's flawless. Another post plant for Wada.
Yeah, and the last two left alive. Actually, three. Apologies. But there is going to be a wall just completely separating both of these groups. Fighting together potentially could be the case, but I mean, it's quite difficult when you're just running it down as Aria with the Judge. So another flawless round just down in the books for Wada. And that's going to hurt for Ghost Gaming to kind of start this off and already be in the same iteration that you were before, where, okay, we're four rounds down.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You can look back at as well. This kill to punish up on a Battison. And that's where you can't second guess yourself, right? You have to ride or die in that corner because the backpedaling can be deadly. And I like how we're also seeing multiple layers now, Wada, right? There's always this mindset from the Wada players that I always hear them after matches, like saying, like, I wish I could have gotten more kills. I wish I could have contested, right? You know, the Starbound. And that's where Juna's like, okay, I'm gonna fight ahead of the deadlock utility just a touch, right? But now they know, okay, they've been fighting pretty heavy in the showers. That's where we can hopefully get some early first bloods, but it's actually Ghost finally to get an advantage coming out of the round. Shut down the menace that is Sleepy Aria. That's your entry tool off the table. You'll have to find better pickings, greener pastures elsewhere.
Beacon around the corner. They're slowly clearing things out here. And I mean, Ghost Gaming, they're in a pretty odd position. It's either, you know, they take that first pick or they get executed very, very early on. Already 1 minute remaining, and at this point it does seem like Wada's directioning themselves towards A. Madison waiting along the corner. Australia is so quick to the touch there, though. Nobody even knows that Juna's just sitting within the corner. Actually, I lied. It does seem like Ghost Gaming is going to try to just redeem themselves here within this round, but there are still 2 players left here and so much damage on Ghost Gaming.
And the veterans in the server as well, right? Between Power and Starbound. Long-standing duo now in the making for GC. I like this how Ghost framed it, right? You got the opening kill, you backed out, right? You got what you came for, you play instead for the entry for the side itself. So you don't give these opportunities, right, to players like Starbound. Even now, right, you're slaying these smokes, cycling them to try and prevent the Outlaw from getting a sight lane. But Starbound, there we go, finds one blind anyways onto Avery. Players low, but time even lower.
Oh, yeah. And with 14 seconds left, there really wasn't much you could do there other than just try to execute everyone or potentially just a majority so you could get that spike on plant. So, yeah, first round, apologies, going down to Ghost Gaming. So we're already doing a lot better. The economy's starting to lift itself back up. Quite difficult, though, as it does seem like there's not going to be too much of a buy going on here for Avery.
Absolutely. So here we go. I think they liked the Judge selection. I think Heaven Bound as well, one off from the Dimensional Drift. It'll be a nice compliment since they've already flipped the map as well, right? Fighting instead for a little bit more B-long control. I think they realized, okay, we kind of got them shoot away from the B site. And I do like the fake font play. Spike leaning A shows me this might be a late TP play as well if they had gotten a little bit deeper, but more just a fake it till you make it moment. And now, oh, that's a little disconnected. The Boombox spoils the entire plan. Battison traded out as well in spades. Before the round can even get going, it's a 2v4. Oh, wait.
Instant. Nice TP, though. That's in the cold. I didn't necessarily think there was going to be much withstanding there, but, I mean, a good pick to take away.
Spike planted.
Still, though, down to a 1v3, and the only thing you have left is you know, your Cloud. So there's not necessarily too many smokes that you could play with here. Not a retake smoke either. Gonna give yourself some leeway, but already taken down. The net getting removed, and Australis does hear this. So information given away pretty quickly. Nobody's wrapping around. They're playing patiently and silently here for Wada.
Yeah. Could also making a good go at it, but again, difficult. Nice little aggressive play to close off the round there, off the tour de force from Starbound, and again, I like how they're slowing down the pace. They're realizing, okay, they're looking for these early advantages. They saw the deep smoke out, and I kind of now want to see that second layer, okay, how the triple controller can function. It's like, hey, condition it to where you put those style of smokes, those aggressive ones, everywhere, right? Keep Wada guessing. We mentioned how this is, again, the benefit you have is you don't know what this composition holds. You haven't played against something like this, and I think you have that plethora of smokes, right, between the regeneration on the Clove, albeit with a long timer, and, again, plenty of Astro Stars as well to work with their own timer. So, again, I think that's where I want to see, okay, how do they make this composition work? Because Wada is starting to figure out the game.
Waiting for the util to kind of dissipate on its own. That being said, there's so many controllers here that I really, like, it's going to be so difficult to kind of play with wasting this util, as there is a surplus of it, but Cat's just waiting for something to give them an indicator that they can at least fight to take this push and deny it.
And slow creep up has, to say, forced rotation, the stack of players for Ghost, and Showstopper hopefully to break that up a little bit.
Yeah, already tried it, but it didn't seem to work. Still, though, okay, first pick there for Ghost Gaming. They did take out Ori, so there is not too much going on where, I mean, Juna's going to get back up there, but Juna can handle it themselves. Nothing needed for this team. Wadada going to just continue their stride forward and use as much utility as they can. I mean, with Madison not necessarily having too much to utilize in this moment. Yep, Wadada is going to come out of it clean with only one player lost.
Yeah, I saw a little chance there with, you know, double shotguns converting onto the same point and 3 players grouped up, just in a panic huddle there. And I think it was just Wada leveraging those ultimates quite well, right? Showstopper to make the space, and Juna with that heroic play, getting the orbital strike to keep it, right? And that's a huge round because it breaks the bank, it gets you to the safety round of a 6th, and now, again, it's going to be an eco plus this mismatch of ultimates that maybe could be Ghost Gaming's way back in, but again, aside from that really strong start round, they haven't been even close. These rounds have been just very statement, very one-sided. Here we go. Another scale down B-long attempt for the eco.
Butter, baby.
There we go.
Yeah, only so much that you can do in these moments. Trying to play towards default. Isolating these fights pretty well, though, I will say, for Ghost Gaming. They've been predominant at trying to take in these rotations from Heavenbound. Finally going to be able to do so, but Starbound with just an op in hand. Close range fights, are they going to work? Maybe not. Let's see it. I thought they were going to peak in that very moment. The timing working out to the best of its ability, and a 1-2v1 here with Wada trying their best to save it. But Ghost Gaming keep it real, so 2-6.
There we go, exactly what I wanted to see. Leverage the ults like the run it back from Madison just to get the thrifty round through. Perfect bait and switch, draw the crosshair away, and the player that, again, gifted the trade onto Starbound to get the res through will also deliver the eventual trade. So, hand the operator back over. Madison, interestingly enough, here. And I'm excited to hopefully see maybe an up head-to-head then if Starbound repurchases here. Assumedly, right? There it is. 12-2, wow. Finally shut down there to get a round through. And 2-6 here, you know, an 8-4, I would say wouldn't be the end of the day, right? You don't have a Sentinel here. This is it's an interesting composition in its own right, so I can't even assume if it's attack or defense sided at this rate, but Viper's Pit, nice sense of stability, funneling the players hopefully towards the operator as well, but the net, they read it like a book.
Headshot down. There goes Madison. Luckily enough, already a rotation coming through from Ghost Gaming, and they do have a couple ultimates utilized here. Seem like Viper's Pit is going to be preoccupying one of the angles, but that's not even going to be an issue. Down towards the backside already. Arya tries to make their way here, and already finalizing a potential 2. Just waiting to try to get that spray down through smoke. And Wadada, they're looking very safe and comfortable at this very moment.
I was gonna say the only weak point was the fact that Arya was 23 HP here into elbow, but now Juno's at their side. Operator's posted up for the hookah re-entry, and with Power winning that CT engagement, your big support utility player is down. Kudasa makes a go out of it. Little tag didn't set up the off angle for Juno here, should sign and deliver Avery's death certificate, and yeah, it's just Kudasa. Position confirmed off the reload here. One way, nice touch there to try and get a spike through in Hut, but not enough, and 7 found for Wada.
Yeah, it's gotta be quite frustrating playing against Starbound with that on the attacking half, and I wouldn't think that it would have so much just like damage in regards to like what it's doing to just like the re-execution back onto site, but it does seem like the holds are being very, very well kept for Wadada.
And that's the issue again. The teams that have found the most success, right? Your YFPX, your Shopify Rebellion, they either out-aim and catch Starbound on a bad day, or they've intentionally designed compositions to counter it, right? A Tejo, an ISO, a KO. And we're seeing that kind of not here, right? The smokes are in the right place, number one, to block the sightlines. If you maybe want to do something silly like a Caterpillar smoke in to overwhelm the alliance the operator's holding. And you don't have a lot of flashes, it's just that Yoru. And you don't have a lot of like sectioning utility molly-wise either to push them off the angles. So again, the Yoru has to be the shutdown point for this chamber, and it's just nowhere close. Little fake clone through the TP. Doesn't work out though. And now they start slowly contacting up, reclearing the space, saving util for again that post plant, that site exit, that explosive pop. And I'm worried Avery's this line of contact here. Cosmic Divide would be nice for a retake alongside that Nightfall, but Addison, I love this off angle, but it's gotta connect or you're gonna get jumped real quick by Arya in the double satchel.
Ooh, and it's hard because Arya actually didn't this time around have the judge, so it's not like they can really take that one tap full in stride, but it works in favor of Ghost Gaming, something so minuscule. Giving them some leeway, I mean, that's gotta be ridiculous. Just playing close range Starbound takes you out with an op. Now majority over towards just the extremities of sight have to figure out a way to get themselves in.
Yeah, and now kind of early on, what we mentioned was WinCon for Ghost Gaming having these kind of deposits of players in Garden and in Shower that went uncleared was something they could use to flip into an advantage, but now they're going unchecked, and Wada still is able to just kind of write them off as an afterthought, right? Trusting in Starbound to clean them up and finish off the pinch after they've already taken deep site control. Players an elbow. Nice try, but again, as soon as contact's made, it's turn, it's crunch, and like we mentioned, this team is fluid.
Combat is a means to an end.
8-2.
And we are the means.
And not an easy game to keep going with. So, I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of just seeing a lot of isolated fights here where they're taking very necessary fights, in my opinion. I really don't think Ghost Gaming have to be, I mean, running themselves outside of smoke so easily, but at the same time, that's all they really have is to kind of play inside and outside of smokes.
Mm-hmm. Well, big roundup coming, right? Still lots for Ghost Gaming to work with. Water out with counters to those as well, right? The Showstopper's been a pretty sign and done way to get into the A site here, but that's why you have other plans, right? Like the Yoru Iceling, who's been playing alone towards Shower in Power Pixel. Has no util to set things up, but that doesn't mean that Arya can't pave the way themselves. Already in the CT, didn't clear out triple, but that's something the Deadlock util can handle for the time being. But I said only for the time being. Badison.
Wow. No, there's no way. Okay, Badison goes down, so mid-plant. They did manage to
Or the
get
TP2.
this down. Yeah, Wadada, players left, and an op and a dream at this point. So Starbound's going to feel pretty confident making sure that they're holding these angles. Did see one, just barely though. Spike isn't even planted towards them and completely tethered along. There's not a lot of potential to win this fight here. I honestly just saving the op would be the best bet. Especially now, yeah, knowing the defusals. Oh my gosh, it's just trying to keep it through smoke is crazy.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not just trying to keep it, but do some econ damage, right? Ghost Gaming with how close that round. This last round by, not going to pretty, even with the breath of fresh air that win gives. I mean, look at this, right? Judge and 2, you probably can't afford full kits, but Yeah, I think it was the minute decision for Australis to fight their backside a little bit is where things fell a little bit. I mean, it's understandable, right? You're still in a numbers deficit. You really wanted that 1v1, but also Miara, right, was pissed off by the deadlock utility already, so it would have been a 2v2 on the fight that you could maybe frame together. So, small misstep there, but I think they are still good to go, right? 8-3, we mentioned the money's broken, the ults are sweltering here. We'll see if they can go for the 9-3 curse, or if it is going to be an 8-4.
Only time will tell us. Being a little more precautious, though. I did like the nade. Clearing out. Now, just waiting for some sort of information to come through. Nightfall does make its way, and Arya doing the same thing they have before, but actually, just somehow, Avery being able to keep this team at bay. So Wada, it does still manage to find more than one, but it really is up to Avery to fight this 1v4. All in all, yeah, not necessarily working out. It's just like the timing for Ghost Gaming. It never really feels like it's on their side.
And that C's, talking about timing, was perfect though, right? It got all those players in the garden, just wait and accelerate. So yeah, and the Annihilation as well was a perfect answer so that you couldn't really be spraying them down on that sight line either. And now, I mean, Trademark, right, detected you on long. Now there's a sensor out for Hookah where you would reroute to, and seeing an inevitable destination towards this 9-3 Starbound. A little whiffy, very rare, but this is because it's Battison on the other side. And yeah, Judge wasn't going to get that job done. Spray, laugh about the half because it is a 9-3.
Switching sides.
Still potential to take out more. I think the goal here for Ghost Gaming is just to not let that that same big disparity happen from last time. But I do think with the controllers, with there being 3 controllers now coming onto the attacking side, it could work out better in regards to giving them some leeway getting onto site. But it already seems to be quite difficult to keep the sites in general with the 3 controller comp. So it's just not really working out the way that I felt like they had planned.
Again, yeah, I want to see some silliness. Like a composition like this, you're not going to play like perfect quote-unquote Valorant by any means. And again, if you can't dislodge these players from their positions, you need to just cover them up, right? Take close contact fights, which have been favored with Ghost Gaming, and some right-click RNG, some shotgun action. But yeah, that's the difficulty here, right? You only have Flash, you have maybe a Seize, maybe a Nova Pulse if placed and timed correctly to shut down these players from taking aggressive engagements like what Juna is doing right here. Madison doesn't even know. Trigger discipline, please. Trigger discipline.
No way. They just passed by. Juna was like, all right, you guys want to smoke us out? Go ahead and smoke us out. But kind of just taking advantage of the secondhand smoke there. And Arya, honestly, is just right-click Goddess right there. Yep, taking it down. Defenders winning the round. So Wadada, they are 10-3. Absolutely insane.
Wow. I mean, from the beautiful timing there, right? From Juna to the kill found on the Battison after passing through that little short one-way. I mean, even follow-up, right? Sleepy Arya was like the last line of defense here, and then they aided to Krauss to split up the players, and then the re-satchel as well. Like, you can't track that movement. It's so fast-paced, and that is what Arya is the master of. So Stinger Force has to come out, right? 10-3. It's dire territory here, and we're gonna run it back towards A once again.
Holding it down with Outlaw. Starbound can actually like force out of the op shots in the Outlaw, but yeah, already trying to deny every single push coming through with 4 players. This is, I don't even know how to feel about this. This really does feel like they're trying their best with what they're given, but they just keep getting shut down every single angle.
I think they tried to cook on blocking as many angles from the Outlaw as possible, but they inadvertently made one-ways for Wada to play off of on every single corner. What is this? And just like that, they split up the site to Wada's advantage, and now you're stuck in U-Haul without a spike point even going down on the force round.
Goodness, and Juna still has 2 smokes left. Juna didn't have to use a smoke. There really was. There was no reason. They had played both defense and attack here for Ghost Gaming. So every single article just gone.
Yeah, it's like I'd rather see Caterpillar smokes than whatever that was. And Judge from Australis of all players, right, carrying on the legacy there of Sleepy Arya to cap off the round, deny the force up from Ghost Gaming, and get to 11. I mean, we broke out in the round, I think, as plainly as it came. I asked for creativity, I got it from Ghost Gaming, and it just didn't hit the mark. Hey, I will say the Outlaw didn't find too much bang for its buck, so it did shut down Starbound to that degree. It's just the rest of the troops rallying around that point are also a big issue, right? It's not just the Starbound issue, and I think that's a statement as to where this team has come from as well, right? Players like Juna, players like Arya, who were rookies this season, being now staple names in the community, and it's really, really cool to see.
There just has to be like some sort of change. And I like the idea that you said of like really just trying to get silly with it. It feels like they're almost trying to make a silly composition way too serious to where it doesn't work. There's too much going on and they don't know how to really like handle stuff like that. So the strategy is getting kind of mixed up. But now Starbound, I don't even know, just preoccupying the TP in case something happens.
What is this? Oh, another little clove one-way attempt in the making. Expecting them to TP across so they don't have to like take the sight line here, but they still end up taking the sight line. Nade as well, the players maybe stuck in their corners. And now you scale over the judge, off the net, and find another! And maybe even another! Okay, second satchel, you bonked your head. You whiffed it.
Continuing to try to make it inside of, it's crazy. Aria's not done just yet. It doesn't matter. Using the smoke once more. Making sure that the shotgun's not seen, somehow making so much damage to where Australis can just pick this back up. And not necessarily a sandwich coming in. So there is some space here for Ghost Gaming to get themselves, to get themselves out of this position.
I think we're overfighting just a touch. I think we're starting to get lost in the sauce and we need to come up for air. Because, yeah, again, this is getting dangerous. Beautiful trades there from Juno, the one full HP player here to receive pressure. I mean, that long-range judge ate away most of the health here for Captain the Colder, Kiwarasa. So it is going to be a lot of pressure, it feels like, for Avery to pick up the slack here. And those two still stacked. They've got a good go at it, but still 12 seconds left. Still going to get past the Bulldog.
Juna does have a pretty good angle on this one. And lit enough to the point where Australis really could just shut this down. I mean, there is no time either way, but yeah, Wada kept the site very, very well. They didn't have to use too much Yuto once more. And I guess that's, you know, there's such a thing as maybe there's too much. Like...
And in any other situation than an 11-3, I'd say that was a good round, right, for Ghost Gaming, right? The buy favors Wada. They got a lot of weapons out, almost got the spike plant down, but the reality is, right, you have to win now 9 in a row just to get overtime on your map pick here, right? And that's the difficulty. I mean, the Odins come online for Sleepy Aria. Again, this is like the secret weapon at the bottom of their stack of strategies that they just want to use to cap off and bring a new novelty factor into the server. This is the first time as well we're seeing Ghost Gaming a B-side start, so Australis, time to get tested. Power, time to get tested. Regroup up, I like the wall. Ease the pressure be long.
And they know it's broken now, so they can actually just kind of keep hold here on Hookah. Make sure
I just give it up at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Starbound's in a pretty odd position, though, so I do think Australis is going to try to fight this. Yeah, everyone is just rotating back onto site.
Like an identity shuffle. Why does Starbound have the judge? And now they realize they've over-rotated. It'll be, though, the sensors and the trademark to slow them down. So they're not even gonna get out of shower. Very likely, I was going to argue, because also the Orbital Strike can come in. So yeah, they over-commit to the rotate to B, but they can get right back into the A space, and with less than a minute left, you have to make the call. And you still have to get through the deadlock, Util.
They're so quick on their feet. And I think that's obviously that's what makes them the best, right? So now with that Orbital Strike, they did manage, like you said, to kind of keep this at bay. And they can fight for execution. I mean, 36 seconds left. There isn't necessarily too much time to have to refight for space over towards B. So this is the site that they have to hit.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, just under 30 seconds left and accounting. Aria. Looks like they changed weapons, no longer Jonah from Heaven. Starbound, though, may not be in a judge aficionado, but it's still making it go at it. Juna as well. Insane fragging, and it's down to the 2v3 with time again, an enemy here.
Oh my gosh.
10 seconds left.
Just close ranges Starbound's fighting. It went from, okay, attack up to now we're doing shotgun here going down towards the defense. But Australis does have so much leeway to play with. Hopefully they don't waste this shot, though. Does know one is going to peek Viper getting ready. Readily available for the fight and just holding the angle. Smartest decision. So we are out of that 313 range here.
Yeah, a nice little round there, well kept, considering all the shenanigans of the rotates, right? The TP plays and all the stack of Sentinel utility on the A site, so they had that again. Safety to stack B. And then, honestly, it did just come down to some really effective trades and question marks as to why Starbound had a judge in this round when your pocketbooks are sweltering. Again, this team getting a little silly, having a little bit fun. They've called this their final ride because they don't know the future of Wada and next season for a lot of these players, but they lock in. When they get serious, we'll see it. They're content farming. And you can see with a truck posted up, Odin, a showstopper as well. And just a shot through the smoke from Juna. This may be beginning of the end. Okay, nightfall though.
I am very familiarized with the Odin spray down towards A, so I do like that coming through from Ari. I'm hoping Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like
Not the judge again.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to see too much of that Odin spray here, but Starbound is going to take care of this choke point.
And I like it. They can jump into the radius of the rendezvous as well, so they can still play this left side of the choke as well. And even though Strawless' delay of the net has the annihilation to chuck in if they want to, but you can't be overpicking like this. Use the util. There it is. Now the scale up from Starbound wants to hear how many have been taken down. Ooh.
Oh, that's harsh. Actually, no one gets caught in that.
Face your fear!
Down in the crossfire, potentially it is going to be Arya helping out. No, Starbound in a pretty bad position. So it is going to be Cats to try to make sure that the numbers are diminished, but player advantage and crazy aim for Australis to end this down to that 13-4, which is insane. But a big congrats, that first game going to Wada.
Absolutely. We kind of had big question marks about them testing out Bind, a strong Waterdown map. Not that there's many weaknesses in the pool with the number of best of fives they've now played this season, but again, hey, you didn't get 13-1, so improvement here, right? And again, we mentioned Haven and Sunset up next. We haven't seen the best out of those maps. We haven't even seen Sunset from Ghost just yet, so I don't know how the rest of the series is going to shake up. Water coming out as strong as we expected. We saw some nice, I feel like, signs of life from players like Badison, players like Kudasa, but again, it felt like it kind of went haywire from the get-go. The triple controller, right? Overcooking a bit. The timeout coming into the pistol round. It's silly, and I mean, it's still a top 4, so you've gotten money, you're just looking for more.
Yep, looking for more, but there is more, guys. Please do not go anywhere if you miss out. That is going to be really sad when everyone's on Twitter talking about it and you don't know what's going on. So feel free, go get a snack, and we'll be right back very, very shortly.
I know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead. I know I'm in your head. I could go all night long, singing to every song. I know you love it when I work it. I could go all night long, singing to every song. I know you love it when I work it. I know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead. I know I'm in your head. 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 But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We just finished out our first match, our first game of Wada versus, of course, the opposing side of, for some reason, I am stupid Ghost Gaming. So we're super excited to get into that next game. It did seem like the 13-4 took over, though, which is honestly really sad. I was hoping that we'd see more of a fight, but to be honest, Sobi, the triple controller wasn't looking as good as I felt like they thought it would.
Yeah, I mean, the calling card for Neon Dream is uncommon is calling, but not from the compositions, okay? There's a reason why Bind has been kind of figured out, hasn't had any map changes in a while, and that feels like Wada had it mastered both with their strengths and with the map itself, right? Near flawless first half, right? The 9-3 converts after some heroic plays from Ghost to stay afloat, but yeah, I saw promise, I think. Like, I wasn't, like, against the triple controller from the get-go, right? But it felt like, again, the advantage it could have brought to the table weren't invested or attempted until it was too late even. And then we saw they didn't work out too well either by intentionally one-weighing themselves.
Yeah, that was crazy. The fact that you would
that
always,
round was crazy.
Dude, you would always pan over just to Australis and whatnot, and they would have majority of their util. They were just fighting inside and outside of smokes, and Juno would have like a full range of smokes just ready to use. So when those smokes went down, there was still more to use because it felt like they were playing for both sides, and it was so difficult, and it really did feel like there were maybe too many smokes. And there wasn't like there wasn't an objective with it. It wasn't like, okay, we're gonna take up this space. It was like, let's try to take up all this space, but then there's so much to take over that at that point, I mean, everyone was just kind of having a free-for-all. But I will say, good game. I did like Fine. I like how creative they were trying to get with their comp, and I like the fact that they were just trying their absolute best on that map. Now going over to Haven, I'm hoping we stick to the basics here and try not to go too crazy 5 duelist type beat.
Well, okay. We kind of glossed over this covering the bracket, right? Ghost to get here went through an insane marathon of a quarterfinals versus 100 Thieves, okay? 3-mapper. Every map going to overtime, and the map that went the furthest was Haven. They only lost in that series where they ended up reverse sweeping 17-19. So if it's reps we're worried about, you can dash that out of your mind, right? They should have figured this out with their team with this new iteration of the roster. And I'll say what the composition they were running is, and you can give me your thoughts and see if we think we're going to make any changes off of it. It was Killjoy, Sova, Astra, Yoru, Waylay. So you do get the double duel. It's a little bit more standard, it feels like, but with some spice too, right?
There was a lot of spice, but I am kind of enjoying, and I'm very, very excited for the next map coming through, just because we do also, I mean, last time, like you said, some spice, we do get to see like the Waylay, the Yoru, the double duelist, and whatnot. But what excites me is like, there's always been a change going through for Ghost Gaming, and I do think it does help them occasionally. I'm not sure if change every single time you play a map is really necessary, just because you have to get used to it. You have to, things are going to work out the first time is what I'm saying. You really do have to adapt to the composition you choose, and you have to learn ways to allow the composition you choose to favor you. And I do think Ghost Gaming, they have so much potential. It's not like these players are bad. It's just they don't have like a set entry or playbook that they can really utilize in these moments.
And I just realized, so we talked about Ghost, you set the stage, the success points for them. Wada, I think we could actually see changes here. And that's because, if you remember, right, they've been jumping between patches, right? LCQ was on the old one, right? Their prep, the live client was on the current one. And they made changes on Sunset away from the Vice, right? Yeah. I think the Vice getting hit, almost the hardest of the Sentinels in the information department, right? The Archer's not providing that anymore. And they were running a Vice chamber on this map, right? A Sova, an Omen, and a Yoru, right? And I feel like this could constitute maybe a return to more normalcy for this team. Like, I don't know what direction they're gonna take, right? I don't see the Sage pickup here being as maybe stock standard as the Haven one. At this point, I might just look up the Winthrop comp and see if they're gonna run that.
The Winthrop, oh my gosh. No,
we're taking Haven comp. Let's pull out your VCL knowledge, shall we?
We're taking it all the way back to the Challenger days, which honestly wasn't that far back, but guys, it feels like it was a century ago. Either way though, I don't know. Whatever they do plan to run, I am hoping it's just like kind of thorough and well thought out. I do think Wada is, for me personally, like one of the picks that are going to be very, very hard to beat. Do Ghost Gaming have that potential? I absolutely think so. Again, it really is just like the playbook is faltering, and they're looking to isolate way too many fights. As to where Wada is just kind of the team that they don't isolate fights. They are very, very group made, and everyone has something that they're doing to support each other. So the only way to really combat that is to use your agents to combat the agents that Wada wants to play, the play style they like to play, which is very aggressive, very front forward. So that's definitely something that I'm looking forward to seeing in Haven.
It's like they let the veterans go off on their islands, right? For Bind, it was Starbound, Be Long, it was Power Pixel, like Shower, and then like you mentioned, it's the rookies and Australis that are just congregated punching through. So there are, I think, some weaknesses that can be exposed, and we saw players like Wire do that, and so I'm hoping the Yoru Waylay, right, the Mosquito comp will allow them to do that and get out unscathed more often than not, because again, when they got that advantage and then they reframed around the choke points, that was the few rounds we saw them get on the board. But when they overstayed their welcome and got refragged, like you mentioned, from this core sweeping in or reclearing the space behind them, they struggled. And I think Haven, that's going to be just on full display, right? Wada starting on the attack, Ghost on the defense as well. So these principles have to be there in full focus for us. And as well, I think when we talk about it being a 9-3 half, as one-sided as it was, the 13-4 closeout, a pistol would be a nice thing, I feel like, for Ghost. And even Aria, right, Sleepy Femboy themselves, has said, like, why not pistols? Oh, they're shaky at times. So I think that's also something maybe to look forward to.
Yeah, no, I forgot. I think it was, maybe it had been you or someone else that had told me that Wada didn't necessarily win out majority of the pistol rounds, which, yes, I agree. I definitely
might
do
have been
see...
Becky. I told Becky. Becky said it on broadcast. That's what happened.
It definitely might have been Becky, but, well,
yeah.
But then they had won, and so I was like, I don't know. They're looking pretty good so far. So it was a pretty interesting statistic, but it does seem like, I think definitely depending on the team and the pressure, but they are really just pedal to the metal down in that first round. I can see how they lose it, though. They are very big on just taking whatever fight they can on the pistol rounds. Yeah, and then they're like, all right, 1v1, hashtag, like, let's go deathmatch here. So I am excited that we are heading into game. We do have Haven being the second map here, and is it going to be like a Wada win or Ghost Gaming? So I guess based on comps, what are we thinking here?
Well, looks like we're already getting changes on the Ghost side. Again, I mentioned a little Pug squad, right? They're doing what feels right in the moment, even having loose IGL structures. Already a departure from the Yoru Waylay, which I'm wondering if it's, again, they didn't think those could handle the chamber. I feel like the Neon is a little bit easier to, like, stun, scale up, and punish if they're not going to TP away, but we'll see what complements the rest here. And on the Wada flip side as well, I was curious what we were going to get out of them, right? I mentioned maybe a departure from the Vice. Maybe they're feeling the confidence and want to get also a little bit fun here in the off-season, you know, one of their final rides. Australis on the Waylay feels like a bait, but who knows?
Keep it to the Waylay Yoru. I do like
but
that.
No Sentinel? Or I mean the chamber. A solo chamber?
I don't know. Starbound, I give credit to Starbound. Starbound is absolutely crazy on the chamber. And I mean, it's been kind of like Starbound chamber main for quite a while now. And it's been working despite the fact that, like, we've seen close range fights being taken with the op. It really just feels like a Vandal in hand for Starbound. So I think in regards to defense starting off, I do think Starbound can completely hold their own on site.
And two things. Number one, I like the Avery Tejo pick a lot. I mentioned you need an agent to counter Starbound. Number two, the Australis Waylay, like, you first foremost, it's like you're aghast, you're appalled, and then you start realizing, wait a minute, this isn't that bad. I'm getting like Sad Frost flashbacks, like Core Australis on the up and up again pre-Wada, where she was running like ISO, right, on like Icebox, right, in that map pool. So I'm actually super excited to see her maybe with full control, being that chaos alongside Sleepy Aria, because she was taking every engagement possible over on the Bind, right, whether it was to their prevail or their shortcoming, but it was there, and that's what you need out of a duelist right now, that consistent take pressure, take space mentality. And if you can't set up the instant deadlock utility on top of it, you just stay there and frag on top of it.
I'm actually really happy to also see Battison playing on the duelist this time, because they are insane on duelist, and I do feel like they don't take up as much room when they are playing on other agents, as to where it does feel like they're always at their strongest when they are on the jet roll. I will say is one of their best, but I am happy to see that the Neon has kind of started to make its way here onto Haven.
Yeah, true flex player, right, has yet to really find like a long-term home, I think, to let those skills grow. So again, stable individual that we need to see shine here. Again, I thought it was supposed to be Wada on the attack. I guess I may be mistaken or misquoting, but as a result, it doesn't matter if you can just anchor the A side anyways.
All right. Well, I mean, that's an abrupt end to Battison, but it did seem like the 1v1 was taken quite abruptly. Now everybody on Ghost Gaming, actually, the statistics are true. Wadada might actually lose out on this pistol round, so it's not fortunate for them, but very, very good for Ghost Gaming.
And I did have it backwards. I apologize, but that's good, because then Ghost Gaming can control the tempo, like we said, into this pistol win. That feels inevitable. Paranoia catches one, but Miara should be there to bodyguard, or at least veil the presence that hides beyond, and only players heaven-bound are the Wada members. There it is, like you mentioned. Pistol, maybe also a retake tendencies of Haven shine through, overshadow, and there it is, Ghost Gaming on the board first.
Even though Battison did go down pretty early, I do think that pressure was very well needed to kind of give way to information.
I'm scared. I just realized in the 13-2 between Agave and Wada, Agave won the first pistol and then got thrifted, and Wada proceeded to get a 10-2 half. So again, playing that agenda, right? Okay, they don't play Haven a lot, but they also don't win pistols, but then they're still a dominant team. I'm nervous, and look at this attempt out of side of A, and okay, I'm glad that they're just waiting for this kind of, right? With the Outlaw, with the very proactive trademark. This is looking like a good EO killer setup.
Holding it down, just keeping these angles intact. I mean, Wada really need everything they can get at the starting moment. So whether that means fighting close and just trying to take these picks or whatnot, but yeah, Ghost Gaming already taken out 2 of their players, which gives them that player advantage and potentially even more. There is a slight back off here though coming from Astralis.
Madison back on the line. Mentioned them being the duelist, but even the Outlaw screaming through the silence really well there. Feeling confident, but versus Sheriff, I think the Headhunter will prevail. Starbound on the off foots, trying to avoid the stun. Avery scales up perfectly off of it to cap it off, not give them any heroic time in the spotlight. 2-0 on the table here. Nice carryover from the weapons as well.
2-0. Big from Ghost, but now there's going to be like a slight transition, right? Bonus round comes in. Wadada's going to have to like fully invest into this round. Now we could potentially see something where Wadada now are just going to keep running with the momentum and just try to get as much as they can. I will say though, defensive side for Wadada so far not looking like they can keep the A site held down pretty well.
I mean, even just with the information, right? It's going to be with the composition, it's going to be difficult, right? You usually were running a double sentinel on this map, right? Now the C site feels a lot weaker. Juna solo anchor here just on the Omen. Paranoid isn't aligned because Battison outpaces it. And now, yeah, you're trying to play around the site smoke, but they basically tracked you into the corner. It doesn't matter if the rotations come through, though. Sleepy Aria finds one, Gate crashes out, and suddenly we flip the map. That was all a ruse. They're trying to exec into A, where you mentioned they might have a hard time holding it, but that's only if Starbound falls.
Yeah, Battison was just bait for the entirety of the plan, but it doesn't matter. Starbound and everyone else with it is just going to keep hold on to the A side. I do like the patience coming through from Wada, but you know what? I give a lot of credit to Battison. I think Battison is doing spectacular at playing the role they need to.
Absolutely. Full dive in there, full commit, drew the attention, at least for the medium there from Wada. I maybe wish we could see then a little bit more lurk presence. They do want to have these late round pivots, so you can maybe catch a player like Starbound off instead of just all collapsing inward when there is so much util to dump, when there is, again, multiple players to stare out like there was in that trade situation. So, a little dicey in that regard, but again, now they're learning more about, okay, what the tendencies are for this style of composition for Wada. One of those, again, is to fight forward here. Madison tried to outpace it. Rendezvous away. Don't get the kill, but you don't lose anybody either.
Spree down. Oh my gosh, this is so bad. I don't know if I like this.
Yeah, no shots connect at least. You have some short control. Smoke dissipates. No reclear attempt just yet either out from Wada, but that's because Astralis has so much information down mid. Curious to see if they hold the line or, yep, we're fracked out. They got what they came for. No rotations are going to hold the players on the A site, but it's actually the super late pivot that Arya now has to track over with the gate crash expiring. Astralis makes contact here. Wait for the regen shield to pop back up if you're lucky. Minute left. Ghost have to start making a decision here. Trademark, Starbound, repositioning on the B site. That feels out the window. Haven't really recleared A space, but the chamber has a good start here from Kurasa. I think this is their best bet to me personally here. Again with the double duelist stacked C, but also this Odin Heaven can be lethal.
30 seconds left.
Actually, quick rotation, so.
I don't like the B idea. I don't like the B idea. The trademark, Starbound.
And they're full rushing A. Now so much noise being made left and right. But of course, Arya's just watching here for Wadada. And it's just an impossible take onto the B site. They have the spike, 10 seconds left. And yeah, nothing that anyone can do at this very moment. So.
And again, you had Kudos that deep down the A line. You had Battis able to walk all the way through the A site. Again, time was a crunch factor. I think that's why they felt pressured to accelerate towards the B site. But that's where, again, if you don't have a clear vocal presence in the server, where again, I asked Battison, who's IGL, and they're like, no one. Well, actually, I'm pre-rounding, and then, you know, it's Avery and Miara in the mid-round. You need that mid-round call to come through and get that bounce back point, because that could have been a very winnable round, right? If you get a lucky shot to shut down the Odin spray, you would have had a full A site, you could have set up in the post, and mentioned how difficult it is to retake that site. But again, bygones are bygones. What could have been. We're 2-2. Still have a decent buy up here as well for Ghost Gaming to try and figure out the C site instead of a full-out fake. See if Battison can lay the groundwork once again.
Cover going out.
The drone going in though, it's getting a lot of information about us to make this entry. But they actually just stagger for a second, and no smoke's kind of left. There is like quite an odd smoke just stuck towards the middle of the site, but it does seem like Heavenbound utilizing this to the best of their ability. Ghost Gaming have broken this curse of being owned by Wadada. So this is very, very good pacing.
Yeah, they notice a defensive gap in Garage, right? You're not putting a trademark there. That'll probably be changed in the next round with maybe a Starbound up C side, but for the time being, it broke open the site. And also, I feel like Heavenbound, these shredded steps have been on point for Wire, causing chaos. And at this point, with an Odin online, I'd be contemplating a save here, possibly if I'm Wada, just because this feels very difficult for a 2v5. And yeah, that's more of a, I was gonna say a to-go meal on the way out through the drive-through.
Taking this one back. I mean, I do think they still have like an Odin in hand, so kind of just wanted to keep that for the next round. But I mean, really, really good off Ghost Gaming, right? The pacing was perfect. I mean, the smoke definitely helped them in their endeavor to try to take this site. So yeah, now they did lock up an ultimate here that they could utilize for Wadada though. So in terms of what Starbound can do, I am looking forward to seeing the potential for the 2 to force.
Yeah, I really, like I said, I want to see this C Sentineline, right? But a trademark in Garage, you hold the C line with the Tour de Force, and then stacked maybe BNA. That I was thinking was the idea here, but if you could just put that in Garage or CN, this also works, this variation of it. Again, puts a lot of pressure on Australis to frag out here, and they've been playing, I think, off that information with the refract well, if not punished, and that's where I'm concerned. Again, we talked about the pacing from Battison here. It could overwhelm.
Being made to be pushed up, but B site, I'm not really even sure what the plan is going to be here. Battison is back site, just trying to, I mean, take out the extremities, but you're taking 1v1s. You're not even playing with Heavenbound here.
And a good shot.
There was a second guess on the timing. But you're right, Wire now getting pinched as well between Australis and between Power Pixel. You'd hope they would have swung at the same time, but that's another one-on-one, so Wada still trailing in players. Once again, it's down to Power Pixel and Starbound. The IGL hears the stampede onto the the A site, hoping for someone to overpeak that they can shut down with this Odin, but think better of it. They regroup off of the salvos, and again, a tricky situation to retake off of, but the drone can hopefully get Starbound in.
And with this being a Wadada pick, there's so much struggle. Just like even trying to get the retake through. Oh, Starbound though is in such a good position to get one potential second. Big no scope! And even more to take through. So Wadada, they do manage to bring themselves onto the site. And that, my friends, honestly, is the power of teamwork. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I said it, the drone gets them a little bit deeper to start cutting corners, you know, getting down to graffiti, and Ghost Gaming, there's one lesson you should learn. It's don't peek Starbound even when it feels like you're fighting between a rock and a hard place. And wow, I thought they were going to get the trifecta there, right? With the Headhunter there onto Avery while sticking out on the salvo, but it's actually, yeah, the trade, like you mentioned, the team play from Power in the background. But Fred still might not be happy or satisfied with that. You mentioned, okay, Haven pick has been a little shaky. They don't normally play it, and they're playing a new composition, maybe testing things out or just having a little bit of fun. So this might just be a little reminder of, okay, tighten things up. And also just the way they're winning these rounds and the ones they've lost haven't been as statement as bind.
Yeah, needing to, and you know, what you said in the beginning, just, I am seeing like the impact of the chamber not necessarily being strong enough to play into that sentinel role here. But I will say they also give up sight quite easily, just based off the amount of util that's being expended here for Ghost Gaming. I do think the pacing of Madison is really getting in the way of being able to keep that confidence of keeping the A site. Hence why they do repetitively always seem to go towards A. I like the execution they did on B as well. I think that was different. I think it could have been executed better, just like with a little bit better pacing. But all in all, I think 3-3 is like a great scoreline to kind of keep here.
Yeah, I think both teams had issues in the last round, right? The disconnect between the Neon and the Omen with that from the shadows and that fast pacing you mentioned, but then the cleanup efforts, right, from Wada maybe lost a player or two more than they should have, hence the timeout. So, again, like you mentioned, they're pushing each other, exposing the weaknesses just a little bit. And, again, it's Wada navigating a new composition. It's Ghost Gaming trying to gel with a lack of a caller, but this is the A side that you mentioned they like to poke and prod into. And with the switch up, right, Sleepy Arya can get out, has Dimensional Drift because the Chamber is anchoring C instead, and this time they don't lose a first blood engagement off of this tempo. Ooh, wait. And they're going for a short reclear here. They could get behind this. The double back, though. Look at this. Oh, it's going to be head-on collision.
Yeah, oh my gosh, no, the timing of that!
The corner! That's brutal, Gumpers!
There's no way. They're just gonna take advantage of this, that big accident that had just happened, and they have to back off. I mean, the util has been gone. No information could even go further than what the situation that they had. I don't even know. Like, that's absolutely impossible. Now Juno's gonna be able to fight this one off. I mean, there's at least 2 players here potentially taking this one. Yeah, especially with Starbound watching as like that reinforcement Australia's making way. So all in all, it does seem like this is going to be a fight to lose here for Ghost Gaming. But yeah, that is just insane. And it's one small accident like that that just makes the pace of game change completely.
Absolutely. And you even had Zeodin coming down B if more players fall. And that's, again, I think that team synergy coming in, right? Juno gets their end. They have every single support player behind them suddenly to make sure that that round, that advantage they've identified doesn't slip away, that they can close things out before there's a chance for a heroic, right? I feel like they probably have a very, very low, like, 2v, like 4 conversion loss, etc. And it's because of moments like that. So we mentioned how, yeah, there's been some gaps when they identify them, they sink their teeth in. So back to successful sorts, right? Lead established, money broken, and Ghost Gaming had to lean into ults ideally, but that's why PowerPixel is going for the disruption factor early on.
When backing themselves away, Arya's like, nope, all right, not gonna really take some of the pain there on the A site. But regardless, yeah, not as fast pacing as Ghost Gaming had before. It does seem like getting a little wary about where they're going to hit, looking like you're in headlight for quite some time here.
That's not a great kill either. That's a big hero rifle down in the grass, having to be recollected here. And I really like the double duelist fighting A. That's looked really clean, right? Playing very retake flood approach B because you'll have the refract, you'll have, again, the A crash here. Now that they've cleared out all that space, and Garage, Link, they're good to go. Hopefully we can react off of the re-drone. I'm gonna say, Starbound already postured up for it.
Owen kind of caught them off guard. Starbound has such a good angle to take here, but the slow peek from heaven actually led to their own demise. Now the A site extension has been gone too, so it's not like they can make that rotation. There still is so much util here to utilize, especially now with Australia's playing with, this trademark.
Just the mountain peak of peak gives them the information to, again, they know where the players are, converge, and kill. Wada get to 5 here. Again, Ghost Gaming Eco, so grain of salt, but again, it felt like they got some nice, I feel like, deep control right outside of the sites, right? Talked about the stealth thrown up in a garage after the fact that Cats in the Cold or Kudasa fell, but yeah, it was this moment once they saw the operator was on C that they just kind of halted and didn't have a plan B. So, difficulties there. Again, I need you not to look into the eyes of Starbound and fear it and fall away from it. I need you to come up with a way to fight against it, right? You need that util to flush Starbound out, right? You can't just avoid it when they have the stacks away from the chamber. Typically, this round, exception, they're back to A-line. You don't want to get too predictable here. And it looks like what they were trying to do here on the C site this time around.
Yeah, closer gameplay though. Juna actually trying to weave in and out of the smoke, and alongside with Battison, they've already shut down the execution. So it really is up to Battison to keep this one going. Wall has been set, but 10 bullets left and 2 players to take out. And a whiff that unfortunately does come into fruition, but Australians can't even seem to hit the shot. So, I mean, Wada, they're in a pretty good position here. Obviously, ultimate's still readily available for Australia. 4 bullets left. Yeah, I am not liking the fact that we're going to be wide swinging this.
Me neither.
You can't even reload this at this point.
I mean, look at it, right? Starbound has the op. Pixel has 2 HP, and that is the kill that might determine the round. Miara, scared off the site, has to go away or the trademark will detect him on B. Should at least be given a surefire plant, but again, it's going to be another veteran duo. How do they play this out, right? This time I feel like Power might be the one who has to bait for Starbound, not the other way around, but let's see how they spin it to try and get to 6. Movement starts. I mean, you're gonna have the recon at least. You're gonna have some shock darts at least, but Planet is so out in the open. This is. I can see this going anyway.
We also have Hunter's Fury. I don't think Miara is
Not
gonna
from
actually
here.
pull this one out right now. Knowing that at least
One
take
enemy
out.
remaining.
Okay, Power Pixel doing 360s to figure things out. I do like the bait though. I think the bait was intentional to try to see where exactly Miara was hiding, but there's only such a limited amount of time as to where we can actually fight this out. Now the jump peek comes through. I mean, and there goes the next one. A big clutch coming through from Miara.
Yeah, and I couldn't quite see where the recon landed either from Power, so and that's why they felt the need for the forced contact up to figure out where they are instead of taking like a 1-on-2 contact play. That's why I'm not quite sure how it went, but again, I feel like the C-splits have been the really strong point here for Ghost Gaming. It got a little dicey again by this over CT engagement from Kudaso once they shut down the site players. Also, Australis, 4 bullets when you had the team in CT. little aggro on the peek out beside the Radiant Knight boxes there, so punished for that too. So 5-4 here, ult huge for both sides. This could be a big tipping round for the half here, Gompers.
I mean, potentially, especially now with 2 picks already going down from Wadada. I definitely think they changed the tide here. Maybe a 5-5 that could come through Starbound. I mean, still trying to fight this out to save the day. But I don't know how.
Nope.
Very much. I don't know how that would work out. I mean, with the execution like that. So yeah, only 2 players left. Player advantage still leading out towards Ghost Gaming, and an execution that seems almost impossible, right? 2 smokes kind of just leading out. No information being extended.
Yeah, I saw you another collected Odin, paper thin walls, a foregone conclusion. Australis 1v4. They line up almost nearly into 3, but Miara narrowly avoids fate, gets the kill, gets the celebration, and gets the tied 5-5 game here on Haven. Oh. And I was wondering if we would get to take a look back at that A fight. I definitely feel like it's like, okay, who outpaces who? Like we said, Battison, if they can get out and a clear advantage there, it's overwhelming. I think that's because it's typically the chamber that's been playing there. I really like the double duelist instead, because you still support each other, but you both can get out really fast, versus I feel like they've been scaling off the sun to chamber too easily.
Madison just really does not care. Honestly, that is very, very brave of Arya to just wide swing a tunnel like that. So I do give them some kudos for being able to run away with one. But I mean, all in all, it wasn't a smart decision, right? You leave 2 players alone, and now the flank's not even going to work out because you do have Chamber trademark there.
Let's see some smoke TP tech from Juna here. I think she has gotten past it. Hard, yeah. I don't think they heard it, but I think Avery's aware of the potential.
Teleport's ready.
Oh wow, and they're still gonna
Last
be
player
on.
standing.
They are.
That's gotta be beautiful. I mean, despite the fact that the trademark was there, they kind of were like, all right, well, you know, let's just keep that extra insurance, which I highly respect. Heaven Bound gonna take out Starbound to keep this 5-6 going, and this is a lead that we're seeing
Last
come through
round
from Ghost
before
Gaming.
the switch.
Yep. I don't want to call out the attack side nature of Ghost of Haven just yet, right? With them having the 6-5 here, and we'll see if it's enough of the composition Wada is running. But again, this feels like growing pains for the time being. But Ghost again, we have not seen very strong retake potential from Wada. Whether it's again disconnect, very engagement focus, maybe again similar shortcomings they find on pistols, or they're also sitting on these big ultimates, it feels like, for a while. Like, the Australis converging paths there, I maybe wanted to see them invested on that A long fight, right? Once they got that advantage from Sleepy Arya down towards short, but Looks like they have other plans here, perhaps. Deep drone after they've taken the A space. Armageddon try and flush them out, punish this mentality, and there's the converging paths, but you're pinged out, you're sprayed down, and now the overdrive hopefully is gonna answer in kind.
Oh my gosh, and the op to kind of take this one down. Starbound is just destroying somehow through the smoke.
That doesn't connect. We're gonna replay slow-mo it, please, thank you. Our production, I need to see that again.
That is insane. That should have connected.
Agreed.
Wow. That's what happens. I guess, I mean, all in all, not too unfortunate, right? So you do have...
No, still.
You have Heaven Bound kind of lit up. All right, well, karma does come. Dude, it's always through the smoke. The crosshair's just on it. Starbound is so perfectly aligned, but one bullet left. So, I mean, with information coming through, Miara knows they got to get out of the choke point, but the blind down, and Arya playing in cohesion here with their teammates.
Last one of the half, might as well let the dimensional drift come out to not let a 1v3 haul through the cracks. Replay, let's see it, come on. We get it slowed down after this. Let's see it, come on. I gotta zoom in the hands. I gotta focus, guys.
Oh my gosh.
It's the little jitter, I think, before they let the shot go that has to have, like, gone right off the shoulder there. Before, I was like, okay, yeah, there's no way it's connecting, but that last little movement, I'm like, that's a head scratcher for sure. But if they had missed that shot and then proceeded to loose around, I'd be like, head, like, face palm kind of moment. But 6-6 there, they stabilize here. And now we're looking towards Ghost to hopefully get another pistol on the board to stay ahead here, Gompers.
Yeah, kind of cool too, because Starbound throughout the entirety of this tournament has been top frag and honestly just like applying themselves very heavily for the team. So it's nice to see. It's pretty cool to see the fact that Starbound is still kind of giving the best that they can here for Wada. But already pistol round, they did take out at least the Neon here for Ghost Gaming. So they're going to try to maybe push for more, but no, actually, a back off, and Miara tries to catch one in that extent.
I was about to say, the double duelist, like, this is their peak, right? Is claiming that early space, but Miara, the confidence to repeat. Again, I like that they're not backing down no matter the scoreline. To Wada, and even taking heroic round-defining plays like that from Heavenbound or Wire equates us on a 3v3, but the big kicker is that it gives Cats in the Coulter kudos to time to reframe with only a shorty in hand on the garage choke, and both shots connect, but you're out of bullets. The Headhunter gets overwhelmed by Juna, and this should be the spike plant, the regroup as well from Starbound, and now how do you play this? No info, don't know two players are on the flank. Are you just gonna get backstabbed? Juna? As only like of HP? Wait a minute. Only 3 bullets left.
Yeah. 3 bullets.
Make it 2.
Yeah, now an intention to kind of put themselves backwards, but so much damage. I mean, having the ghost is fine, but at this point with a jump peek down, that was not the smartest plan! And Starbound knows that they can just take this one out, but with the defusal coming through, just maybe a wide swing, keeping it down towards half, and the headshot there for Starbound to keep this clutch.
And Wada can win a pistol! Minus obviously our first map. Exclusionary cause when it's a 13-4, but it came down to the absolute wire here and not the player this time around, right? You're out of Headhunter bullets. This was a beautiful pair from Kudasa as well to just maim and maul and set up the eventual 1v1 from Miara, but I liked the haft. I liked the confidence there. It's just the re-swing, narrowly clipping the corner. That is insane alignment there from Starbound to just exacerbate the point you made of they are your demon of the Neon Dream. And at this point, little eco attempt from Ghost Gaming, little double cross on a lot of these aggressive chokes that you may be able to punish off of here. And for power, this close to the spike, I'm not sure how I feel about it. I do like the little shock drone. It's just a question of can you punish off of it through the Tejo, and you can. That's spike down.
Oh my goodness.
That's Starbound down.
Yeah, that whiff hurts. Absolutely. Man, and that sucks. They'd used the drone here. But actually got caught out by the Tejo. So yeah, I highly respect it. Information comes first and foremost, but now they see sight not necessarily completely open. Cats is just stuck within the corner, but a beautiful blind coming through from Juna. Although they don't know. They have absolutely no idea. Didn't clear the angle, and now stuck into this 2v3 situation. So those shorties don't have too much help to play with either, I will be honest. And so much intel coming through from Australia. So in regards to how this can go, I mean, potentially working out in favor, but no, Madison does have the outlaw, and it is a 1 tap to the body here for Australis.
At this point, pull the sheriff out. You're one tap with that too. Tracking the regroup. Didn't hear the refract, so they think the light speed's stuck. It's a matter of if they try to outpace it with the high gear, respect it, and play the full retake here. And yeah, that's just difficult when every player had a shorty, right? You had the players in the right position, but that's when you need like a classic at your feet to swap onto, and that would have been a very different round, it feels like, for Ghost Gaming. Ooh. Okay, Saturate's online. That'd be great to maybe counter the Outlaw. But that's really the only thing here for Australis to work with.
Now waiting to make... I mean, trying not to make noise. This does have some sort of indicator, and that's beautiful timing.
I don't even feel like an indicator. That just feels like an internal clock that tick, tick, tick. You swing and you deny what should have been a really nice Ghost Gaming Thrifty round. And wow, I mean, yeah, it was a lot of these C fights. It was, again, these trades and the punish from the Tejo as well. So I mentioned all these vulnerable points, right, where you can piece off the extremity players. And I mentioned we're vulnerable on buying, too. We talked about Power and Starbound here. Those are the two that fell, right? And it just, yeah, again, having only shorties was their shortcoming. No pun intended. And we get to 8-6 here where, yeah, you don't have a bonus. Like, there's none if you are Wada. So Ghost should be able to bounce back here.
A slight swing from Australis. Knowing there's two, I really wouldn't repeat this, but I mean, they're better than I am at this point. It seems like Starbound's just waiting for the beat to come through, so Australis playing off that contact. No bait made, but so much happening. And even despite that, getting themselves out of the situation, and Battison still takes one.
With a headshot, right? This is the nerfed Neon, right? Accuracy-wise, that slide might need to be checked again, but the time being, I like it. Like you mentioned, to get out of dodge, you have the regroup with Yara, where you've got to be careful. Don't disrespect the recon. And now, okay, you know there's three here, right? The Tejo, the Sova, the Neon, but you can't leave because the Salvas force you to take the engagement. Juna falling on the backstab means, again, you have to lock into the plan that is set forth here towards A and massacre.
Battison does make it through. Wow, okay, well, it really is just the confidence that Battison has. Kind of just feeling like, okay, everything's fine. I'll just dash on through, and I'll be able to get one. So the running headshot seemingly working for this team, but at the same time, the plans are as well. I think highly respectable. They keep the site. They're very confident doing so. They're winning out majority of their gunfights now. So I do think they're starting to realize and pick up on the fact that we are Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, and of all the players, too, on the side of Ghost Gaming, like Avery, Battison, those are the two that kind of know some of the tendencies of the Wada players, like Starbound, like Australis, because they've played on, like I said, those pug squads in ACADS with them. So individual-wise, I think that's where they're winning some of these head-to-heads. So, again, utilizing the friend or foe mentality to keep things close here on Wada's map pick of Haven, testing their inexperience, testing the new comp, and again, I like the Neon and how it's shutting down Starbound round after round.
That's so brutal. Starbound being one of the players that had just been getting majority of the picks starting off in the beginning of the rounds, but now isolation coming through from Battison with only 2 bullets left to their name.
No!
And a dream, honestly. 8-8 for Ghost Gaming. They are just not done yet. They top 4 isn't enough.
Yeah, now that a head timeout from King Fred looking a little regretful. Yeah, there it is. The final timeout now for this map on Wada's side, exhausted, right? Minus the Ghost Gaming timeout on Bind. I don't think they're too inclined to take those anytime soon without a coach in their corner. So the message has to ring true to try and close things out here. Part of this as well, it feels like a statement towards Battison directly, like, hey, cool off there, buddy. you're getting a little too dicey there with succinct multiple multi-kills back to back. So, yeah, okay. 8-8, breather taken. Attack, I mean, maybe it's just gonna be a call to slow down, right? It feels like they have not let off the gas in these early rounds at all, right? And I think that's coming, from the double duelist. And again, I think that's where they're losing, just not getting information, not playing as, I feel like, intelligently and as cleanly as they normally do.
It's also hard because, I mean, all of a sudden you're trying to clear up space and you see a Neon just dashing at you, full speed spraying. So to kind of get out of a situation like that, maybe just, and I know it's really unfortunate, but utilizing some of their util earlier on to try to clear those angles to have a better understanding as to what's going on. Because it does seem like going in headstrong, like you said, isn't necessarily the play. But I am excited. We do have some ultimates that are coming along. So I'm hoping like farming an ult orb and potentially working towards something might be better here.
Absolutely. Into it close to, maybe can debate that conversion pass, but Miara early shock dart. It's funny too, because when Battison isn't fighting, getting those impact kills, I feel like Miara has, right?
Yeah.
Just 1 or 2 off shots before disengaging. Little drone clear to make sure that it isn't an all-out collapse here towards the A site, and this is the slower, methodical approach I asked for Wada. I just need to see it continue on to the onto the buy rounds, because this is just an eco, and I don't think it'll have the same like pack-a-punch as it would in the future. But this is good. Battison, destroyer detected. Shot from the outlaw goes cold. This could be a jump attempt, but it's just more of a deposit, right? A backstab they want to take later on if they even are given that luxury, because they are gripping and trying to get onto a pretty deserted A site. Just Miara there.
That's crazy. They had wasted drone over in Garage just to see if they could divert some of the attention towards C. So now A site completely cleared out for Wada, but they have no extremity control. At this point in time, is just going to have to, I mean, hold the site with what they have. They didn't use too much util though, so I do give them some hope here.
But the overdrive from Battison is what would strip it away here, Gompers, for sure, right?
Yeah, just slipping themselves under, and it doesn't work the way that they had planned, but still down to this 2v3. I mean, the numbers are showing who might just be able to win this round, but maybe I was wrong. Actually, no. Yeah, Ghost Gaming, they've taken the retake back. And Wada, they was a very good plan, but it just comes down to, you know, whose execution back on site is better.
Not just the retake back, but the lead here. 9-8, a great eco attempt like you mentioned. Like, just not having the extremity control kind of bites them. Also, I feel like the smoke time there paid actor a little bit. You could see the reposition attempt, and it just fades away while full stun, so Power can't play off of Astralis. So a little unfortunate in that regard, but this is the big round right after that timeout. The buy, the tour de force, the converging paths, where I'm a little concerned because, number one, the Battison head-to-head collision feel like it's inevitable, and number two, they picked up the Cats in a Cold, the Kudasta operator as well.
Oh, and here it goes. It's the same headstrong stuff that we've seen before, Zoe. So this time they're like, you know what? Let's keep the fear out, but it doesn't work again. Ghost Gaming just playing the game they know best. I mean, regardless, Avery just sitting down towards backside, and I mean, maybe potentially Australians could hold for something. They do have ult, and I don't want them to hold it anymore. I feel like this is the time to really pull it out, especially with the economic despair they've reached, but already a third being brought down.
I think they want to wait until they have confirmation on where more players are, right? Don't just want to do a one and done on the CT player. It also would be a great counter to, like, this Paranoia, the recon. But no, they're just taking it. There it is, yeah, waiting. That's a beautiful TP. Nostalgia.
Yes! No! What? Oh my goodness. The ult was brought, but the impatience was seen. They didn't have to rush it. They had every single person waiting inside of that ultimate, but they had rushed it. And I mean, now look where that got us.
I mean, even if that misses, right? And even if Australis does get a little eager, right? Starbound should have been able to respond off it too, but it's that shrouded step across onto this nasty off angle. That's where disaster is spelled from, right? Like, that is an insane shot to be hitting for Wire here. Like, I need to see this again from Starbound. No, we're not going to. It's, wow. Yeah, that's double digits. That's money. You can see a little broken by on the side of Wada. No, but not something that it can't be converted, right? Hunter's Fury, Dimensional Drift, first time Seaside, strong execution, and once again, it's Battison or bust.
It's just some crazy work. And now, I mean, now Aria's just going to try and see what they can do with a shotgun. It does seem like it works out, though, in favor of Wada, but going over towards the C site, the one thing they cannot seem to take is just keeping that post plant. So no plant going to go down, instead actually having to refight for some of the positioning here.
And I thought Wire Heavenbound was going to get good timing there onto Juna, right? But now they have to play their own trademark dark cover antics just to get this flank pressure through. And I think they've whiffed it up a little bit. They've been detected, full pinged out. Paranoia doesn't work like that if it doesn't align. And Yara not going to clear out Juna. This should be a 9th in the making for Wada.
Enemies close.
Keeping my respects. This is, I mean, absolutely crazy. I think Ghost Gaming have just been really good at cutting them off on that choke point, especially like just denying any sense of utility coming through from Waylay.
And I feel like even though the actual execution itself towards the C site was faster, it wasn't like an all-in like we've seen from A site, right? We had that really nice Juna timing that came up clutch to prevent any kind of retake fluidity as well, which is where Ghost is signed on the A site, right? If they do slip past that choke, where they do have this late round outplay like we saw in the Eco. So that's nice to see. Now Battison, I was gonna say, wanted to get a little proactive. Flash comes out, but that's not enough to shut down the trade from Wire. Power finishes the job, but it's again this duo between Wire and Battison that keep things in contention. 3-on-3 here when the dust finally settles.
And every time we've had the 3-on-3, it does seem like Ghost Gaming seem to prevail. This time, there's so much to use here. I'm really hoping kind of take their time with this one. Does seem like
That's
they want to take Avery out. Yeah, I'm not liking this. Not liking this at all.
Yeah, Juna half HP here too. It would be just like a whisper and you're gone. I like this regroup towards A site once again, though. Yara, though, we've seen it, right? The pressure when alone outside of A main, the multi-kills that ensue. Curious to see at what point do the smokes go up, or do they just contact the entire WEG and who gets the better of it?
I'm so patient. Yara
Have to
still,
swing this out angle.
yeah, also still has drone and a shock dart, so yeah, gonna use the shock dart to try to cut off this choke point, but not a lot of damage made, so this actually keeps them intact for a little bit, and Starbound is back with the op, so the fearfulness of knowing that Starbound can kind of close this out here for Ghost Gaming is pretty scary, but Yara just runs it down, surprisingly enough, but keeping it up is Starbound with a 2K with the op, so we are finally back. And Wada, they're starting to figure out what they need to do.
Yeah, they're like, hey, we've gone up against the Tejo before. We know how tricky it can be. You've lost that surprise element. It doesn't matter the map. I'm referencing YFP versus Wada Lotus, by the way, where they said that they basically anti-stratted the entire different composition than YFPX pull out the Tejo for the first time, and it obliterates the Starbound. And there, you saw the impact it was supposed to have, right? It was supposed to expose them in the CT angle, get that frag to get back into the site, but even when that connected, right, with Miara coming out of heaven, it's just Starbound collapsing in on the CT angle. So, yep, kickstart to their system here. Opportunity as well to bounce back here, but, nice chip damage.
I mean, could be enough. A big problem that we have been having is Ghost Gaming kind of just going up very early on and Battison taking maybe 1 or 2. So knowing Battison is low enough, they feel a little more confident, kind of just keeping themselves watching the angle here.
Oh, and not just 1, but 2 judges on this defensive side, right? The one Battison was wielding, one Heavenbound has on the garage choke. I kind of like the decision, I think, to try and at least refight some pressure A side, but Battison's in the lethal corner. Will it get cleared? Will it be another clipped moment? Find out next time.
Oh no, and this is so perfect, but they're not going to clear it. They're not going to care. They're going to hear about that information. Battison is so good.
3. How many do they let cross? 4, and you find Starbound?
No!
Oh no.
And the op down. Starbound down.
Rotates.
This is going to be difficult too, because I mean, in this very moment, how easy is it going to be to really play with that op? But it seems like backup has arrived, and now everyone is holding it down with them. So a 1v4, and Juna is left to their vices. So figuring out what exactly they're going to pull here with 13 seconds left, not going to be able to do much. So maybe just looking for some economic value.
I'd say try to get the op back, but I think Battison has that. Hard to say from this angle. They're going back short to maybe look for it, but player. Yeah, that's a rough one for sure. We need to study like how many times in professional level gameplay that corner goes uncleared, because it's groundbreaking, right? And the fact that Starbound just walks down, contacts down, not even aware, right, that there was that deep fight up either. So that's where I think King Fred would be trying to pull a timeout if it had another one. Like, really odd parents moment. This is where I put it if I had one. But yeah, this moment is crazy. Ghost Gaming grasping on to lead, grasping on to grand final chances at seeing that map 3 of Sunset for the time being. And this is the big thing, right? They kept the operator, hand that off to the chamber, anchored the seaside, but this is the first time I think they're headstrong, challenging into garage, and you don't have that really close choke player like Wire.
Yeah, but they're so good at just staying patient and waiting for the right moment to strike. I mean, Util to hold them back now. And as Wada slowly insert themselves in, they're keeping themselves a little more preoccupied over towards the seaside. Information coming through to give way to potentially what Heavenbound can do in these very moments. But still, watch with the op. This is perfect. Ghost Gaming are playing this as though they know they're going to keep the site intact, but a 3v4. Wada are still fighting for sight. They don't have to push it, but they still do regardless. And in this very moment, Ghost Gaming, they might just bring themselves over to match point.
Wow, I mean, it feels inevitable. It is Starbound we're talking about, but no trademark on the flank. Battison good for the knife in the back, and there it is, the map point here, 10-12 favoring Ghost Gaming, and I'm scared to see what the money looks like for Wada. And again, you mentioned just the overfight there, just a touch, and it really was this paranoia reposition play that cracks the round wide open, right? Australis has more HP here, might be able to hold on to sight in this kind of 1-2 high-low around logs, and would have given them, I think, a 2v2, 2v3 with super low HP. Who knows? But again, mistakes add up, and we may be staring towards sunset. 2 rounds needed with a broken bye for Wada just to get to overtime.
There.
The stack is good too.
It could potentially be the last round. I know that like when the pressure really starts to arise, I mean, Wada tends to play their best game, but with already their Seba going down, Power Pixel, there isn't a lot of util that they can use to bring themselves onto site. Whether, I mean, they want to maybe try to push for some sort of smoke down towards back to clear things out, but regardless, 3 players watching the seaside.
Starbound Tour de Force, maybe one of the last echoes of hope here, right? And power fell. You can get a big picture grasp of the round, at least, and call around. Hopefully that in the converging paths here. I just cannot see Australis picked off in a 1v1 here. They have the ultimate that can flip the round, can get them into a site, which right now, these last few rounds, has been the struggle. It went from post-plan struggles to now even just getting on.
I'm trying to be wary of the direction that they're going in, but it does seem like Starbound does shut one down. And pacing, which is odd. We haven't seen them push too heavily towards the B side, and they're getting aggressive, which I actually truly do like. A TP still surrounded all the way back towards mid B. Sleepy Aria, not necessarily having to worry too much, and could potentially... No, the TP has been gone. So yeah, they're pretty much stuck to fight for their own respects here. Regardless, the ultimate getting ready to be utilized in this very moment, but Junica does get caught in the crossfire. Friendly fire to keep, but 11-12 with Starbound keeping Wada in the game.
Oh, heck of a round, and I mean, I applaud the brave attempt at the Stinger, and I'm glad they got one. If they didn't, and they see 3 players, I don't think the converging paths would have had enough strength to hold that space long enough to convert, especially because Juna, would have gotten traded immediately from the players funneling in right behind it after it had dissipated. So yeah, a friendly fire, but they getting the kill into Battison there was huge as well, right? One of the haymakers in the server, and now suddenly it's only 1 round, and you think that they're gonna try to repeat that success, so you 4-stack the B side strong. I like the lean away from it here. Battison branching, solo explorer. Spike in a little dangerous spot, I'd argue, outside of grass here, but again, it's a slow start. Mental drift online. They want the resources and then the plan, and then the follow through.
Locating targets. Drone is down.
Everybody has been heard. That's not really too much given away here for Ghost Gaming. They need this round, right? Realistically, if they take it into overtime, they give away to some degree as to things that they could do. But all right, here it goes. Starbound taking in that refrag potential. Now potentially looking for something over towards B site. The ultimate making way for information, and Hunter Fury here from Ghost Gaming. They're really taking this one in stride. Doing their absolute best to try to just get this retake in. Information is very minimal though.
I can't quite tell what happened. Special delivery looked like it got clipped on A-Link as well, and so now it's just a standstill. No one back in the site. No strong control elsewhere, so it's the C-side lean off of that kill. That's perfect, right? The from the shadows for the safe spike plan. You know the 2 players are coming from A-Link. It's not done, though, yet. Juna, low HP. Curious to see what information utility is still left in the Vice's pocket. Or sorry, the Tejo's pocket, though.
And we were missing these rotations before. It was almost like
they saw the gun barrel.
They had like an ego battle to try to get onto site, but now it's quite different. I mean, Wada feeling very, very free to go wherever they please. And in this very moment, Ghost Gaming need to start to fight towards sight. That smoke goes down, the execution comes in, and there's not a lot of util to play with here, so they're just gonna have to take these fights down. Isolation slowly coming through. Juna's feeling confident with it, but a 1v3 and a wide swing from Starbound keeps us going into OT.
Is it the right time, Gompers, to bring up the 17-19 loss on Haven versus 100 Thieves GC and Neon Dream quarterfinals? I think it is for Ghost Gaming. Now I want to go. I'm gonna go pull up that match right now because I just want to know. Okay, who was leading? Was Ghost leading? Did they throw another lead to get into overtime? And from the looks of it, I'm thinking they did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 half converts into 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 to math to 10. And it gets pushed the last 2 rounds by 100 Thieves. And then it's purgatory. Are we trapped? Do we think it's gonna be one-sided, Gompers? What is the feeling here?
I'm feeling scared because Starbound is holding C with Up, and there's like
32 kills.
everyone is at least watching this here, and they know about the TP. They're very aware, and they still get one. The opening is huge, despite it being cats in the cold. It does lead over to so much potential here, but Patterson does take one. I mean, Juno with a wide swing, which is honestly quite
Huge
interesting.
trade.
So they're not caring too much about the space. Honestly, just thinking, okay, if I get my one before I die, we're pretty much set in stone.
Cross map shock darts that will line to soften the blows. Now these players are a lick away from death, and I was worried we're gonna get the duelists over peaking here, but they are primed, they are awaiting, power raining in. The duelists, bark, let's go retake this, or I guess meow if you're a Wada cat, and Shiv Yoden gets the job done.
Oh, and all the targets hit. This is so doable for Australis. Avery will not let Australis get a single touch.
That hurts.
Switching sides.
The 2 low HP players don't take any damage there on that retake, and we get a replay there. I want to see, was there just not enough util invested on that garage exit? Right? It just felt like there was no undeterred fights, and Miara somehow just buckled down on that choke on that hallway. That is a gripping way to lose. And I think Juna, needed to go to play for that trade play on Starbound. I just wish she would have been able to tuck back in the dark cover and get out. That's another idea, maybe to try and get away. Aside from that, though, you've got to now win this attack half round if you want another go at it. Okay. Last cannon ops trade. Go towards the A site. That's Badison down. Kudasa. Almost got a proactive play, but forced the TP out, and that is the C site free for taking for the time being. Nice flash is what an eye. The reflex saturate as well. This is looking okay.
Yeah, completely hindered though. Okay, information does go outward. Wada, they're really keeping themselves very intact here, but it's so unfortunate. Every time a smoke dissipates, they're always getting caught off guard. Which definitely seems as though it's not going to work too well in their favor, but Avery is insane! The closer of the last round, looking to close this one out potentially, but up to the 1v1! Power Pixel keeps it 13-13!
That is a Power Pixel, the clutch master, and 2 more rounds that we're going to need. Not just kills the MVP at this point, because we are going back in the overtime throws, and yeah, I was nervous. Wada, again, they were so aware, I think, that the reflood was inevitable, was coming, and that's why you saw the Power Pixel spray down. That's why you saw all this util pushed on the CT point, but Kudasa slipping the net, them overswinging into Avery. It started to slip fast. They were, I know winter's coming, I know the freeze warnings are out aplenty here in the south, but that was them digging in the heel pick and climbing their way to the summit, at least for the time being. Resets 13-13. Quick pivot into the B space. Haven't seen this retake attempt from Wada so far, and it's not off to a great start there.
No, and the round had just started, so now they initially off the start of the round, they had nothing surrounding B. They have to try to fight it back. No space taken away. Badison doing absolutely insane, and this is not the way Wada wants to go down. They've been struggling on the attacking half. If anything, now they're going to have to struggle even more with such a quick ending.
Yeah. And one thing we glossed over is, as well, it's overtime, so we do get the King of Fred timeout back on the table here for Wada, if they choose to indulge. I think they're going to try and push it one more round, at least for the time being. Yeah, I don't know. Do you feel that mentality right now that Wada's fighting a losing overtime? Because you kind of get that sense, it feels like, when you get into the first few overtimes and how close the rounds are. And that's where I'm a bit nerve-wracked at them testing it one more time.
I don't really know how to feel. This is like, I will say, one thing I have taken note of, in regards to kind of Wada. I mean, Ghost Gaming, actually, more essentially. Like, they just keep getting more and more aggressive as they want it even more. And I do think in regards to, like, that was such a huge detriment, because we talked briefly about the fact that, like, this composition is just not a good defensive comp. So I do feel like it's kind of offset them a little bit. And now they're being a little more wary. They know if they lose this round, especially now that we're going a little further into OT, it does get quite worrying.
I will say Wire and these off-goes have been lethal. At least the trade is secure, but it's again Sleepy Arya, first blooded, your primary, if you like, information duelist out of the picture. And drone hard clearing C, doesn't quite reach Juna, but it's enough hopefully to prime the A site. Again, Baddison alive this late into the round is dangerous. They learned their lesson last time challenging Starbound to an all-out operator duel. And not just does it look like they don't want to lose this round, but they look hesitant on the call to make. Okay. It's gonna be a Baddison or bust again. I'm expecting either a multi-kill to close things out, or they body through them in. I don't even want to know what hardcore parkour you did to get up on that angle, but it is not going to be predicted by any means with Wire of all players, right? Already out of the picture. Australis clears it, but it doesn't matter. They're still alive. They're still kicking Humpers.
Oh my gosh, and there goes Baddison. Just going in for more, and if they don't take Baddison out, yep, it was going to be a huge detriment, but this is scary. This is where it really starts to be terrifying, but they don't know where they are. They know they're down towards at least the right-hand side. Now Avery's going to have to fight this one out, but they don't know! And actually waiting for it! Avery knew that time was of the essence. And the swing didn't come through, so that's going to be a big GG. Ghost Gaming, they've taken in their first game of this series. And we're going to that third map.
Not just the first game of the series, but the first map against Wada for Ghost Gaming in this core. The entire season, right? It was 2-0s, it was 3-0s, right? Like, this is really groundbreaking for them as a squad and as a new or entering the GC space. That is huge. And I think they found out the answer to solving Wada. Number one, that Tejo got special delivery in that last round. Perfect. Prevented them from protecting Juna. Call your stun. Juna forced to get off the spike. Didn't want to chance gamble the timing there. And then the other one is just avoid fighting Starbound head on by all means necessary. They bought out the time. I mean, 15-13 heading to this map 3, which is Sunset. They've been burned there before. I'm getting MIBR flashbacks from the group stage of LCQ. Anything could truly happen.
I mean, listen, anything truly can. This is the first time we have seen a victory come through from this team of Ghost Gaming against Wada, and it really does seem like they're starting to realize, all right, let's abuse Baddison and have them go in and do what they do best. Let's get everyone else on the team really just holding sights, and I think that was the strongest point of their gameplay. But guys, we're gonna have to see how that Sunset game goes. Don't go anywhere. You're not gonna want to miss this third map. We'll be right back. What's up, friends? Welcome back. We just finished our second game. We're heading over to the third on Sunset, which I'm super excited because Zobi, something unexpected happened. Ghost Gaming took this game in an OT stride, but it was absolutely insane. It was 13-15.
Absolutely. I mean, the reps on Haven pay off. The Baddison duelist, which I know you were singing the praises of, pays off. And again, it's hard to say if it was like an off map for Wada, the new composition is at fault or what. But again, Starbound being the 34 made it difficult to claw this back.
No, incredibly difficult. And all in all, I will say Ghost Gaming, they played such an amazing game. I loved, and it's something different, but I loved the aggression that we did get to see. I mean, off the rip, they were just rushing down sites. Baddison did not care, was taking 1v5s and did somehow manage to take away from like 3. But it is also hard to see because Starbound was really putting in the work this game as that chamber, going 34-17. And it really didn't work out in favor of Wada. They were holding on by a little tiny piece of hair, and it did not go in favor of them. But that's what's so exciting about this next matchup. It's the unexpected has happened. Ghost Gaming finally have prevailed. Now, I mean, they have the opportunity to actually go to that grand finals match.
Yeah, sky is the limit here. And I mean, not just to turn on in the season then for like getting their first map like we said, but from getting 13-1 in the group stage to now this level of performance, right, pushing into a map 3. It's proving that we did get the best top 4 out of this crop of 8 in the Invitational, and I think it's delivering having both these semifinals pushed to a map 3, right? They're trying to make my day as long as possible. It feels like being on the triple header, and I'm here for it. It's been super entertaining, super energizing every step of the way. And speaking of those steps, one last look at the map select that got us here. Again, questionable to me for the split to be banned out by Wada. They maybe had enough of it. 3 reps already in the tournament so far, but now they're maybe paying the cost of having to play an additional map of Sunset.
I think they were just expecting like, oh, they had played us on Split before, you know, they had the opportunity to kind of give us a study. So I do think maybe the fear was there, but at the same time, when you're like they're so strong on Split, I really didn't see the issue. So I agree. The Split ban may have cost them the game. But hey, Sunset is still the decider. I do give some hope. I do. And honestly, like, you can just tell that the game is not over just yet, because obviously based off the past performance that we got to see from Starbound going 34-17, there is so much opportunity for Sunset to just be that map. And Aria, we haven't gotten to see them really strive to greatness just yet. And I am excited. I do think Sunset's going to give them that opportunity to kind of go into another role here.
Yeah, I do have a little like birdie in the back of my head that has some level of concern, right? Just because this is another map that as they're coming into the new meta, don't have a lot of reps on it. That they switched up the composition just a touch, where I did say that obviously this is one the coaching staff is very well versed on. Again, I'm sure that the inspiration coming from that Winthrop change of the double sentinel with the Sage in the chamber and King Fred, you know, chirping in their ear. But it's going to be Australis on the Sage and Juna on the Omen when they were previously on Omen and Vice respectively. They usually do a little role flip-flop just because Australis doesn't play Vice here. And I assume they stick with that here, yes. And if I remember correctly, last time Australis didn't have a standout performance on this agent in that 13-7 victory up against Blotter, and that's my concern, because she was a big closer over on Bind on the Deadlock, right? And the fluidity with that util is crazy. And the secondary, when she was on the Waylay, right? Again, we kind of saw these tendencies of really wanting to fight and be that go-getter, and they were also just shut down a lot in that regard.
I agree. Well, also, I do feel like Avery, in general, just playing on the Tejo in that last game, regardless of what the comp is looking like now, Avery was so good at like pausing any push that Wada wanted to push forward with, just based off the util alone, and that is a problem. I do think bringing out the Teo, the Ghost Gaming have just realized, all right, this is what's working. Let's just keep this going, which I highly respect, and I am excited to see. And like you said, Australia's not having the best performance on the stage, which could be difficult, but I do like the fact that now we're kind of just like, okay, Starbound has been playing tremendously on that chamber, but let's give that extra incentive of hold here.
it's like they were listening in after buying. We're like, yeah, you cooked there. We didn't really see anything like in that triple controller that could counter the Starbound chamber, and that was the issue. So what do? Pick up Tejo in succession, like I mentioned with Avery. Their timing in that util has been perfect, down to the round that sealed them into Sunset here. So excited to see that. I also think the Vice, despite the nerfs to information gathering, the Thorns on the Wall will be a great way to keep Arya down and out when they're probably already doubting their performance and their abilities after the last map's performance. So also, I mean, you got your Neon for Battison, so that head-to-head will be a joy to witness here too.
I enjoy all in all to watch these games, to be honest. I wasn't expecting a third map, but will I say I am pleasantly happy that we are here. I wanted to see more of Ghost Gaming, and this is exactly where I want to be right now. So I am super excited to see what Avery and Battison can do in cohesion together once more. I do think Sunset is one of those maps where you will be punished very heavily on the defense, though, if you push out as hard as Battison did. So there's not going to be too much that I will say that maybe Battison can kind of like provide that they provided in the last game, but all in all, I think the Neon pick is beautiful. I like the fact that we're keeping Battison on that duelist pick.
Absolutely. Well, Wada starting the defense, Ghost aiming on that attack, so you won't have to worry about that for the time being. But I am curious, I was going to see how this Sage functions, right? I've seen it flipped up a lot, different teams, different takes, but for now, they are at the receiving end of a lot of pressure to market, just closing the door. You know, you duck under it James Bond style, but it doesn't matter. It's to your death, a double fight taken alongside Juna. While your head on a swivel to pivot towards main, you lose Juna in the process, and here we are. I was going to say back to square one because of Avery in mid, but that settles. You have to wait, you have to regroup, and Wire's trying to take that as the opportunity to jump forward here alongside Kurasa.
Wall tripped. Yeah, and Wada not caring too much about how many players are going to be around this angle, but Ghost Gaming, they do manage to try to take this out, but I think this is beautiful. They really could just hold this down.
They have to run.
Oh, they're gonna hold it. They don't care to watch behind. There goes another. They are lit enough to the point where Starbound could actually take this one, but they're not looking. And there it goes. Beautiful play to keep this down. Wada on a split second have this clutch.
Oh, and I'm torn. I'm like, okay, I really wanted to see what would have happened if they stuck it all the way. I think the timing would have been there in the nick of it, but that 1v2 is also brilliant, right? Loses the 50-50 gamble at first, and the last split second, like you mentioned, says, wait a minute. And because of, I need to see how much HP we had left there. You can see how much HP do they have there? Like, that ghost was not a headshot, right? That was body shots. Here we go. It was 13, yeah. They are so lucky that they didn't keep the headhunter out as well. The ghost here was everything. The communications that then came in from the team super late, like, hey, they're 1 HP. Just hit them.
Wow.
Again?
I'm not even sure, like, oh, man. I see Battison really... They just cannot get away with that. They're constantly running it down with the shotgun and managing to at least get through here. Yeah, and it just continues. Wada in a round that should have been theirs. It does seem like Ghost Gaming might just be able to take this one away.
Yeah, the refrag punishes have been really clean out of Ghost, I've noticed, right? Juno's always trying to, again, I think, trade the teammates out, and when she overfights like this, she herself is vulnerable, and yeah, she gets one, but then it's just like further and further, you can't get yourself out of the rabbit hole, but I think a 2v3 here is still not winnable, to say the least, right? I think it's Owl on the Judge, and if Sleepy Arya can outpace the Spike Plant here, could be well, but it's been her, high gear active, relay bolt. It's splintered, and now, I mean, hey, you set the groundwork. Let's see if Starbound can build the house of a clutch round.
So much potential here for Starbound. I mean, clear the angles is going to be the hardest part, especially with so much to cover. And Starbound has absolutely no idea that there's someone just sitting on the right-hand side. Does know potentially someone might be behind boxes, but already Avery up, just taking this one down. So the 1-to-1, Ghost Gaming investing into their future.
Oh, I mean, come on, you finally win a pistol again. And you'll lose the second round Thrifty, which I'd argue is worst coming. So that is really rough there. I'm feeling like the slows for the Sage are feeling a bit artificial at times here. Sherrod may have been lying, saying that they were a bit broken when you look at moments like that, at least in the Neon department. Right? I mean, that's the second time they've gone under the door. Also, I thought they fixed it, right? And while paranoid out, that's why they had the slow popped. So now I'm expecting them to have to be forced to play a little bit further back, right? It's like close the door, run with your knife out, and get away. But in the meantime, a little bit of a slowdown here. You don't want to get caught off by a 5 eco rundown from Wada. So far, so good.
Keeping the silence. I mean, they lost the last round, so kind of just trying to be as careful as possible.
Yeah, I
Pick
like
up
the
a weapon, maybe. Yeah.
I like the Vandal Force instead of bonusing on the bonus here, right? I want to keep that lead and convert hopefully into like a 3-1. You're gonna be playing off that smoke timing, heck, if you wanted to here. I was gonna say now, Juno, you don't really have a way out. I'm not sure what the TPs look like. They've regrouped onto you too. There it is. Okay, Shrouded Step. I don't think they realize there's a sage wall there, do they?
No. Oh my gosh. And Juno doesn't care. I mean, they're just holding it down. They know they need this.
Nice seize.
And this they might get. Okay, Decay's coming down, but it's not going to do too much here on Captain the Cold and nobody else. So Ghost Gaming do retract away from this
Wait
position.
a minute. What weapon does Sleepy Arya have this time? It's a shorty. Okay, I was hoping maybe for a Bucky. Give a little bit more hope to get multi-kills in quick succession, maybe 2 at a maximum. And they realize that this could be an angle. Did they see it? Oh, well, they're detected with the Prowler anyways. They just kind of kept a pin in it, right? And we'll revisit that later here, getting Sleepy Arya out, but their own plans punch out off of a fast lane. And in the meantime, the Refrag's main go the way of Wada, but it's still a 2v4, Gompers.
Knowing that they're there. Good reaction time coming through from Battison, but Ghost Gaming are just going to be able to take this round. 36 seconds left, but there's not really enough time to be able to use the util that Power Pixel is waiting on. There it goes. Winning out the round, Ghost Gaming. So kind of just leading up with the momentum of winning out that last game and going into this one. Feeling very, very good. Battison keeping up the pace of play.
Absolutely, and like I said, the fact that they forced with these rifles and keep it that clean, right? Only losing one player is huge. Because now I'm expecting like rifles really littering both sides here, and this being a full-out rifle affair where Ghost can pull ahead even more, statement making. I guess. And okay, you can see again they're gonna try and outpace the door once again. This is a change though. The chamber instead with the rendezvous, no door closed, instead want them to take that engagement. Want to shut down Battison, and it doesn't matter if you're high, it doesn't matter if you're mad dashing your way to top mid. Starbound tracks that, shuts down the duelist, gets the first blood, and Australis. This is a dangerous game. Not quite sure they can jump it. They can, but that's the exact bait they wanted.
Gosh.
Locating targets.
Even getting one is enough. Australis making the change here. Of course, the wall is going to be a detriment, but it's not like it's going to change too much. I mean, they can't escape, so Starbound knows they're going to have to full force fight this. And now the rotation comes through, so even then Starbound will need to arise, and there goes the third. One more player remaining. Now having to fight back and forward. Defenders winning out the round, so Wada, they are still in the game.
And I do have this impression of Wada, and I think it's fair to say when they go up against certain opponents that if they get in their own heads, they can't claw their way out of it, no matter what their skill ceiling is, right? A team that was, 2 rounds away from GCC Seoul this year on multiple maps up against MIBR. And I was nervous that we were going to see that kind of downturn here on Sunset, so this round was really clean to see, right? From them coming up with a creative solve to the market flood, to then even just the finding and isolation of the last player, the double swing that came out from Sleepy Arya and Power Pixel. So a really strong, I think, note to take forward here. And we're seeing that signs of life that hopefully restart the system. And this A main should be further indication of that.
Oh my gosh. Already taken down. So the Vice can't utilize any of the util they had placed. For now, Power Pixel just so much to use, but as they go down, now it's just up to Sleepy Arya to keep the choke point held. And they had fully committed to that fight on the defense. There was no point of doing so. I mean, I highly respect it. They did have 3 players waiting, but a 4-player push, I mean, quite strong here for Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, and I'm worried with the wire backstab on the table, right? They have double dark cover, so you can support the team here with the one-way, and you can still play your own game here as well, trying to get past with TP play. As well as the Armageddon, I was going to say, trying to force them into heaven bound here, and I don't see a way they win this unless the Omen falls first.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and the headshot. That might potentially give this round over to Ghost Gaming. I mean, it seems like so. What else can you do? The wall is still available. At this point, they could wallbang through box. Does seem like Australis is going to try to close the entry point. Now, though, with everybody else making it around, Heaven Bound closes things out.
Yeah, it's kind of like I said, no matter the progress I was going to see there, if they didn't kill the Omen first, it was just going to be the linchpin on the round, wall or not, which you mentioned was very smartly placed towards elbow, gap or not. So, yeah, that's a difficult round, I think, to lose. Again, I really liked the A fight, but it also felt like it was a bit, I don't even want to say miscommunicated. Was I right? Did the drone tag Arya so they didn't have any utility online? I think that's where the miscomm came. Juno's like, go button time, and I'm like, I don't have util. That's what Arya says out towards elbow, and then Juno's left high and dry trying to fight for her life. So a little bit of a breakup there, monetarily, communication-wise maybe. And this is where hopefully for the force or I was gonna say Stinger fights can come in clutch. Juna, beautiful paranoia, but all it does is keep the players at bay. No kills found. Maybe it can steal the scale up from the chamber on the flank, but Heavenbound is broken through anyways.
Full force execution onto site, and they're constantly taking out these players of Wada off the front lines, which you know, at some point having to change things up, it's not working, so why not figure something else out? Starbound having to economically use that ultimate, at least keep things intact, but regardless they can't seem to find more than one, so they are going to back themselves away from this scenario. Might just be able to get Battison and Avery, but that, I mean, potentially might just be it. So Ghost Gaming still stuck in the lead.
Yeah. We're kind of losing the ability, I think, to turn this half around sooner rather than later. This should be, in my mind, a King Fred timeout round. If they decide to do so, yeah. Just because of the 4 ults on the table, the guns, you lose this, Ghost is going to have just a surplus, and there's the argument as well of it being the double sentinel composition on the defense, and again, they need a fix because they're losing an early A engage. That doesn't work. They've shown what the early B engage looks like off the Australis wall, so I'm not sure if that would work. Maybe you do like a little, like, okay, chamber top mid, Sage deep. No, I was going to say a Neon fight B main and have the Sage play deep A. That's kind of what I'm looking for here, maybe coming out of the timeout. That, or I gotta see like an aggressive, pacey mid fight, right? So that you have something to cushion and bounce back this main fight off of. Because even last round, right, we saw the chamber, we saw Starbound trying to creep out early, but it just was too late, right? They'd already received all this pressure, right? Broken through because they didn't have the weapons to hold on. And so it was more of an afterthought than a cohesive unit and plan. So I think those are a lot of solutions on the table. We'll see which one King Fred opts for, or he's creative. None of the above will work too.
Well, honestly, just hoping we kind of push back. I you know, for Wada, take the opportunity. We haven't even seen a retake happen. There's always been one player taken down so early on. The engagements that we're seeing be taken from Ghost Gaming, that's their whole plan, and Wada just keep on falling into it. So, you know, for a team as significant as Ghost Gaming and teams as significant as Ghost Gaming and Wada, definitely adaptations. Not seeing too much of it here from the opposing side, but
okay. Not too much of a switch up. A departure away from the deep A main fight, the only exception here. Double stack towards top mid off the trademark. Curious to see Starbound toying with the idea of exploring deeper into mid, but again, Ghost Gaming doesn't like the fact that they haven't heard anything, they haven't seen any util. So drone utilized super early here. I'd say that's a win. No suppression. No way to hang these players out to dry, and that's nice chip damage, but does reveal 2 players at least top mid for the time being. So lean A side. Feels like they're just kind of leaning to this crutch that has been successful A. XX, and is this nice phantom pixel angle?
okay, but the back off, it's not something we've seen yet, but I like it. They know that they're going to start pushing them onto site. Arya trying their best to catch them off guard, but Battison just stronger. Understanding the Neon pace of play. Now it really is just up to Power Pixel and Starbound to try to keep this one going. Starbound insane with the 4K. And that's exactly what they needed. Someone to take that stand and give Wada that 1 point that gave them the confidence to keep moving forward. And that's absolutely insane. Starbound has been showing up for this team.
And I'm so torn between, is it like, are times that hard that Starbound can't afford outlaws and operators, or is it like Starbound's like, it's serious, I have to pick up the Vandal now and lock in for a 4K like this? And it again comes from Power setting them up, right? The Nightfall, the oppressive prowlers that you need to, or feel the need to break off the Terror Tendrils, right? Like that was the coordination we need to see, and been shoddy at times. So here we go, Australis. Getting worried about getting outpaced by this Neon. I like the bait here, though, to set Starbound up, because there's no rendezvous. That's a little wary with the Nightfall, but let's see if it works out. Good call. Play retake. I'm okay with this. You have deep backside control.
And it worked last time, the player retake, so I'm happy that they're starting to understand, like, hey, we don't need to aggressively push this. We can play the retake. We are better. Avery's better. It seems like I take that back. So now at this point, they do still have Resurrection. I'm not quite sure if there was a wall readily available for Australis here in this very moment, but it does seem like they are going to, yeah, they're going to try to offset. But yep, regardless, there comes a double swing, about actually triple swing technically now with the Neon still in play.
Yeah, that was really nice. I think Lattice and Lost Steam used a lot of util just to keep those players at bay there from that aggressive main fight and trying to break the util. So was able to get to the backside even to counter the players that were already there. So it wasn't even a retake as much as it was just playing from this backside space and this market space and answering right when the smokes faded. So maybe a missed timing there as well. The Sage delay enough on the round. And I like the res as well. It's just kind of an eco, kind of a bait. And we'll keep the money strong, and finally they disrupt Ghost. They tie us 4-4, so the timeout works, albeit slightly delayed here, and little B-re hit off the lessons they learned in the last round. You also have, I'm gonna say, the Vice ult this round, but it's far off in No Man's Land turns A.
Still waiting. I mean, they did kind of keep that placement with the trademark in mid, so they're not too preoccupied about what's going on around there. It does seem like just wanting to fight this off. They know mid push is coming.
Yeah, it feels inevitable. You know they're gonna have sheriffs, you know they're gonna have stingers. They need to take the most close proximity angles as possible. Salvo's insta break the door. Power Pixel might not have been expecting the timing there, but the seize is good nonetheless. The Power Pixel follow up two in tow. They sink their teeth in further towards tiles, and now only the main players remain. That's where Astralis pops the slow. Comms that there's two. You should see up the regroup from market.
And no need for retake. They can play this 5-person, actually 3-person hold. They're doing up down here? 3 of them?
Did they know I was gonna say that the Omen made it in? Doesn't matter.
Oh gosh, no, they're pretty much chill. The up down, the 3-person up down was truly insane. So I think the flawless was gonna come through regardless. But that's a good play on them. I am happy to see that there are changes being made here. They're playing a little more passive, which I felt like was needed.
Absolutely. Not as pedal to the metal gun-ho. And Arya as well isn't in as vulnerable positions as well. I was again looking forward to this Neon head-to-head, and Badison's just kind of been sitting them down just a touch, so that's also a strong point to me. But we just praised the change that came their way, and this feels like another aggro play for Arya off of a Paranoia A main, and I'm a little nervous about how that's going to fare.
Keeping themselves relaxed and calm, actually. Ghost Gaming, not as confident as they were before. Execution here from Badison, of course, information given away, so now they can kind of give themselves some room, but there is a hold coming through. Juna fully commit to the fight, and that they will do, but a trade-off there from Yara, so always fully capable of having that refrag potential here from Ghost Gaming.
And that's no retake smokes, right? The best you maybe will hope for is the fast lane from Sleepy Aria here. In the meantime, I mean, if they backpedal to B, there will be a stage wall in their face, but if they're going market as well, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Australis, and maybe the rotatees top mid. Kills would be huge, that's why they double clear it, but do they recognize there's 3 here? Sleepy Aria good for the kill, and Annihilation against in a high gear isn't much bite to its bark. It should be a 2-on-2 here with the overdrive and with a decent amount of HP, but that's where Kudasa, Steel Garden, can come in tow. And that's where it's... It feels like make or break for the tone of the half. It feels early.
30 seconds left.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
They could have waited on that just a little bit longer. Honestly, they could have just played that for the post plant. Didn't necessarily seem like they had to push it out. And they did, but Avery does still hold some of their util. There's not much else to play with, so they are going to have to play off the contact here. Avery just silently waiting, and Cats in the Cold keeps this on lock. So regardless, of course, I'm trying to just offset some time there with the ultimate and then keeping the side.
A really nice 5-5 to answer back right now to let Wada run away with the momentum out of their timeout. Success or victory there. And Kudasa's had an interesting map, right? They've always been that backstab opportunity, right? That late round player, but it's like they haven't needed them. Right?
Yeah.
So they're at a humble 6-8 after that 2-piece, but then once they're called upon, they deliver. That 2-piece, perfect. They even had Avery for the sidestab if it fell, but No, at 5-5, a pivotal round, and maybe another 6-6 in the making, like Haven. It's great to take a breather here, right? A little tech pause as well. Again, last map, best one to determine who gets that $2,000 extra in the prize pool and that grand finalist appearance spot, Gompers. How are we feeling?
Feeling good, honestly, and I'm seeing a lot of just uncommon plays, I guess you could say, within the entirety of the tournament. So already, I guess uncommon you can consider to be the I'm still stuck on this, the triple controller comp that we saw on Bind. So I am very, very happy with the way this game is going about. I do think they're starting to pick up some sort of adaptability here on the side of Wada. It is quite odd though, because it's like they are scared on some occasions as to where this is a team that went to freaking LCQ when you think about it. Like this team has so much just like history around them.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be like an ego check team, right? Like it's like you guys gotta keep yourselves in check, and that maybe was the first few rounds when they were over fighting, but since then, yeah, you mentioned it, kind of doubt in their minds as to the echelon of what they're playing to. 5-5 here, Ghost Gaming pushing them, and that's just I think what the Pug Squad energy brings to the table for Ghost Gaming. Nice little disruption play this time off the Paranoia. I like they don't fully engage to it again. Juna's been in too many one and dones, I think, for my taste. Like, yeah, she's good for ones every single time, but again, that's no smokes, that's no Paranoia can use early on. Like, I don't know how I want to see her alive in the late round. I want to see that clutch player. And I think that's why I think they're falling back a little bit deeper, right? Here towards defender spawn instead of that deep elbow position. And where Ari's gonna have a little bit more pressure. Power should be able to cap off, but should have been able to cap off Wire here. Ugh. I don't know how I'm feeling about this.
I'm assuming with Ghost Gaming, they're feeling good already. Battison being able to take out one of their main controller players, if not the only controller player, and now the Julius as well. So getting onto site might be proven to be quite difficult. Not a lot of util to bring themselves some space here, other than the fact that, I mean, potentially a slow to just allow Australis to clear some angles. Nope, nothing. So heal, and a drain.
It just feels like there's a missing link for Wada in that transitionary period behind, okay, when do we give up space versus when do we start planning the retake, right? Juna felt like she had other plans to overfight, right? And the CT cut off the elbow space. Ari was cut out link while also trying to pacify the mid-space Wire had, and honestly, I kind of want to save call for the last round here. Yeah, I wish both did, but operate at least for the time being. Hunting dogs are out though. We'll see if they can hold on to it for the time being. Yeah, that's gonna be 6 for Ghost Gaming. And Wada will be fighting tooth and nail to equate things at the half.
Last round in the half.
Okay. Ooh. Oh, double up? Double up. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that, but yeah, this last round again. Just split attention. Not looking like they were in the same mind meld that a core 5 the entire season would have, right? Very individualistic and piecemeal for every single player that kind of fell there, right? And even in that last moment, like, okay, do we fight? Do we save? They weren't on the same page. So again, it's like night and day. It's night and day. Lights out like differences for Wada round to round, and that's weird.
Yeah, it is quite difficult, but you know, it's very obvious that they're trying to, I mean, just do a variety of different things to see what works best. Honestly, just quite difficult for them to play here on the defensive side, which is quite odd, especially with like the double sentinel comp we got going. But there goes Parpixel out off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, you shut down Battison on the top mid entry. That should have been enough for you. But then they go re-exploring mid, get punished for it. And I do like this refrag from Juna. She's in the master of that. Little upgrade, regroup with the team, right? You have the from the shadows. You're going to have the Neon Overdrive. This is what I wanted to see. A strong transition, a strong compass towards how to win the round.
Right there being a compass on how to win the round. Really, all that we have to do is isolate these fights perfectly, but there goes Juna, and they are committing to it. Aria, they're going alongside and just utilizing the ultimate to the best of their ability. So there is a 6-6 half that we're going to be able to see here. And Wada, they've been keeping it as close as they can. But don't get me wrong. Listen, like, we didn't get to see too much of a hold here once more. Obviously, it was quite difficult for Wada to keep things intact. But I am excited. I do think Sage might serve more value, actually, on the attacking side.
No, I actually agree with that. I think, like, yeah, we can sing, oh, double sentinel on the defense. They're 6-6 not enough.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like those aren't your true to life sentinels, right? That's not your Vice. That's not your Cypher.
Yeah.
You know, of meta old maybe. And I think they don't have as much of that. Yeah, side hole potential. So I'm excited to see how it functions here. I agree. Battle stage aplenty, hopefully for Australis. And aside from that, I mean, again, it's that night and day difference that we're seeing. We need to see that consistency out of Wada. We'll see if they can make it go at a second pistol here on Sunset, and maybe the consistency factor after, since them getting thrifty, set them on that little path to destruction, that 4 rounds at the early start for Ghost Gaming. But for the time being, this is okay. The difficulty. Wada has so much footage on them. Every single pistol on attack for Sunset is this B attempt or B split. And so the fact that you can see the direct counter from Ghost Gaming is to fight deep into B main and wrap through spawn. And as a result, I do like the market pivot here. Sorry, the Boba pivot here from Wada. But I'm worried that they aren't going to reclear main. Or their corners. Wire.
Oh, okay, through smoke. See, odd smoke, but I do like how Starbound did try to take advantage of it. The B site has been planted, and now they have to worry about are the extremities, and there goes Australis, and I'm really, really liking the fact that they're working in cohesion with each other. I mean, not really a potential sandwich in going through for Badison, but still. And here it goes, just stuck around the backhand side. Miara trying to fight everybody else as they know they cannot get this defusal without at least picking a fight with someone. Right clicks coming through. There it goes. Aria better than the rest. So first round given over to Wada.
Ooh, I was a little scared, I'm not gonna lie, when Badison, found the kill onto Starbound and Market. Like, that was the only weak point, right, in that hold. When they flipped the site, they have really strong wall to maintain that top mid pressure and that spawn pressure. But yeah, really, really nice, I think, adaptation there after they realized, hey, maybe they're hard countering us here and we can't just have a strong presence in B main. So that gets the pistol, that gets the kickstart here, and the lead back that they've been wrestling for all half. In that fashion as well, very succinct, coordinated. And I'm gonna say, I don't want to see a fast start, I want to see this. Slow, punishing. You know it's an eco attempt for Ghost Gaming.
I'm wondering what they're going to do next, though, because it does seem like, I mean, all they have to use is a shorty here. Playing up close and personal, but the moment that we do get to see it, this is one of the joys of playing Neon. Like, it's so easy to kind of wide swing angles like that and not be in a position where you are going to get taken down, so.
Okay. Glad they don't actually break the door and follow through on Market.
Yeah.
I maybe wish they broke it but then fall off, because, again, the shorty, that would have been very dangerous. You know, a little 2-pump and possibly 2 players down would have been not the way you want this round conversion to go for possible longevity. But Avery's been that wild card factor, right? In the late post, in the first half. They're now the first line of contact here on B. What are they able to achieve here? And do they get cleared? Okay.
Oh, okay. Seemingly the only person cleared is Avery. So a B site, a very, very popular site for Wada to hit, is taken over once more. But in regards to what they can use, it does seem like they do still have Vice Flash readily available onto the site. So Wada set up for success here.
Yeah, Badison, most expensive gun, Bucky in hand. Would be the Arc Grows to hopefully accelerate them into this space, but backside crossfire, the Outlaw angle trying to bait them out here. This is very difficult to engage, and you just gotta take the dive or die at Spike and deny the ult orbs at this point. Either way, it's looking like a very, very strong flawless contention for Wada. The backstab only clues that in. Ooh, wait a minute. Okay. A little timing mishap, but overall, pretty seamless. I think they only lose, like, pistol.
Yeah. No, yeah, but it's fun to see. Despite this, now that we're kind of exiting out into this bonus round structure, you know, Wada, they've kept themselves pretty close to the game here with Ghost Gaming. It was difficult there on the defense, and now they're slowly starting to pick themselves back up. But I do like Aria has so much more flexibility here on the Neon, and I think it's starting to show. In the beginning, it wasn't looking too great, but now we're getting at least 4 or 5 here based on that entry.
Okay. 8 to 6 here. Clearing out tiles. I know that Wire likes to take that dive a little bit deeper prior. I like that they finally have a full Vice setup towards B as well. That hasn't been there previously. Okay. I feel like we're poking and prodding everywhere here. Wada back to their kind of trying sorts. Okay. The reclear here is the dangerous game. One way, deep angle here, Juna. on the elevated position. I kind of want to see a Paranoia play if they're going to scale quickly with the high gear.
Oh my gosh, Trina's just waiting up there. That's gonna be so dangerous. Badison does not know that there's an up-down hold being held here. Moment smoke goes down, doesn't know where exactly to hit, but actually Badison is better. Somehow still managing to keep themselves alive long enough to preoccupy these players for some sort of retake in, but Habitbound is doing the same thing that we did actually get to see from the opposing side, and it just does not work out the same.
Yeah. Breakthrough, Sage Wall. I've been a fan of them giving up this much, I think, side space, but I think it's okay this time around because Ari has inadvertently been walled on the other side.
Yeah.
And you had the forward stab potential from Starbound main. So it's like, yeah, you have the safety of the wall, but it's not like you gave up everywhere else on the site. So they expand elsewhere outside of the wall's perimeter, and they pretty handily get that bonus third round conversion through.
Big place. I do think, I mean, with Badison kind of coming close, actually Peng's coming through down in mid, and you can see Badison getting readily available to kind of pursue their ultimate here. So if they play this as a group, they could actually give like a pretty good win here for Ghost Gaming.
This round, I like the mid play. Be a great way to surprise and get the thrifty, but that's where I'd like to start, right? From Wada, bottom mid tiles in split conjunction with each other to kind of, yeah, release a lead of this sort of pressure. It's just the perfect counter there. So it's unpunishable, but you know, also that timing would have been the shots aligned, and yeah, and it's just, this is the Wada coming into full sorts that we expect.
This is the Wada that we saw go 13-4 in that first map. So now they're really starting to show their true colors, which I completely agree. Though flank coming along, yeah, the trademark's not going to make it easy for Miara to push this one back, but it is going to be a fade-on-fade challenge. I do think they have, yeah, lots of potential to take out Power Pixel there.
Miara making sure the money doesn't fly too far away here, but yeah, 1v3 at this point. It's more like, okay, who do I not want to give the kill to ult-wise? And one of those would have been Juna, I feel like. Up and collected. Star.
Oh my god.
Alright, let's play some mind games, apparently. It costs you your partner in crime, though, there, Starbound. Australis falls, you collect the Vandal, but that is double digits nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly what they needed to kind of... Honestly, just exactly what they needed in general. Wada, they've been on this lost streak of just constantly not knowing what to do, looking like a deer in headlights, you know, just missing out on just having like a really set strategy play. But it does seem like now they're starting to pick it back up into this group setting that they normally play with, where no one is left alone in the retouch there. So I am starting to see them slowly divert back into their usual selves.
Okay. Aggressive. Really bolt. We talked about Wada on the right selves. Well, Badison also has been kind of silent, so I did like the idea again of the aggressive really bolt, the claiming a space. I usually am against this, but I kind of want them to take a step forward, try to fight here as well, off of maybe some paranoia pressure out in mid. But yeah, I mean, they're not getting much further than this one way, and you can see Wada immediately framing themselves with the start cover to maybe fight back through to claim it. And these players are going to be caught on an island here, and Arya is locked in. The slides, the line, the trade would have been secured anyways by Australis. Res would have followed suit, so yeah, not gonna see these rotations likely in time. Everyone's up to full strength, and this should be an A post plant.
And that it will be. Sleepy Aria. Kind of just making sure they're covering up some space here. But for Wada, the thing they do best now is just picking off majority of these fights, especially alongside Starbound with the op there. Avery does take it down. I'm going to give some hope here. I do believe Avery can do it, though timing is going to be not necessarily on their side. So 11-6 here for Wada.
Ults coming online. They haven't lost weapons like nearly consequentially enough this half by any means, and oh, wow. I mean, apparently this composition is just super tax-sided. I'll have to look back at Winthrop and see if that was the same trend with them on this map. But all in all, again, it's been smoother sailing since that King Fred timeout in the first half. Obviously, just getting across the line of having that 6-6 half, that room to grow, to wiggle in once they got onto the attack. And it's looked super clean and confident here. And I haven't seen any changes or solutions from Ghost Gaming like we saw from Wada when they were on the defense. this default, trademarked mid start here. Door broken. Australis being first contact. I don't know how I feel about that with the Resurrection online. So I like that they're tucked away pillar, leaving that to Juna. Drone, mid re-clear. Only spot 2, I'd like to say. But that's all the bait, right? They're trying to lure them into Starbound here. But I like this. Ghost is not taking any fights that they don't have to. They're learning, like I wanted.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be such a good paranoia. They're really waiting for this. A very big set play. They were set, waiting for the worst case scenario here for Wada, and it just manages them to take out majority of Ghost Gaming, but they're just refreshing this back and forth that's been going on. I mean, quite lately, but now a Resurrection, so it does give Wada a full leeway to try to take over A site, and I'm surprised they're still going for it. Already a big rotation coming along. Now only with 30 seconds left, they're going to have to try to take this site, but I don't know how possible that's going to be. Already dashing all the way down onto site, and Wada, they've taken up control. It really is up to Cats in the Cold, and we have seen them do clutch rounds before, and potential next, but no, it's over. It has been given away to Starbound there for that pick, so we're at match point, Zobi.
I was a little shaken after I saw that second shot, but Starbound comes in clutch as per usual. But that round, obviously, I think Miara was not expecting them to challenge the Tejo missile, so that caught them sleeping just a touch, as well as the slow there was still dissipating. So an interesting situation Wada capitalized off of, but I did really like how they leave that main pressure, right? Some lucky shots from Australis while fully nearsighted as well will do that to you, but Resurrection comes to the line. Sleepy Aria is that space maker. So 12-6 money should be out of the question here for Ghost Gaming, so they have to go for this ditch effort to fight in the mid, catch them off guard, dismantle the default, and they have off the overdrive!
In seconds. They were like, yeah, let's just close this. Apologies, not close this. Let's just make sure we get this round in. So I do like the usage of the ults. I think the pressure that they get applied down towards the right-hand side, obviously, with Teo Holt, and then just allowing everyone else to really fill in towards the left-hand side was beautiful. So a big sandwich in there from Ghost Gaming, and that's respectable, right? They're still in it.
No, absolutely. 5 rounds only needed to get to overtime. If they win this next round, money should be flowing a little bit more nicely as well. But the difficulty is, Wada, again, it's like they're going to try to use the last 2 ults to get it across the line. Tour de Force already popped, and they have plenty of money to spend for another round or 2. So it's again, feasible, still difficult. And you can see the idea here now that Wada knows that they're getting overwhelmed on the mid fights is to take a few steps further back, right? Sell this aggressive B fake off of Sleepy Aria, right? Try to trigger any Vice till that's here, and you go elsewhere. But that elsewhere has since been discovered, right? You saw a player mid, got the op shot on the Neon B main, and you can see that nobody's left the A site.
No, they never do. They're very patient. If anything, just waiting to play for the retake here. It does seem like information given away, and their cover has been blown, but Wada, they're not... Actually, yeah, kind of straying. Nope. Going all the way back towards A.
First time they have to fight head-on the Vice util here as well. It's just double thorns on the chokes. That wall was attributed to top mid control for this round. And it really is going to be like, again, kudos when you're called upon. You have to answer in spades. And you can't. They don't even let you.
The shot's not hitting becomes...
30 seconds.
Interesting.
Yeah, incredibly unfortunate too, but they do still
I think
have
it's
Vice
intentional.
Yeah.
The Sage Wall. And now they just have to fight and to link off of it, like you mentioned, get out of the way of the Vice ult here, which I think is why they're framing for a fight, just waiting for the ripcord. And please, clear your left corner! Wire is there! The trade comes through for Starbound, who will still have, right, this weapon online, even with the Steel Garden sitting in. It's going to be Battison or bust again. And just like that, what is this?
One enemy remaining.
Oh my gosh, that might just given away the game. Yup, there it goes, 13-7. And Wada, they have become victorious in this series. They've taken it away. It was honestly a valiant effort, though, going through from Ghost Gaming. This was, I think, the first match that they had first game that they had ever won was the last map that we had seen. And now, I mean, it was a potential second to take away a series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are, again, I think players that in Pug events, Wada's played alongside. So I think a lot of those one-to-one head-to-heads, they understand each other's tendencies, their times, how they tick. And that's what came out and why they were such a strong head-to-head, even for a Pug-year style squad, right? Miara, Avery, Battison, they're menaces and they're super moldable, right? And I think that's what we saw coming here. A great attempt to try and break through that third, fourth position for the Neon Dream and get to the grand finals. But I feel like if anybody at the beginning of this tournament had hedged their predictions, it would have been for a YFPX Wada Grand Finals, Gompers, and it has been delivered.
Oh my gosh, yes, and I'm excited, and it's just gonna feel even sweeter when you realize the path that it took to get there. And I think this game is going to push them to realize, okay, listen, we're making a lot of mistakes today, let's recover, and they're gonna come back stronger. But that's super exciting, and I know you guys are excited as well, so please don't go anywhere. We're gonna be back, baby, with our grand finals match. Hello everybody, welcome back, and I'm sorry I lied. We're actually going to do some analysis, so we're not going to the grand finals game just yet. But listen, this is just as good. But yeah, Zobi, we had just finished that match, and listen, that was super exciting. We had actually seen a potential takeaway from Ghost Gaming, but Wada did manage to come out as the victor. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, break it down.
it's actually very, very familiar, it feels like, to how the Fly YFPX the 3 decider went. Because reminder, both of our semifinals went the distance here, I feel like, against underdog teams, right? And it's like, okay, very strong, very contentious first half, 7-5, 6-6, and then they just won like every preceding round after that once the side swap happened. YFPX so perfectly, and Wada here only dropping that one round right before finishing things strong, credited to, again, a hard counter, Ghost Gaming read, and insane overdrive, annihilation play. And again, if you're not used to the Teo, you can't predict and call against that as fluidly. So again, taking a look back at some of those moments and how, again, head-to-head and competitive this series was. Again, Ghost Gaming, you've got to be proud of how you played.
Oh, absolutely. For Ghost Gaming to take away what their first game against Wada, I think it shows massive improvement in the fact that, listen, it might happen even more continuing in other tournaments as well. So you can definitely see just the potential this team has. And I'm really, really happy. I want to see more of Battison on the Duelist. I think Battison is an exceptional Neon player, whether it be Neon or Jet. So definitely looking forward to that. But big congratulations over to Ghost. Apologies, Wada, for being able to win this out. And that does mean grand finals, which is super exciting. I think in terms of map selection, it was a little risky skipping out on the split, but it all worked out in the end.
Yeah, I'm curious if they'll have it pop back up for the grand finals. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be super entertaining, right? It's third time's the charm mentality after that stage 2 head-to-head against YFP for Wada, and then the grudges match that YFPX holds because they beat them twice and then still didn't get the bid to LCQ because of the consistency in points that Wada held, because they couldn't best Shopify Rebellion in the grand finals. Like, there's gonna be a lot of tension in the server versus we went from like Wada versus Ghost is like friends versus friends. This is gonna be like pow, we want that final say in the season.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And I mean, kind of like just a feeling, obviously they came back from LCQ, we had talked a bit about that, but they were in grand finals for LCQ. So to be able to get like I know it's not the same thing, but to be able to get a second chance to win a grand finals match is definitely something worthwhile. And I do think Wada are really feigning to be the victors, as well as, I mean, now they have the chance and the opportunity to review and kind of just get back into the comfort zone and realize, okay, we've made these mistakes, we're not going to make them again. These are things we can do better, and these are our strengths. So just following throughout that sort of pattern.
Absolutely. There's also the dynamic at play, right? That, okay, it's back-to-back best-of-3s for Wada, so they may still be warm, ready to play, versus there was that brief best-of-3 break, so it's like, okay, brain versus aim, because you get to sit back and watch these 3 maps. So as well, it's like, okay, maybe Wada wants to avoid playing these 3 maps so that you don't have that fresh like information on memory, because obviously we have these really strong brains on the enemy team, right? Scary Shark and Corrupt for YFPX, and you don't want to just feed them into that, because again, they're friends coming together to have fun in offseason. They weren't VOD reviewing your past matches from the group stage, and there was very little footage on them anyways, but they definitely will be watching during the break.
Oh my gosh. And well, I mean, I assumed that they had actually watched as well. You know, I don't know if they had watched the game that had just happened so they could get a little study on. So that would be something that I feel like would be strategically good to do. But I mean, I guess we'll have to see. We'll have to see what strategies they want to try to push for, especially during map selection and stuff like that.
Absolutely. Well, like you said, a chance at a grand finals victory, at least for the offseason for Wada, they have yet to achieve since kickoff, right? And I know I can speak for the players as well. They really wanted that shot against Shopify Rebellion to finally topple them down and steal away that direct bid to GCC. So, yeah, it's not as fulfilling, but it's, again, a great way to set up our grand finals between Wada and YFPX. But like we said, the players need a breather. We as our casters need a breather to bring the best hype possible to the Neon Dream Invitational. So we're going to go to a little bit of a break, and when we come back, the grand finals.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to NRG Neon Dream. I'm Gompers, one of your casters, and I'm joined alongside with Zobi. Actually, before we get started, too, I wanted to let you guys in on a secret. Are you interested in winning things? Because I know I am. NRG is doing a giveaway where they're giving away 4 Asus ROG Pelta headsets and 4 ARNG Energy mouse pads. So if that's something that you guys are interested in, feel free to type ! giveaway in the chat, and it'll give you some details as to how to enter. But let's put that aside, guys. This is the grand finals match that we've all been waiting for. It is going to be our 2 teams that have managed to make it up to this position. Wada versus YFPX. Zobi. I don't know, how are you feeling? Because I'm feeling very excited.
Oh, I mean, I'm excited, right? We mentioned again that you're going to be able to punch the tension with a knife, right? The consistent head-to-heads in Game Changers Stage 2, where it's like YFPX got the better of Wada, but Wada had the final say at getting the LCQ bid, and yeah, I mean, we can undeniably say that they earned their spots here, right? Very uncontested up until this semifinals, which showed that both of these teams, right, earned their way here, that we had a great top 4 that earned their cut of the $10,000 prize pool by the Army National Guard and NRG. So again, I think everybody expected this to be the grand finals. It's your number 1 seed from Group A and B in the round robin as well. It's just, again, a matter of righting the wrongs, right? Again, upper bracket semifinals from Stage 2, anteed out the wazoo by YFP, and Wada wasn't prepared for it. They come back stronger, push it 5 maps, but get reverse swept in the lower bracket finals, right? Their chance at going head-to-head against Shopify Rebellion stripped away, and their trust placed in Shopify Rebellion to win just to get the bid to LCQ off of points, right? Like, it was a whole mess, and at the end of the day here, Gompers, it boils down to who wins this best of 3.
Yeah, and a gentle reminder too, for the players that are trying to win this best of 3, there is also an opportunity to win that uncommon player award as well. So let's see. I don't know. I'm excited. We get to find out who the 2 winners are, technically, when you think about it. So that in itself is pretty exciting. But as it goes, there is obviously some history withstanding between both of these teams, to which, forget the history, guys. We're going to focus on the present. Map selections coming up. What are we looking at here? I'm super excited. There's a couple maps that I know that these teams have played against each other before, actually Corrode being one of them. So that is going to be the first ban. But we are going to Pearl.
Yeah, it's really funny. We're like, let's focus on the present, but also let's look at the past to see the maps between these two teams, because I think that's where this pool tells stories, right? Because of the big switch up away from Ascent, away from Lotus, maps that were consistently played, and head-to-heads up against these two teams. I like the pro pick. It's bold out of YFPX. They haven't really shown it off other than that 13-6 dominance, right, to close out the series up against FlyQuest Red to earn their grand final spot. And it's one that Wada's been floating, right? And one that you didn't prep for in that LCQ either. So it is that that's just truly in the dark, right? Like a map that they didn't need to touch, didn't want to touch. And a split in that regard was similar, but there was obviously returning no changes. So yeah. I'm curious to see. Bayern, Wada got their best, and Sunset, I'm scared if we get there because it went to overtime to kick off, right? That best of 5 lower bracket finals between these two teams in GC.
Yeah, kind of excited though too, because even though YFP picked this, it's not like that was the first initial ban for Wada, despite the fact that they haven't played Pearl in an official, I guess, an official tournament within the past 3 months. So when you're kind of looking at the history here with standing, there's not a lot within Pearl that we can kind of look at and be like, okay, well, here are the statistics for this team. So I am pretty excited to see what is going to be brought about. Obviously, 99% sure we're going to be able to see some chamber come through from Starbound. So I'm not too worried about what the holds are going to be looking like there. I am super, super excited though. Like you said, YFP definitely picking out Pearl. They had some pretty good stuff going on against their game with FlyQuest Red. So I am like having some really, really good feelings about the fact that this is the first map pick there for YFP.
Yeah, I mean, the last time they played this, guys, it was in Stage 1, I think. And the last time they played it as well was a 4-13 bodying by Shopper Rebellion Gold in the main event grand finals. But I think my concern, yeah, the Chamber's going to be fine. They're going to be golden. They always were a menace around art. I think they kind of led the charge in having this very mid-centric Sentinel in my mind. But the issue is that they were playing it with the Vice, right? And we saw them change away from the Vice Chamber on many maps, right? Sunset being one of those, right? And Haven being one of those. So it's like, okay, honestly, I kind of want them to just go back to the Vice. Like, if you haven't prepped anything else here, we saw the complications on Haven that it caused, right? Switching things away from the Vice chamber, picking up the Waylay for Australis, right? That's probably why you lost your first map on this run and first map to go scathing this entire season. So, like, yeah, you don't have as much information, but the delay util is still the same.
Yeah, and Binda honestly had a pretty strong showing too for that second map. But regardless, we are going to go into Pearl.
Shamed already.
Which, yeah, Juno's just going to lock in the Astra for Pearl. I haven't seen exactly what comp they're going to want to run here for Wada, so I am very, very excited. It does seem like Arya going to fill into the Neon role, and I'm assuming Starbound on the Chamber. If not, I really would love to see, you know, what Sentinel is potentially going to be brought about, but it really just seemed like they're sticking to their roots here.
It'd be so interesting to see the Chamber one trick for the entire go non-Chamber in the first map of the Grand Finals to cap off the season. So there it is, coming in clutch here. But again, they're now relying on the singular Sentinel in that regard. I don't think it's the end of the world here. I have... again, I think it'll just be a little bit harder, I think, in terms of, again, your op player and your mid-control player being the same. I talked about that a lot, actually, I think, in that Pearl between FlyQuest Red and YFP, and how your pickup alongside your Killjoy had impact for your defensive side, and Wada starting on the defense here is going to be difficult, right? Up against this aggressive double duelist, this Mosquito composition from YFPX. I think they're going to be coming out of the gate on the off foot, right? You know, coming out of best of 3, energy reserves are already low. You're switching the composition from a double Sentinel to a double Initiator here, and Australis on the Sova after filling in, you know, Sentinel, maybe the occasional smokes after how long? Like, it's uncharted territory, to put it lightly.
Yeah. Well, I really think the KO is gonna you know, put some applicable damage here. So for me, Power Pixel filling in the KO, especially with the capabilities Power Pixel has in general, just playing like, even if you just threw them out there with no abilities, I'm sure they could get 4. So I am really feeling this composition. I think the KO would give them some leeway because they were struggling a lot with site pushes on the defense. Sure. I think this is going to help that a lot and tremendously going into this map of Pearl.
I think it'll also amplify the power pixel clutch factor as well. I feel like they're very self-sufficient on a KO, right, with the flashes, whether it's setting okay Arya up for sex or clutching out on their own right. But we have a whole other team to still discuss, right? They were obviously on stream earlier in their semifinals versus FlyQuest Red, and every player was truly locked in. It felt like Sherrod and I was gonna say Zori always taking the cake. Sherrod not even wanting the head-to-head with the Chamber versus Starbound to kick things off, and as well as just again, Scary Shark was a clutch factor. We got to talk with her in the interview. Glowstick as well was this insane support player. So again, dangerous here, but so they have some set plays at least. Sleepy Arya set up to break the turret off the flashpoint, no punish. But in the meantime, this is what I mentioned: no true Sentinel util on mid, and you've lost control of all of connector.
Dude, yeah, in a matter of seconds, the fact that you have so much that you have taken over is crazy. But of course, objective is keeping themselves onto the site. So I think Australis is put in a pretty good position here to kind of allow the team to know what is going on. And taking out one before they go down is actually tremendous here. But I mean, a 3v3 scenario, luckily enough, refract potential was going through pretty tremendously there for Wada.
Yeah, nice chip damage there onto Sherrod as well. So we're hoping the 0 points back up. We're hoping, yeah, there's some stars left in the reserve for a long smoke. Those boxes should get checked. And with the relay bolt still online, this is a great re-entry tool as well for Arya.
Actually jumping down to it. Okay, Arya's feeling really confident, and somehow they always seem to make the right clicks work. But there it goes, just retracting themselves. But they don't know exactly where Zori is going to be standing. And I mean, Wada taking in this first round in the pistol.
Yeah, Arya going for embarrassing movement clips like that means all is right in the world, and even though it doesn't find the kill, it gets the information. It's up to the distraction to deposit there deep into hulls, and while they're maimed and mauled, it is still a Wada pistol at the end of the day. And all the issues we saw in overfighting early from Sunset defense swept away beneath the waves, right, of a Pearl in this dome of a grand final. So a nice way to see the stabilization. Sleepy Arya with the judge out is no surprise. I wish maybe we had like a Bulldog or a Guardian, but I mean, the Astralis Spectre's to be feared. The Outlaw from Starbound's to be feared. It's like they have the fearful weapons in most of these players' hands. Oh, wait. Okay. I need to introduce you to something. It's called the Zori Bucky. They get in, they refract out, and they just are a first blood machine. It's usually mid-door and connector centric, but they're somehow going towards the deserted site here on A. And the refract, okay, it actually has already expired. So didn't quite work out for the pace they're hoping for. Maybe they wanted Wada to fight, but Wada, nope. They're gonna hunker down. This should be deadly.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I do like the slight jiggle peep going in and out of mid. I think that was a better call than just kind of feeling it out maybe, but YFP, they're just trying to see like where exactly everybody is, gathering that intel that's necessary. But I do like this because drone is coming out and they will very much find information that they need to see. Okay, majority of the players are potentially coming out towards A here.
Yeah. I think this has been really nice, right? Trademark, so Arya feels comfortable to go back off. I like that they have a double header, high-low to set up any art split that could happen, right? And so it's going to now set up the reflood into site when they realize, okay, there's nobody still mid. It is 5 strong through A main. But that's why, look at this, YFP's flipping back in on her, trying to.
Oh, and they're just going to keep going. Power Pixel's holding as much as they can, but even then the blind's not going to be enough. And YFP, they've gotten more picks than they should have in this moment. Already 2 players just standing within a site, and Australians going to try to keep this preoccupied. That they will do. The spray transfer connects, and the defusal comes through. So Wada, it was very close. And YFP, I mean, getting a little bit of economic value out of this.
Yeah, there we go. We'll collect the most expensive weapons that they can. Reminder, Power Pixel only had a Sheriff anyways, so it really is just a Judge or a Spectre loss. Depends which one they wanted to pick up for Sleepy Arya, if either. But again, YFPX proper calling there, but again, I think that preparation and that waiting game from Wada in art was what countered it perfectly. So very, very nice reaction there. And this is where I can also similarly say, right, we mentioned, okay, maybe not wanting to expose maps you played on. Okay. Obviously, we saw YFP could watch Bind and Sunset, but Wada waiting for their match could have watched that decider of Pearl. So I think that's where maybe some of the good counters are coming from, right? And ideas to shut down, like I mentioned, the mid-centric plays that are typically there for YFPX. And the consistent A-side lean feels so anti-characteristic. I feel like we had just like a Killjoy lurk here usually. Versus, excuse me, every time now it's these kind of 3-person fights, again, trying to deny the orb space, perhaps?
Presence being detected, and the suppression does come through. So already lots of value that I'm seeing come out of the KO here. Yeah, with mid, quite difficult. You still do have it's kind of like you have a second person watching your back there with a turret, but rotation is coming through. B site seemingly the place where they want to go, but there is a chamber hold in that.
Yep. I like it too. Rendezvous is not as dangerous as, say, again, an anchor scaling up or a duelist scaling up, so that works out. But on the flip side, Art player found Juna again wrestling the inner turmoil of wanting to trade this back. And when you have it pinched up with the Judge, that is the perfect bait that you get without the cost of a player. So now you have to speed up into the A side, the one place that has been given up, but feels like it's by choice. Wada can play the 4-on-4 retake as long as YFPX don't get too proactive.
Yeah, but they've lost out on their KO, so it's not like they can really suppress anyone's utility. Not that there is much to begin with, which might actually help in favor. I know Starbound's going to struggle quite a bit, especially now that the reload has to come through. So the moment that Q comes out, the rest of this, Juna unfortunately does whip on the shot, and YFP have more opportunity than they did last round to take this one in. So yeah, seemingly so. The first round is absolutely theirs, and a team ace at that.
There we go. Just hunker down, hold on. Not overfighting there. Again, leveraging the better weapons, just receiving and watered off through their way with grace. So that's exactly what you want to see from YFPX. Again, watered on the bonus. Taking some rifles down is good to see, but all in all, I think nothing to really write home about from either side. But yeah, it feels like, again, no bonus excluded. It feels like we're seeing kind of YFPX, like they're not going to fix anything until it's broke. They're going to start with this kind of A side lean. And that's where we're once again going to finally see Aria pep to their step off the flashpoint, trying to fight in, while they were trying to instead set up this A split off the converging paths. Now I don't think they'll have deep enough A anchors to do so, it feels like.
Oh, they're going to execute off this ult. Oh, actually, no. I thought, honestly, I did kind of like the idea of it, but with TP already settled down in A, Aria's going to take advantage of the fact that the sound cue gave it away, and now Corrupt just running it down. So YFP, they have responded to this. Actually, maybe being a slight diversion at that, so finally the A site is going to be able to be theirs. And then wide swings coming through. Yeah, Wada, they have just completely lost it on this round.
Wow. 1v2, navigable, but like you mentioned, very difficult with an Astra and a Killjoy. One Storm Grenade live. I'm sure we'll see the Astra Star place now that they've gone a safe distance away. And yeah, I think YFP have tackled, have been burned by the Starbound before, so they're gonna do everything possible not to take a direct fight line. And that includes Scary Sharp Bracken, and instead includes layering this post util. And it should just come together perfectly. I'm not seeing much leeway.
Oh no. Yeah, they definitely saw where they were with that Jiggle Peak, and not much vulnerability. Yeah, just gonna save this one out. I think a good investment, honestly, to just run away and keep the op in hand, especially for Starbound. Yeah, I wouldn't peek that. That is not a smart idea.
I would have. Corrupt's the one, interestingly enough, like even though they're on Astra now, they were always the one that was on the KO, that was on the Tejo. The ones that specifically designed compositions around shutting Starbound down. So they'd be the one to ego peek that player, I'm not gonna lie, and try to take that operator away. But you're right, longevity-wise, like looking at the money for Sherrod, for Zori here, buying back up after that was, again, a closer round, it is the safe route here, especially after you just tied things up 2-2. So Wada, eco some ults that could make this a little bit dicey of a dance, you know, some Sleepy Aria, overdrive, some Hunter's Fury that could come in clutch here, but all in all, it should be a YFPX lead, which is why we get this mid plaza just full out launch.
Oh, and they're just doing whatever they can at this point. I mean, not really able to connect anything with the ultimate, so the ultimate has been expended. Yeah, Wada just kind of missing out on that for the retake, but all in all, they did take away the Waylay. They do have one more duelist left to kind of regain that entry, but they're not really playing as a team, and now presence detected, so...
Yeah, that's dangerous, number one, because they can get more weapons. Number two, because it's so deep in top mid, they can't collect the weapon. Second, that kill that Power found ahead of the overdrive, right, just blind through the Nebula top mid, gave them the no command. So I think that's why we're seeing a super heavy A-sided stack. You know, some maybe pressure reliever from Juna in Link, but it's going to be, okay, the op one and done on B, and you play retake off these ults, right? Buy time with Hunter's Fury, refloat him with the no command. And again, that's a nice setup in theory. We've just got to see some of these eco shots hit to seal the deal.
You want to fight it?
now being made.
30
And they
seconds
peek
left.
past that. They know. I mean, I'm 100% sure YFP knows that they're trying to just fight as close as they can here. Wada, though, they might just be so much stronger than everybody else on this team, but the right click sword hitting an Arya may have just missed out on the opportunity to give this round to them. Juna can't seem to hit the shots either, so now it's, I mean, again, Scary Shark is definitely going to be quite terrifying, and no resurrection can come through.
Last
So
Run it
this
back.
one- Yeah, just looking like a 1v3 here.
Could be another perpetual save moment as well, right? Low HP on 2 of the 3 players makes this hurt a lot, having to just walk away, but again, it feels a little early, like a little close and contentious in my mind because that was an eco attempt for King Fred to pull the timeout button, but back-to-back signs are one of those like flash sign indicators, like symptoms for worry when you should go to the ER kind of here for a systemic issue, and that's where I am a little bit worried, right? They're just not finding that first blood impact off the operator. It's been more, again, Power and Sleepy Aria that have found it in mid, in main, and yeah, that's the difficulty. I just need to freshen up the defense. Like, I need something different. Put Star Art, right? Let them fight mid plaza, for example. Something like that. I feel like that's where they typically would play the last time we saw this team in stage 1. Yeah, there they go. Look, I know my stuff. Maybe. Don't make me a liar here now, Star. I just want them caught. I expect them to chirp and then go back, you know? Yeah, there it is.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Well,
maybe,
okay.
maybe they'll
The
still
one time
know.
they're going B, though? The one time they're going B? That is unfortunate. And this is the perfect counter, right? You expect to make a change up. So the call from here from Corrupt is perfect. And now I'm concerned because you're going to be retaking again with an operator, with a Hunter's Fury, and the dimensional drift from Sherrod. It might spoil that idea too.
Yeah, I do like the fact that they did leave, you know, their Sova by themselves so they could just give out early info. Now the retake comes through, and Juna's trying to be sneaky, trying to give themselves some way for a potential flank here. But with the Killjoy, that's just not going to be as easy as they think it will be.
Third online. I think they were more worried about the backstab late through mid door because Dimension Drift set it up with no players there, but Hunter's Fury gets it started. Hulls you cannot hold on to. The Nightfall, more of an afterthought here, but we'll still keep the players at bay for the choke in the time being, but it didn't matter. They were waiting on the rotates anyways.
Yeah, and the one way making it difficult for Arya to feel any comfort trying to get themselves on site. I mean, but with that being said, YFP, they're holding it like a hawk here. And there's not, I mean, a lot of util that you can use at this point from Wada. They're trying their best with Starbound, and Starbound will provide for the team.
Wow. I mean, since they provide, you have to give back, right? Power Pixel gets it to half, hands the ult orb off to try and fast track this tour de force, but I think YFP just learned the hard way that Pearl has changed, right? Didn't plant quite for long, couldn't play with forced players off the site, and that came back to punish them when they all got kind of pushed off. And I'm not even sure why they conceded that space, right? The Yoru Sherrod teeping away from the Hunter's Fury, that makes sense. But again, they could have fought up a little bit more. They could have played the close backside crosshairs that they had control over. Because again, Wada gave them that deep control, and I didn't really see too much util to flush them out either. So again, maybe a bad decision, but that's what they want to remedy by falling through the B site once again. You're not going to have that Hunter's Fury to get back in. And they're like, it'll be fine this time around. And we'll see if that is correct, especially with kind of a mixed bag of tricks in the buy department.
Down is going to actually push everybody on the outskirts. And by the time they get entry onto site, I mean, there's util already available here. No, on the defense, never mind. It seems like they've just been readily prepared for this moment. With the KO alone, I'm completely down. Zori's just gonna have to fight as far up as they can to try to stop any potential entry. Now Juna goes down.
Yeah, Starbound good for the cross-contact play as well. And I kind of mentioned it, right? Without Hunter's Fury, it doesn't feel like you have that shoo-in way back into the retake here. And I am, again, I think off-put by how many times this team is forced to save, but I think that's where this kind of gamble approach has been kind of coming from, and it's difficult. Again, we talked about how Juna kind of forced Scary Shark back on the mid-door fight. Now that player's fallen. Another player as well on Link has fallen. So I think Lockdown gave them that deep space, that deep challenge as well. Worked for YFPX here to claim the lead back here just a touch. So that'll be a nice stabilizing element as well to YFPX's economy moving forward. And this is where maybe we need a King Fred timeout starting. Again, it's like how far do you want to push it? I'm seeing the message in chat. Maybe a little tech pause as well will be a breathing moment at least.
Yeah, good direction to take a tech pause, especially since, I mean, the executions onto site have been flawless. It's just, once again, there's so many players that are just wanting to take these 1v1s that, I mean, just, it's not the time. Not the moment. Really detrimental players actually getting picked off pretty early on, which is KO. I mean, in particular, right? So when you lose out on your KO so early, the retakes definitely get a little harder.
No, absolutely. And it's kind of then giving them a taste of their own medicine, right? I feel like the first few rounds, like players like Zori, like Sharad were getting first blooded, those really strong entry forces for YFPX. And I think the flipping of the map, going from that A again until it broke, and going back towards now B, and getting these few consistent rounds, demanding a call and response from Wada has kind of given them that second win to stay afloat this half and prevent Wada from turning everything around. So, yeah, I hope that, again, the tech pause doesn't stomp out any momentum that YFPX has, but I also, again, Wada just feels like even without that momentum, just haven't come up with a fix without the ults on the B side.
Yeah, seemingly, I am kind of looking to see, I mean, what exactly they can work for here in regards to ults. I know there wasn't too much expended within this round in particular, but it is quite interesting to me, actually, the fact that, I mean, having the chamber and then, you know, aggressively pushing out hasn't seemed to be working, as they haven't caught this team just like in the right moment. And it's almost like they're like conditioning Wada to push certain angles and like, okay, let's hit A 5 times and then let's migrate over to B. That should definitely make it happen. And it does. I think they're really, really good at making sure this team feels like they never know what the next step is going to be.
And every time that conditioning falls suit as well is they're running into sites that are absent of starbound, right? The first few A attempts obviously starting with B, now they've repositioned towards mid, and they're hitting B all of a sudden, like you mentioned. So again, I feel like if we get that overlap, that head-to-head clash, it's going to be either YFPX just steering clear since they didn't have a compositional pickup, it feels like, to challenge the operator. And I feel like a big challenge as well to the operator and chamber would have been the Yoru, but with the dimensional drift nerfs, you can't flash out of it as well. That becomes really difficult to convert off of. So again, I think they're outbraining right now because they don't have the compositional, I guess, suppression element. So it's been a really nice trade-off here, and shows just how much thought they've put in and the experience that they've gained from playing against this team and this style so many times this season.
Yeah, it is grand finals too, right? So every single round counts. It's got to be quite nerve-wracking for both sides to even know that they have to get something fixed, or else, I mean, this could be the game that just really messes up their entire series. So just running away with the first game is the momentum that everybody wants to take away. But I am excited. I am kind of excited to see. I am hoping, actually, that I get to see what exactly the KO is going to push for here. I mean, I've been talking about the KO quite a bit, but I do think in regards to what we can see from them, I am hoping we get to see a little more just push play based off the information that we're gathering, right? There's no util to really play for. I feel like taking the 1v2 and occasions where we do get a suppression outside of the extremities of A side or B side definitely would allow them to kind of isolate fights a little better. But it's going well so far. I will say, I think in regards to the retake, definitely just a little some adaptations that need to be made.
Yeah, I mean, this is YFPX map pick, again, trying to hit a map that Wada hasn't had reps on this tournament, haven't addressed since they were playing on old patch, old map pool for the LCQ. So, again, trying to drive the point home that this is a grudge match, that this is saying, like, hey, I'm waiting your comeuppance for beating us out for LCQ, even though we beat you in stage 2 multiple times. Yeah. And I think I like your idea of trying to engage a little bit more on the Wada side, but it does become difficult when YFPX is usually just receiving and just kind of falling off. They're not afraid to leave, and I think that speaks well, especially for them being a double dose composition, right? They don't have that blinders on, that tunnel vision of, okay, target identified, target eliminated kind of mentality. And that's what I think YFPX and the experience of having, you know, the VCL game changers players of Scary Shark and Corrupt is huge.
Yeah, especially with the, obviously we talked a bit about the fact that they have some standing history playing against each other too, which Pearl wasn't necessarily one of the maps we will actually get to see. I do believe they played each other on Sunset, so that is something I'm excited to kind of watch. As far as this goes, they really are just like checking every single map off the roster. they're like, all right, let's get Pearl up in here, you know, and whatnot. So it is kind of, it's cool. It's cool that they're trying to just get some other variety in here and try to show each other, okay, yes, I haven't played Pearl as of yet, you know, in a professional setting as Wada. So now let's see if you can pick out what I'm planning for or what we can do here. So it is pretty exciting to see.
Absolutely. And again, kind of having the stakes recapping because it's been a minute of the tech pause, what we were left with before coming into it. It was a 3-person save for Wada, so they're going to have a pretty decent, I think, weapon arsenal coming into this. Maybe a sheriff, maybe a shotgun to complement it if you want to hand things off in Primal Aria for, again, another door hold. But I don't think there were any really ults to write home about there, I think. And on the flip side, I feel like I don't remember too much about the situation, it feels like, for YFPX ult-wise. I think they had a lot of money, though, and funds to spare, so we were pretty good there. Again, I think they're hitting that stabilizing element towards the cap of the half, right? They'd just broken through, right? It's 3-4 right now, right? Favoring YFPX. The tech pause has been so long, my memory is getting hazy, Gompers.
All I know is that, guys, we're playing Valorant. Like, this is actually happening right now, so I don't know. I know my memory is getting a little hazy too. But as far as it goes, you know, I will say YFP, the game of YFP and Wada will have to come right back, guys. I'm so sorry. The tech pause will be a while, not too long though, so don't go anywhere. Trust me, in the blink of an eye, we will be right back. So stay tuned. Listen, I said it'd be in a blink of an eye, and we are in fact back. So let's get excited. Let's get happy. Let's have some fun here. I'm super hype. Obviously, I'm Gompers. If you guys had forgotten, I know it's been a while. And I'm joined with Zobi. So
Hello.
Last we had seen, it was a YFP win, just based off the fact that obviously Wada couldn't get the defusal through.
They couldn't even get back onto the B site, actually, right? They went for that 3-person save, just calling it quits. The last time they actually were able to get back on the B site was off of Hunter's Fury, which is where the cause for concern is. But time to mull it over on the internal. Even PowerPixel can like work it over, be like, what's the solution I want to call for my team here? And it feels like, again, they want to go for a very headstrong B retake is the idea. You mentioned you want to see Power survive, but Power was the first line of contact there. Breaks the clone, keeps the idea maybe of there being more than meets the eye here, but the trade-off. Arya here now. Juna as well, rotating, toying with mid door. And this is a very A deep lean from the chamber. So where we've gone from like moving them from B to mid to A with the subsequent loss.
Go, go, go. I'm not sure. No, Arya's not seeing anything. I mean, even then, rotation's coming back through mid. And mid is like the one thing that Wada just doesn't have too hard of a grasp on here.
Yeah, because of the switch up, right? They put the chamber instead on the art side. They just fully trust in Juna and that stun probably that we're gonna see here. But this is Zori we're talking about again. They get in, they get a kill, they refract out, or they keep the control. Fully flashed out Power. I don't know what quite happened there to not find Zori, but they're gonna find kills and impact elsewhere instead. The reflash, the reclear is good for one. Almost a second there, but that's still good, right? You spotted out 2. You thought they would follow through off the kills. They're giving up all this A space, and they double back. This is a great call, and the trademark's only going to confirm it with 15 seconds left. If it pops here instead of getting broken, okay, there we go. It would have stopped everything, and Starbound almost had the opportunity, might still have the opportunity to do so anyways.
Yeah, just having the waylay to really push past that helped this out for YFP. This being a 2v3 isn't looking quite promising, I won't lie to you, especially now Starbound is watching within the smoke. It has a very solid hold, though I will say, even then, just 2 players wide swinging it is going to give them this point. So Wada, we're seeing a very big back and forth here. So, you know, one round it's up to YFP, one round it's up to Wada, but it does seem like Wada will prevail.
Yeah, I think, again, PowerPixel being able to reflash and refight both shut down the B split attempt by finding Sherrod, and then also just getting that information there into Link. That was just the perfect flip moment there. Because again, they haven't been able to full retake the B site minus the Hunter's Fury round. And so shutting them down on the B site and then retaking A, which has been a success point, was exactly what they needed. And also just the outpacing, because they almost over-rotated off, right? But the double back from Australis and Starbound, perfectly timed to reflood in. And you can see again how contentious this is for a grand finals. Money iffy for YFPX, so again, maybe sending some support towards Sherrod on long. But I like the fix so far. We'll see if it holds for Wada.
Jump peeking.
Here.
Arya still can't seem to find anything. I mean, repetitions from the last round. Nothing that anything from Wada can do here.
Yeah, Ultor for Corrupt would bring the Cosmic Divide online. That way the converging paths here could generate enough momentum to get on the B site, which is the big issue here now with how Power and Arya are playing. But curious to see if that's the plan. They've regrouped. The silo scaling the jump peak should spoil things, but also I've noticed the jump peak doesn't get as much info because of this switch up, right? So surprise element should be pretty good, but it doesn't go deep enough. Yeah, you gotta get on that more aggressive line, Zori, and here we go.
Zori's absolutely scary on the waylay, and even scarier when they're taking everybody out with a stinger running it down. They're running headshots. Seemingly aren't working. Wada are holding their own on the site. Now going to potentially have to push for a retake. Arya's playing by themselves. They do manage to get another. And YFP getting taken down left and right. So 2 players left to take this out. I mean, to take glow stick out. Seemed like the plant goes through, so they're gonna have a little bit of time, maybe some leeway. Angle not correct, but it doesn't matter. And up in heaven. Actually, no. Just moving themselves down towards the right hand side, inside of the backside there. Slowly working their way in. We do have Nightfall not gonna be used. 1v1 getting so tense, and the swing comes through. They know that they've gotten tagged. And Glowstick is waiting, but Starbound is better with the op.
Oh, I kind of wanted to see the Starbound perspective there, because that repeak had to be everything. Calling the bluff, calling the reposition out, and yeah, we saw so many of the changes for B-side at play there, right? The sectioning, piecing that 1v2 apart, giving hope there to Glowstick, but not able to close it out. And this is where I think the coordination from Wada was needing to keep it down to that 1v2, right? Beautiful grab flows where it gets slowed down a little bit. Here, this timing off the one-way fading as well, so Astralis could get a fight back in to help relieve that pressure on Aria holding down backside halls. So yeah, just all came together. Cherry on top is the Starbound clutch, and they get the lead back. And once again, it's YFPX just trying to force it down here. Spectre, Judge, Bucky, you name it, they don't want to lose this one-round trail.
You're being captured. It does give Sharada an opportunity to try to get their ultimate here, and it does seem like slowly farming this Zori running into the site. Try to get something up towards A. I mean, but regardless, the plan is going to be able to go down. So YFP, they have some time to try to situate themselves for the retake on this power pick. So has anything to say about it? It seems like no time at all. The flashbangs coming through to allow this team some sort of space on the site. And now it really just leaves it up to Scary Shark, to which they're not going to be able to respond. So many players holding it, and Starbound with the yacht, making it impossible to make this peak.
Yeah, Wada getting to 6 here. And they finally had the breakthrough. They've solved the B side. The rest of the map kind of came with it here. And YFPX kind of fell into that motion of what the early half issues were of overfighting into art, and Wada being prepared to handle it, right? So YFPX, this is another shout out for main event. Now lacking a coach, it falls to, again, secondary voices like Nora in the server to call a stop, to call the timeout here, because they want to cap things off here in a 6-6 fashion. You don't want to be triangling the 8-4. This was your double duelist composition starting out on the attack, and your pick as well, thinking that you really picked a weak point that you were exposing for Wada. So that not going awry here. What do we think Wada, I mean, sorry, what do we think YFPX is doing, right? The pings are all over the map.
Oh my gosh, probably they're just faxing the strats over at this point. I don't know what's going on.
I feel like they have to solve the B side too, right? I feel like it's just been a battle of B and who can come up with the answers to what the other is doing. And again, Wada answered in kind. YFPX said, okay, we're gonna put a pin in this. We're gonna go A instead and try to see if that still works, and it didn't still work. So again, backs up against the wall.
Yeah.
I'm seeing more mid pings come out, so I'm hoping it's gonna be I'm seeing lots of mid pings. Ooh. Are we gonna see the Zori like light speed in a connector, look for a kill, and then refract out? I think that's what we're gonna see. Oh, Juna, you better be ready.
Yeah,
this is what I was talking about. I promise you this, Gompers.
Zori's been really, really impressive playing on the Waylay, and I do like the fact that we've been seeing Waylay be kind of abused a little more often.
Here it comes.
I don't know, just really enjoying the pace of play here, and yep, gonna happen again. They're very prepared for this, though. I think Wada have faced this situation one too many times.
Yeah, but I think that's the idea here is, right, they got the connector control, they can go wherever they want, right? Sleepy Aria, I wish would have held water a little bit longer, but I think they're worried about the art gap, they're worried about Australis getting overwhelmed here, so internal turmoil for the time being. But again, the goal, Matt, the Astro regroups, the Killjoy has deep A control, the drone should spoil everything, and we should see the full commit rotate out of Wada here soon.
Yeah, not much to make of it, though. TP's getting ready, and they are going to push. The question is when. Shock darts to try to stall this backwards. Not much, I mean, that they were able to receive. Sleepy Ari just sitting in the backhand side, and Charrot is able to respond, so they've already had a majority of their players,
Careful here.
you know, rotate over for this retake here in Wada, but it's going to be quite some time until they can figure out how exactly they're going to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, ults to put in, to invest, already being down a player as hefty as the Neon, as well as difficult. I do like the roots. I was going to say that why I picked the set deep into art, right? That was the difference, taking art versus already having it in the post, but no command in, you're left without options other than to fight head on, and none of those engagements are going their way. Corrupt off site, util stripped away as well, so no more post plan. Just have to take the direct contact with 1 HP. They might just do it.
No way. Oh my gosh, no
Do
way.
not.
They're spamming it, but they can't. Do not sticks it. And hey, pros never fake, so a great play on Wada. And I like that, right? The null command that comes through is what allowed them to just continue to keep that push going.
So again, yeah, they take notes on what fell short. Maybe again from like Starbound trying this 1v2 against Scary Shark and Corrupt prior. And it's really funny. It's like, Juna, save the op or save your friend in terms of lifting up the KO. But the timer expires. We're going to see the double up on Starbound because it's the last round of the half anyways. Might as well have the double at the hip there with the Tour de Force. And this should be a really strong closeout attempt here towards the 7-5. If they can, again, full stop this B. They're finally challenging B with Starbound here.
On my mark.
Just looking for an entry point, honestly. I'm actually,
come.
yeah, Jared actually just going towards the back of sight. And they're getting ready. They're trying to make a distraction. They've sandwiched this team in of Wada. There's not much they can do, right? Unless Starbound can try to make a crack at it here in the entry point. It does seem like Zori might be the next one. And Aria making the pressure and applying with Hunter's Fury. So they do have this. And Wada, they are back.
How embarrassing.
That was stunning. I mean, you mentioned, like, okay, they're kind of sandwiched. They're kind of stuck here in Hull. So what do, right? Backs turn to each other. Aria rips the overdrive and just punctures out. And then the Hunter's Fury distraction will allow Starbound to, again, get that wiggle room to get back on the line. And you know, the KO flashes coming, flying through the air. So, yeah, that's just mischief managed from Wada, and YFPX couldn't navigate the util spam. They're like, wait, this is nerfed for utility? I didn't think so after what we saw. But 8-4 here. Again, they did well for the defense, right? I was concerned about not having the double sentinel like they're used to. And whew, again, we saw that lull because it's usually the Vice, right, on B that gets to, like, again, stall out that energy that we were seeing. And once they bounced back without even a timeout this time, it worked out. 8-4. Pistol now has to be one for YFPX to be in the conversation.
Oh. So good. Starbound can just extend themselves as far as they can, take the TP out. But they do have information as to who is surrounding mid. I mean, they've pretty much known that Killjoy likes to stand in mid. Just keep hold.
Okay. I saw, again, they wanted to mid-trap the chamber there off the Sherrod, off the art players. Doesn't work out. Contact made for the Killjoy now. The gate crash as a result. Re-clear off the drone, or sorry, the clone, I should say, as well for B long. And I like this answer, right? Start with this duo clearing deep into B, so you can have this hefty lean towards A. Starbound taken out. And I don't, yeah, okay, I was gonna say, I need to see a connect from these A main players and these mid players on a plan moving forward. And it is going to be to follow through with the split.
30 seconds left.
And Zori's so low. There's no way. Aria, the timing on that. Still manages to make it onto the site. And of course, I mean, this being the piss around, Wada really need this to kind of keep their stride going. And Power Pixel is annihilating down towards the back of
10
sight.
seconds left.
There being potentially a flash to utilize here for the retakes. There is still some hope here for YFP.
Yeah. Kind of sandwiched as well. Don't get the time to reposition. Play this how they want, but that's why Aria, again, takes initiative. Repositions as well. Juna trying to get out. Very similar position. Nora herself placed the enemy in last half, trying to navigate a clutch with an Astra alive. Might be out of stars, though, because it's the pistol. Contact made. Turret, their best friend in navigating this, but it only takes 2 shots, right? Both are 1 away.
Oh, goodness. They can at least get it half. Beautiful shot.
Wait, the turret would kill Aria.
Oh my gosh, and they're trying their best, but Scary Shark's trying to stick it. And honestly, that was the only thing you could do with Aria. Trying to break your ankles like that. That was terrifying. But 9-4 there, Wada, they still do keep that round. And of course, though, bonus round given some potential over to YFP.
Yeah. That is an insane round for Arya to win. And I was nervous as well. I feel like, again, Wada are very, very hard on themselves. And the way in which that series was close against Ghost, to me, would have been like a blow a little bit to their confidence. And coming into the YFPX rematch, which, again, they have a mental block against these opponents they have history against, like Shopify, like YFPX. But Arya bouncing back is the best indicator here, I think, after, again, struggling a little bit in that previous series. So that was a huge clutch, I think, to just kind of put them on the track towards closing out their enemies map pick here on Pearl and going into one of the strongest map they've had this tournament of Vine. So we'll see. Arya has a Bucky in hand on the second round. All right, yeah, that's how you already know things are quick.
And the continuation to try to get themselves onto something too aggressive this time here for Wada. Instead, migrating over towards potentially the B site.
This is fine. No killjoy utility this time around other than the turret holding mid door, so it will just have to be a full retake here. Nora likes to take these aggressive plays. Might have caught the timing on the bulldog from Juna. Nope, back turn. Was more worried about the late neon footsteps in the back end, but backstep comes in. The rotate is clean, and I was worried about an overfight potential here, but you can just shuffle the weapons away. No upgrades available here for your 3-on-4 attempt.
And does now know that somebody's sitting up inside of heaven, so I mean, with corrupt rating, the perfect time to strike. There's already 2 players down for YFP. Player advantage led over to Wada. So to fight this, realistically, I mean, util has to be used here. They still do have Fade util to expend. I mean, if anything, potentially putting a Prowler out to kind of clear. But Arya's tired. Arya's like, nah, I really don't care. And seemingly that seems to work. YFP are really just giving it up within this round. So it does take things 10-4, which is not looking so good.
No, not by any means. Dying just by denying the ult orbs is the best that you could do in that late attempt, and yeah. I liked the try from Zori. I liked how fast they rotated to try and help Scary Shark, but damage was done, and you can just see the confidence in as well to fight that far into Link and get out pretty much unscathed. So this is the big round for YFPX to answer back, I'd say. Rifles in hand, right? Didn't overinvest either, so the Outlaw's not gonna have too much to source out here, especially since Corrupt's been that util support backline player with regen shield. But overdrive here, confidence screaming for Arya in the 3rd round bonus attempt, and this is gonna overwhelm Corrupt, and it's the Outlaw finding its target, and Power trying to deny the arc flow. They've gone ahead of the fragment, but they don't find the timing and just TP right back out.
There's still so much util that they're trying to keep onto the site. Wada do have a lot of potential actually to play for just Astro util here, which it does seem like that is going to be the case. One person on site just to make sure that the crosses are being held, that they have a little more space than to just give it away, which I actually highly respect here.
Look at the Juno rewrap too. It'll be a matter of timing for Zori. I think they've contemplated. They've already decided to, I think, go for the save here. It's gonna get Wada up to 11, and I think this is smart. Okay, like yeah, you're gonna lose the score, you're gonna lose the round, but it's gonna be Wada probably bonusing again. So you basically just get another attempt at it instead of the alternative, which is handing every single rifle upgrade over. You're broke and handing over a 12th in succession.
To which they leave, but that's fine. Like you said, honestly, better to not lose too much within this round, especially now that we are kind of reaching danger zone with a match point coming up. And YFP, their economy has just been scattered throughout the entirety of this game, with Wada constantly winning these rounds. So, you know, heading into the buy phase, Zobi, I'm kind of curious as to, I don't know, like what can be fixed here.
All right, let's see. YFPX on the defense. That's the difficulty, is we're so early in the half and it's been so clean out of Wada, right? Like it's like you haven't seen enough out of YFPX, it feels like, to fix those issues. I feel like the only thing that I could say that I haven't seen that could help is I feel like they've been overly passive for the composition that they've been dealt, right? I feel like I've seen them typically fight a lot more aggressive around mid space and main in the FlyQuest Red game, and it usually got punished by players like a Lovely or Bree from FlyQuest Red over towards A, but those fights were still happening, right? To get that deep control, to get that information, to guide your decision making off of. And it feels like Wada is just moving so fast that they haven't even really thought, it feels like, to go for those styles of play.
Yeah, moving very strategically as well, I will say. I mean, they had some difficulties with the way they wanted to play their defensive half, but I think now we're starting to get pretty comfortable here for Wada. So I am kind of, I don't know, I'm just seeing the confidence. I do feel like they've slowly started to integrate into a more comfortable pace of play where it just feels like they're back to their usual selves of like ego peaking, but in a very respectful way.
And this pause will be short, we will say. Again, starting to reach, I was going to say the maximum allotment of tech time, but there you go, right back in. Timer's ticking, game is a-moving, and yeah, just a little breather before getting a pivotal round. Much like we saw the turnaround that kicked off Wada in the first half in those 5 rounds in succession. So, getting mulled over because this round is everything. And I was curious, right? Because of the number of weapons taken off the table, it's not even a full 4-round bonus for Wada. It's just buying back into it, right? Starbound gonna hurt the light shields, and the rest should have an easier time. And hey, look at this! What did I ask for? A little fight off your double duelist. They're taking all of main control. They've steered they've steered Wada back towards this B site where they're gonna have to plan for retake because it looks like Scary Shark. Something tells me she's not gonna have a fun time trying to stop this 1v5 side exec.
Oh my gosh, no. Yeah, especially with Pop Flash already just...
No spray on the pillar? Really?
Yeah, towards the middle of the site. Oh, they didn't actually... I didn't think they were expecting Scary Shark to even be here. I mean, they have the turret watching them, but in regards to just staying on site, a play like that is just way too risky. That's the name of the game that Wada like to play. A very risky game. So does YFP, it seems like.
Okay. They're going for the attempt, right? It's still a 4-on-4 after that unfortunate downfall with the mid pillar in the terrain. Flash out, TP out. They are throwing everything they can just to get onto the site. Sherrod shuts the player down. Already, though, playing off of the distraction factor of the chamber, and that is not enough. Zori celebrating a final round victory there, finally diffing the opposing duelist, and low stick will be good for the defuse.
A butterfly effect based on the last round. Kind of walking away from the situation and knowing when to fight.
Huge,
so YFP, yeah. And honestly, just the start of that, getting one as the killjoy, waiting on site, Scary Shark knowing I'm gonna die here. I can't leave. The most I can do is just try to execute off that pick. So high respects to the discipline there.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say Wada probably are gonna start spraying that pillar every time they go B subsequently. They learned their lesson the hard way there, because again that would have been a huge delay player to still have alive in the post-plant fight. So 11-5 here though. Converging paths online, no command hopefully supercharged as they exec would be my hope. But we'll see if that's the idea here, if they just want to say Arya go kill off the 0 point. Seems to be the latter for the time being. Yeah, that's a rough reclear. And the eco. I just noticed there was a sheriff in hand, but then some players like Starbound have a vandal. So again, that forced up on the 4th, I wish I don't know if I wouldn't have saved necessarily, but it is gonna, I think, give that YFPX in to at least close the gap a little bit, have a little bit more respectable of a map pick scoreline if Wada don't make the full comeback, but if YFPX don't make the full comeback, but yeah. The regroup here is what's hard. Sherrod now has a clone flash set up ready to go if they do follow through. And that's where this art pop has to be super, super strong. Did they spot Starbound? I don't think they did.
No.
Hard.
Corrupt was in a good spot, but they didn't hear anything. And it does seem like they're just... I mean, Corrupt leaving the position where they had the most control and now kind of giving it away, but Sherrod is just hitting the headshots here and actually keeping it intact. So a 3K to keep YFP in the game and a potential 4-0. Actually kind of given away to that. Australians are fighting for their lives to just get something. Regardless, though, YFP are picking it up at a pretty fast pace.
Yeah, there we go, 11-6. Still 2 timeouts in the bank, we believe, for Wada as well. It's kind of interesting the tech pause happened, like, right when I would have called one, so little unsure of where that lays, but yeah, this was really, really nice. Not even letting the spike go down, not playing the full retake there. Australis could go at it with the long range stinger. Again, broken weapon, but again, that was a half save, half buy situation for Wada. They know they have a lot of rounds to work with here, so now weapons back in hand. You want to go back towards the B side, but this is what I wanted to see, right? The duelists confident, going for aggression. I feel like Sharada wanted to stick around a little longer because Ori was alone with no refract in the back pocket. Why did Fatfinger? Did they just think there was nobody there because of the slight delay from Wada? No recall star maybe as well? Like that, I don't know how to feel.
I'm not sure if it's just so empty over towards the A side. They've been playing the retake pretty heavily over there. Me just waiting for the util to do the work.
Okay. A big round for Wada, right? And this is the end all be all with the ults, right? Australis has been fighting pretty aggro, but I want her to stay a little further back with Hunter's Fury. Null command set Arya up for success. Break your way in. The big difficulty here is there's 3 players here, including Sharad, who ran interruption last time around, but it's actually Glowstick. Insane shots through the Nebula! And the resurrection comes through, at least for the time being, and it just corrupt the tag team. Arya, oh, you gotta finish the job before you swap her. You don't get either.
We have plenty of time.
They've like lost the just what the pace of play has to be here for Wada. If anything, it does seem like YFP also just kind of picked up on the play style that Wada is pushing for, right? Just having Arya do majority of the pushing while Power Pixel kind of relies on that null or suppression to allow the site take to happen. I mean, 16 assists overall is kind of crazy. So just picking up on that, which it does seem like a potential default might occur over towards mid.
Well, first time we're seeing a pretty heavy connector focus out of Wada here. Still sitting on a few of those ults, but Scary Shark through the smoke sets up Zori for the surprise play. Now you know there's 3 players here tucked away and link off that Prowler. Juno, though, still standing her ground, trying to fight here, and that's where we're going to saturate and annihilate if you're Zori. Dash out as well, it can refract the information. Not quite sure they saw deep enough the shot pressure, but Sharad can follow it up anyways. And this is the YFPX danger zone, right? This is what Scary Shark even said in her interview, right? Is it takes them time to warm up, right? That was Sunset against against FlyQuest Dread, and that may be pro here now after sitting out a best of 3 Gompers.
It's nice to know, though, especially in regards to like, okay, well, they weren't worried from the start, and I do feel like your mental does sort of drain when they were what, like 10-4. So to know you're in that position and still hold, you know, your head high and know, okay, you know, eventually it's gonna start to kick in. Our game, we're still warming up. I think that in itself really just goes to show like the game really never is over. And 11-8 is a very, very close disparity. So it's not like, you know, even then you can see that a threat has been made and Wada are feeling threatened at this point, right? Having to push for this timeout is quite big.
Absolutely, and I think they're fortunate to have found that solution to the B site by their own merit in the first half, because now you take one here, you take one at, you know, an 11-11 and 11-12 if it gets that far, and here's a good time to do it because you're gonna have Tour de Force, you're gonna have those ultimates still, and you're gonna have a buy. Again, that's the difficulty of the situation they're in, is it is this buy save versus YFPX have that sustainability money-wise from the 4 rounds in a row to just eat away at these comeback rounds, and just as well. It's been that newfound confidence to fight forward that's been really nice, and just Sharad as well as an individual locking in and really uplifting, it feels like, Glowstick and Corrupt, so that they can also pop off, right? We look back at that secret moment. That was crazy. And here we go. This could be finally how we break through the A-hole. Thrown into the Tour de Force, perhaps?
Alright, moving in. Okay, the very, very aggressive start to the round here, especially with YFP. Still keeping hold of the site, but they've realized, okay, the retake's just gonna have to be the thing that works the most, but they haven't even executed on the site yet, still awaiting. Maybe potentially for someone to make a mistake here, especially now as Juna slowly makes their way over towards Art here.
I kind of like the call, right? You realize that you've been too intentional and Sharad's been running interference on that, so just wait and respond when you have every player up and in the fight, ample and ready. And that will get them over at least the finish line of regulation for the time being. We'll see if it's a tied game that pushes it to overtime or not, but yeah, this kill from Sherrod made it seem like things were gonna slip just a little bit, but it was this backside space and just waiting out the dimensional drift, I think, was everything here. And again, coordinated fight there on art space too, so nicely done. We said again, money for YFPX will be squared away for the time being, but again, heavy A fight. Again, the chamber up here to condition it. No kill found. Makes it seem like there was a lot here. I like the scare tactic again with like, oh, we're relieving the pressure, making sure they don't follow us and push us. But the difference here is that you have the deep Sherrod clone, so you know that this is still just a default. And you'll lead the way like deep on the line. You're gonna, again, go back to the Killjoy and her utility around mid space. And you look at the grand scheme of things, it's like, Wada, you're down a Molly. And YFPX haven't invested too much.
Oh, but so much util surrounding mid. This push isn't going to be as easy as they think it will be. Wada looking to kind of just gather information as of right now, but it does seem like the A site could potentially be like the finalized push here, especially though, with YFP kind of waiting for any indicator to happen here.
I really want to see like a connector crunch here. Because the lockdown's online for Scary Shark Noir, which is dangerous territory to me. But it is, like you mentioned, just going to be the follow through on the A side. Unfortunate relay bounce back will keep Aria at bay for now. And then instead of clearing flowers, they go for the secret clear, and that is the perfect step back in the right direction for YFPX. Zori, glow stick, 10 seconds to go. You are calling for a save, a stop. A starbound. I mean, hoping to get their KDA padding, but they knew that round was unwinnable and are just struggling now to save the operator, getting hunted.
Yeah. Handing it off on the time limit alone. But just the moment they have heard the alarm bot, definitely, it would have just been an indicator to me that they were watching a little closer than expected. But I mean, Wada, they will prevail, obviously 12-9 to the match point. Not being too worrying, but at the same time, we've seen people fumble, right? When the pressure starts to get high, they start to crack, and you start to see all of their weaknesses. So I mean, as far as that goes, Starbound isn't actually able to play too aggressively with the op here, especially on the attacking side. So it also is kind of like altering the way the game is played.
No, absolutely right. We're seeing a lot less first bloods. It feels like favoring Wada. It's again just stable team play that's getting them through the few rounds they've found this half. But time being, we switch up the operator. Okay, if they weren't getting any footwork like you mentioned over towards A main, let's see if they can find a stray jump peek, right? Back hauls from Sherrod, etc. And I do like the aggressive angle here. Would have punished, but this is the punish I was looking for last round, right? Take the lockdown. I would have been offline. Now they have to add additional players to this mid hold because you've lost all of that utility. And again, my only concern is that they're stuck so heavily in mid because they have these extremity players for a plan B. That where's the A control, right? Where's the split attention? And that's, I think, when the difficulties lied is, okay, corrupt, low stick, they posture, and they're fine to shut down art control. And with that shot not aligning, the duelist now can rotate over as well because they know that the B site was a ruse.
We know they're going to have to push here. I mean, Aria has made their presence known. And everywhere the duelist is, the majority of the team is as well. The Corrupt is still holding their head. They have an ultimate. This could be the round-winning factor that they could utilize, especially now they've taken out Power Pixel. But they're not going to do anything about it. Instead, finally reaching around the back. Zori can make it happen, but it's a Corrupt 1v1, and the 3K one out to keep YFP in this first game.
Oh my gosh, my breath got taken away by how fast that flipped back in YFPX's favor. And now they've, like, the converging paths, I thought they got utilized for a second. So they spared Zori that embarrassment. They've gifted them that way back in, hopefully, here. And once again, the money is broken. And we're probably going to see after this round that final King Fred timeout just to avoid overtime contention here on map 1. Stingers, see if they can do the unthinkable here and humiliate YFPX into a map win, but we'll see. I mean, the pacing, I will say, in the mid door clearly caught Scary Shock off guard. That's why she's playing a lot deeper here towards the B site. And it's Zori, actually. I like the close smoke here. What do they do off of it? Wait a minute.
Oh, this is beautiful. So many players got in the crossfire. Zori knew what they had to do, but saved by the bell. Starbound does manage to make that rotation to get some refrag potential. So, but I really, really like the execution. It was unfortunate, though. It was only them that was prepared for it.
Ari, I think High Gear just outpaced the converging paths, got into that art position, and they could just lap back without the hinder in full effect. This is interesting, though, and I'm not against it either. Right? You have deep connector control, right? You have the Charade operator on the B long line, so you thought they would have to come through either spawn or come through A art. And that's been where they've gone most times as well. With the weapons, or weapon I should say, collected. B long, like with the op on this hard line, if it doesn't move, you should be able to get
30
close.
seconds left.
But that's difficult to hear. Again, short contact made, off positions, the immediate rotate is coming through too. And that's where I like Starbound's positions, but it's gonna come in a bit. Did I say too late? No, it's perfect. 17 seconds left. Spike should go down here, Gompers.
Yeah, I was almost able to pick off potentially more, but I'm just looking for something towards heaven. It does seem like Arya is going to get out safe and sound and play to the extremities and play a wider angle, thinking somebody's towards the flank. Of course, I mean, we know there isn't, but now Juna making it known they are
Last
holding
player
this
standing.
down as hard as
Not
they
again.
can. And Sleepy Arya, this might be the last thing they need to make sure they can take this first game. So the reload, actually, oh, I was going to say reload didn't come through, but it did. This is such a perfect usage. It doesn't matter once
call
you're
the bluff?
playing against the Neon. There's too much to it. Corrupt was so absolutely ready, but I don't think it's time.
Wait,
They may have
wait.
just won this. Looking up to the sky, Corrupt knows that it is over. The thrifty round given away to Wada in a matter of time. So that is the best way that you could end this off, just time alone.
Wow, and I mean, like, Corrupt had the outplay idea, right? But again, just the slight delay that these key players are able to find, like Ari, again, taking the contact, but still falling back because they had the hero rifle. So the backstab Starbound had with that stinger against Scary Shark, like, all of these things were things you had to dislodge on that retake procedurally, like, tear it apart from its source, and I just took a little bit too much time out of the bank. 13-10. I mean, YFPX put a great go at the turnaround after an 8-4 half for Wada, but they still have lost their pick, and they still have Bind up next, Gompers.
Yeah, Bind, which, and again, another map that we haven't seen these players play against each other, and so it is going to be quite exciting. So please do not go anywhere. It was a super exciting match for the first game. I'm sure it's going to be even better next time, so we'll be right back. All right, hello, welcome back to NRG Neon Dream. We finished our first map of Wada versus YFP. Wada have taken the victory. It was a very close game though, Zobi. We started off, 10-4, and then YFP, they managed to bring it back, and it almost went into OT.
Yeah, King Fred just stepping in right when things were getting dicey there, and of all the things to end on a Stinger Force as well, it's like, okay, again, it's similar to what we saw in the Ghost match, right? It's like, you're not you and you're hungry, right? Halloween just have to pull a Snickers out of the bag and eat it, because, like, some rounds it was like perfect lock, coordination, the LCQ, you know, almost 2 steps away from GCC team, and other rounds it was very just piecemeal approach, YFPX dogging on them, right? Like Sherrod putting out 3, right? Glow stick, insane spray down through smoke. And it's just showing again how contentious these two teams are in this head-to-head.
Yeah, they played with everything they had. I think Sori was, like, honestly a big MVP for me playing on Waylay. They destroyed any sense of, like, just insurance that this team had tried to set up for themselves, whether it be holding down mid side with util, Astro util, whatnot. So it felt almost like it was impossible to get by. Of course, there being little hiccups here and there, hence why we did actually get to see the Wada win, but we are going over to Bind, this actually being Wadada's pick. So the YFP pick was a Wada win. Now we're going over to Bind. Potential for a 2-0 is there, but we always have like this weird iteration of where the team is like, oh, you know, let's do this map pick, and then they lose. So I'm kind of keeping myself very, very tucked in a corner here with this one.
I can see this going super one-sided towards Wada. I can see being close, and the reason for that is, number one, today Wada completely body ghost on the map 13-4, but then there's this common denominator, interestingly, between the group and the playoff, between Catface, Valorant, and these both teams on Fine, right? Catface pushed it to a 13-11 for YFPX to close it out, and on the flip side, it was again a 13-10 for Wada to close it out. So number one, shout out Catface. I feel like they kind of got done dirty in the group stage, pushing every single team to the breaking point, but never getting a win, and then getting fed to Wada in the playoffs. But again, nice comparison factor there to show we could have a close map on our hands. But again, we talked about how it was like a switch, whether it was coordinated or not, out of Wada. Today, this bind made them look like insane, like the best team on the planet. Like, it was that streamlined, that perfect, and Australis is finally back on her roll too. She's been forced into Sova. She's been forced into the Waylay today, the Sage, but it'll be the deadlock action, and she was an absolute menace on it against the Ghost earlier today. So that's gonna be huge. Arya's back, right, on lock, was 23-18, shut down Starbound in the first frag department, right? Which is I know that they'll be excited about that. They're always talking about it, like not getting enough kills. And I think that just spoke as to, well, win con for YFPX. It wasn't that Starbound was losing engagements, right? Like, they were 18-11. It's that they never got the engagements, right? They just avoided it like the plague.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like it is quite hard to even fight for your engagement when, especially on the side of, I guess both sides, like both of their duelists are kind of performing above and beyond, I will say. Like, the amount of aggression that I've seen on execution so far, it feels like it's been the most that I've seen, you know, from the grouping stage and whatnot. I do feel like everyone's feeling like, all right, we have to do like the most amount of power pushing ourselves, or else it really isn't gonna work. And I mean, listen, we're playing Neon. It is literally called the Neon Dream. I don't know why we're seeing so many repetitions of Neon, but it does seem like maybe there is a theme that's been kind of following along. So the speed at which we're doing so, it is kind of hard to keep those isolations. I do like the fact that we have migrated from, in the beginning of Pearl, I did feel like there were a lot of fights being picked off that didn't need to be picked out. I did feel like people were trying to isolate fights way too much, and then it became this thing where now we're just kind of looking for picks and solidifying, okay, well, you know, now let's try to do something a little more team oriented. I am excited for Bind though. As we know, Wada's very familiar with Bind. This is a map that they've played quite a lot throughout the entirety, I think 10 times throughout the duration of 3 months, and they have a set position, like you said, Australis on the deadlock, kind of keeping to their raise play, potential for something different, obviously, all the time. But for Wada, it's more of a if it's not broken, don't fix it type of team. So we haven't seen too many changes on a map like this one, but I am excited. I do think Australis on the deadlock, like you said, being able to really, I think the chamber play on this map is the best that we will get to see on any map that we've seen thus far.
Yeah, I mean, I can sing about the deadlock all day and all the set plays that we saw. And so we're going from a map that they hadn't prepped again, right? Wasn't in the pool, had changes, and they were bringing it out after literally an entire stage without it. And then now coming to Bind, again, one of their most practiced and successful maps. The only thing that I do see causing an issue is we've avoided it thus far is the chamber head-to-head with Sherrod. Last time they played this map, it was Clove, Viper, Yaru, Chamber, and Fade. And while Starbound, I believe, ended the main event, right, as the top performing chamber player in almost every department, there is one element that Sherrod had a higher average ACS, 268 versus 255. So again, that's an interesting statistic, right? It's like name, like household name, you associate Starbound with the chamber, but then Sherrod like sneaks in and is just as deadly.
Yes, well, I was gonna say they played against each other on this map too, but it was under a certain different name. So I know Stay had been playing on this roster before for Wada. So being able to actually give the opportunity to have a different chamber player who, by the way, has been absolutely fragging. I haven't seen a moment as of yet where they've bottom fragged throughout the duration of any single match or series that we've seen throughout Neon Dream. So I do think if we're looking at Sherrod, obviously we might see that chamber come out versus I think it's going to be a pretty even matchup, if anything. And they might be the biggest detriments of the game thus far, along with if we do potentially see, I don't know, something come out. I don't want to see, I don't know if I want to see the Viper and the double controller come through as of yet. Actually, I'm sorry. I lied.
You see a Clove, you see a Clove Viper, so it would be
yes,
controller,
most likely.
which I am excited for, actually. I feel like we're seeing more and more Clove on Bind, which is interesting. I think they want that aggression without the post-plant element. And Scary Shark Nora, I feel like she was more clutch, it felt like, on the Omen at times, and the Killjoy itself feels like it's more of a constricting role for her. Like, she's playing like a more perfect game, again, playing for the information there on Pearl and the Connector, for example. And that I think the Clove will kind of unleash her, unshackle her, and she'll play a little bit crazier, right? And I think that's the kind of energy you need to bring in. And also, I think honestly, Zori's needed the help, right? Because you're switching over to that chamber, it's not going to be this double trouble duelist combination. Where honestly, in that comeback, it felt like Sherrod, right, jump started and kicked Zori off for success, right? I look back to like the 3Ks back sight, the clone flash combinations. Like, not that Zori can't do it on the double, there's the single duelist, but I think from what we saw on Pearl, I think it's a nice fail safe.
Yeah, I do kind of want to get into, though. I mean, listen, under the circumstance that we do get to see a win come through from YFPX, I don't think it's like something that's not going to happen. Obviously, it is so possible to see YFP run away with this map. Obviously, we've seen their performance coming through on a map like Pearl. Now we're going into Bind. I'm kind of curious talking about Sunset. I know we will potentially see Sunset come through. This is a map that they actually had previously played Blue Otter against, to which we talked a bit about how, 13-7 had come through and it looked like a really, really good game. Obviously a bit risky for the Sunset, based on previous performances though. So I do want to hear your thoughts on that.
Wada do not want to go to Sunset. That's how we'll spin it, okay? Again, we mentioned the material difference, right? I'm sure everybody was watching Wada at LCQ. They've seen how MIBR plays it. They know how to hard counter that. We mentioned how the stage pickup for Australis isn't as strong. We saw that kind of get exposed in the last semifinals. And the last two times these teams faced off, this was one of the maps, unlike Bind, unlike Pearl, that was in the pool, right? And they have lost it both times, right? 13-6 when they picked up the KO, it was unexpected. It wasn't prepared for it. It was an anti. And then a 13-10 when things stabilized in that lower bracket finals for LCQ, right? And so, again, they've yet to beat them on this map in the recent stage. And that's where I think the difficulties lie and why Wada want to hashtag Wada win here in 2-0 fashion.
Well, a Wada win we may get. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with the game. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for the patience. We were just having some network issues, but we are back and we are ready to get into the game of Bind. This is the second map and a potential, I'm not even going to say potential last. I don't know how this is going to go. YFP have had such a good performance, Sobi.
Yeah, it's like this is a weird map because it feels like the stakes are really high for Wada because they have a bumpy track record on Sunset, both in this tournament and up against YFPX specifically, versus a really strong Bind. So they want to close this out in two fashion, but also YFPX, again, like you mentioned, they're no stranger to it. And
yeah,
man, I was hyping up the Scary Shark Clove before the break, and they've gotten rid of that. Go back to the Clove. Maybe they didn't like the post play. They didn't like how close the cat face Val game was. Probably is where this is coming from. But yeah, Wada, no deviation, even with the meta shift, which is great to see. They're holding on to that, and we saw how successful it was. And Sleepy Aria as well. Like if they're online like they were over on Pearl, the Judge absolute menace here.
Oh, the Judge is not going to be fun. We've seen Aria be like absolutely crazy with the Judge, and it's not something to even joke around about. I'll be honest. It is really depressing on some occasions. So I am super excited to see Aria kind of just like extend themselves in that way, but also there's so much just assistance that Aria is going to have with a composition like this. I am excited, like we talked about briefly too, the double chamber coming through. So Starbound and Sherrod, we are going to see that chamber v chamber, and who could prevail, who's going to be the best chamber moving out of this one.
I don't know. Starbound had a quiet map too. We mentioned it wasn't more so being bested, but just avoided, which will be great. But I think that's something here as well, is the chamber versus chamber forces you to contact and gives Starbound those sort of engagements, or at least opportunities at certain points. So again, I'm curious if we're going to see those head-on collisions, because that's what it feels like this composition and this style does force through. And now jumping into the action here as well, Wada starting out on the attack here, and I don't quite remember where they started up against Ghost, but I can check that in the meantime. Where I mean, speaking of in the meantime, Sand, I'm expecting a little headhunter rendezvous away for YFPX, and we'll see if they can follow it up fast enough for Wada.
Oh my goodness. Actually already getting a lot of information out just with the Prowler alone. Aria's going to try to get those right clicks that they're so infamously known for. But it doesn't seem like that's going to work out this time around. So the B site very, very cleared out for Wada. And they're doing well, right? Already having a player advantage now. Starbound taking out one, and Scary Shark is down. So having to fight for this by themselves. And it's so hard because you never know who's just going to pull through with the one taps this time around, as it's happened before. But Wada, they do stay alive, and they do take that first point.
Yeah, I feel like Krupp was doing a good job keeping Hookah under control, but as soon as it got flipped and you saw, right, Zori try to refight that space, the best decision Juna made was to just trust in Power to get that two-piece and then get back out on the site. And you're going to see Starbound on this attack half very disconnected, very late, right? They're the clutch player, and they're the one protecting the flank, right? Because you have this deadlock, and on some rounds, like the pistol we just saw, you won't have this trademark. So really, really good to get the ball rolling, and it kind of tracks because they did start on the attack versus Ghost, and it was a 9-3 half. So again, typical business here on Vine, the time being for Wada. Little trio stack toyed with the idea of scaling down B long, but that space has since been cleared. That ship has sailed, and instead they're going for the more reserved re-clear towards Hookah, hoping the space won't get cleared out. And that's something Wada has done in the past. They leave these spaces open like Showers and like Hookah, and I think YFPX is a team that could punish it here.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know how you can just do that with the Judge. So we're already getting a taste of what Aria can do with a shotgun alone, and the wall has been set. So in regards to Deadlock, definitely keeping things intact. And actually, they're just wanting to push this. They know no one's going to be able to peek the wall. Of course, now replacing their classic with one that has significantly more bullets in it. But this is going to be a difficult take to sight here for YFP, especially now that Starbound is trying to push themselves into the here.
And just trying to get the ult charged up while Stralis is there, just in case things get a little dicey, or once the wall fades, to keep this player at bay. Zori just trying to take any weapon they can, or deny the spike. Orbs, I should say. Yeah, Starbound's on the exit. They're getting this killer. They're dying trying, and there it is. Flawless round, second round. And this is what I mentioned that the Austral's Deadlock brings in, right? It's just the certainty, right, of the execution, right? Arya follows it up, and you either get the information, but you're still getting the wall out regardless, right? And honestly, YFPX, I mentioned the potential there around Hookah. I think they fought back in a little bit too early, right? If they went on the under-the-radar approach, waited for the players to rotate, or they had a mass TP play, I think things could have gone a lot differently. But because they kind of fought out one after another, that's where we saw the Arya judge montage and the Austral's cleanup. So everything was smooth sailing to keep the weapons, and now it's danger, kind of snowball territory here yet again. Rifles in YFPX's hand. The first time with a heavy shower fight off of this net lineup to try and again set up Arya for success. Avoid it for now, but can you escape it for its entirety?
There.
You can fend it off. Incendiary's out.
Running back around, Showers is not the place to go. Actually wanting to keep themselves surrounded with the team, so Australia still does have lots to utilize to kind of keep certain angles just closed off, but I'm wondering, like, they're waiting potentially for maybe the 1 minute to the 30-second mark, keeping the silence to lure in a rotation.
I like the noise cancellation. Smoke's invested. They're going all in right here, right now. Zori interference. They line up and get knocked down. A great crunch off of Nora, too. And Starbound, yeah, you're going to break through at least to get the spike down. And somehow, after all of that, we come away with a 2-on-2 in the post. The Deadlock utility is still up and primed. And with that little rendezvous misstep instead of a recall, now they're even split off. And it's just Sherrod in the 1v2.
Slowly making their way back. They could, they honestly have like a very, good probability. Now, especially slowly making their way. I don't like the fact that they're so silently working it up, but they've cleared out the angle to actually deny Arya space to do anything. The weapon has been pointed out, and Sherrod used every single inch of their brain to put a play like this one forward.
Wow. That is, again, the Sherrod head-to-head that we were looking for. That impact into the server. Around Clutch back from Disaster. Yeah, we get it. You versus Starbound is going to be the headliner for this find, but... Again, not around. I think you can celebrate. That was a bonus for Wada. So, it's kind of bated breath, bittersweet moments here. But, again, I saw promise for how that played out, right? Again, great coordination there between Zori and Scary Shark. Again, very strong, but this moment, as dicey, and Arya just read like a book, low HP already, and in the nick of time, things go YFP's way.
Still looking for an execution over to the B side. And again, they have so much flexibility to potentially TP.
Right here.
Or now it seems like rotation over towards where Judah is to try to assist in that endeavor.
Okay. Here we go. Sherrod. First line of contact here after heroic clutch here. Could be another way to further stand their ground. Smoke comes in clutch just in time to prevent the double swing. And this is the first time we're seeing them really fight for both long and shower control simultaneously, and they've kind of been fended off. So far, so good.
Gonna hit the 30-second mark sometime soon, though, so it does seem like needing to make action happen, but Corrupt is on a pedestal here. They're not going to have to worry too much about the util that's been thrown at them, but even then, Sherrod is left alone, and the headshots are hitting, and it never stops. The confidence that they feel in the chamber is insane, and for YFP, they're put in such a good position here, having a 2v1 on Power Pixel, yep, and they're just going to finish it off. Time wasn't even really working in that scenario as well, so it's going to be 2-2 here.
There we go. Again, I mentioned just the setup there was a little bit questionable in what I typically see as converted success for Wada on their attack half. So bounce back to YFPX after the rounds won by Wada felt very statement in nature. If this could be trending towards another one-sided affair. So really nice to see that fight back, that bite back from YFPX here. Money broken as well as a result for Wada. The only saving grace is going to be hopefully this
You
And
want to play? Let's
fast
play.
orb control leading to both Tour de Force and the Nightfall online. See them do more with less and see if Sherrod can meet them head on. The clutches perpetuity have given them a perfect counter as well.
I don't know. Once they extend themselves outward, all it really takes is one, and that is so fortunate to get the smoke forward. So YFP set up for success off the start of this round.
Molly already expended for Scary Shark here. I like the high-low with the fade for Shower. Not seeing too hefty of a way in unless they can somehow, satchel pass off the Prowler and overwhelm it to U-Haul, which is Arya's specialty. Looks like that's a shotgun in hand. So yeah, they know what Arya brings to U-Haul. I'm just gonna get out of dodge, pacify it. But this is where the Deadlock utility comes in. Somehow they're gonna sneak away with a plant here and just hopefully bid time.
You still have one more smoke left, so if Scary Shark goes down, they're gonna miss out on the opportunity to close out some of these angles. But they're using everything they have in this very moment to try to just get this retake back. And Wada, they're positioned so well that all they have to do is throw any article of util and potentially just swing this out in different timing. So it's perfect. YFP slowly working their way in, but it's not going to be enough. And it's up to Zori at this point with an immediate shutdown there from Starbound. And that was good, right? A very, very nice tempo going through in that round.
Yeah, I mean, two big swing points for that were number one, the Starbound reposition, right? Shot rains out, you go short, you group up with the players playing down the timer, right? And yeah, the Dimensional Drift caught wind of that, but it still framed the fight differently. And second, right, that one way from Juna was perfect, right? It prevented any sticks from coming through. It allowed them to play super proactively around that space and even set Ahri up with that Bucky to get nice chip damage and some kills found. So yeah, and that's how you answer back with a Thrifty. That's how you maintain your lead. And they saved the Nightfall in the process as well. So great conversion for Starbound with the Tour de Force. Even pads the wallets enough to bring the Operator online in its stead.
Oh, that was a good jump in there from Aria. Now going to take the Roomba and just try to discover anything going alongside that. So that's actually very nice. They do know that majority of the players are potentially just standing towards the back of sight here.
Yep. I do like this angle from Glowstick. You've already used a Prowler. Probably not going to clear it out, right? Hopefully you can get some tag team action with Scary Shark back around triple here. Once they actually push through with this judge. But again, these pops have been so exhilarating for Wada, right? You have the Nightfall, you have the Showstopper to throw in. And there really shouldn't be a way for YFPX to stop it. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Scary Shark finds one with the Classic. That'll be the judge. And with this close sight smoke, they can hopefully start fighting back for this space.
Ooh, and the Orbital Strike actually makes its way. It does close off a pretty good bait, so now they're going to try to just retake this angle there. Wada, I mean, in reality, just taking out majority of the fights here, so Corrupt isn't going to be able to do anything coming out of the smoke. All they have is a ghost to their name, and potentially looking for some headshots there, but yeah, that being said, so much util already being pushed outward, and Australis is able to secure the 3K down inside of this round, but also the ultimate. So loading that up for the next round as well.
Yeah, I think things were very scary there just because they didn't have information past the brim smoke there in center sight. Like I expected things to go really south really fast, but then the smoke fades at opportune timing. The battle weapons do their job. So again, that and the kill I found as well while Scary Shark was trying to let the Orbital Strike out, and U-Haul kept things under wraps and kept the rounds flowing for Wada there. And again, they're using only one ult at a time, right? So they've traded now the Nightfall up for the Annihilation and the Orbital Strike. So again, that's where they find this longevity, this dominance on the attack half, right? It was 9-3 against Ghost. They're looking to make a record here, right? Orbital Strike challenges even the gate crash for Zori, and that's a first blood already in their favor here, Gompers.
First blood to take Australia, still loading up on that ultimate as well. And actually, now the barrier goes down. So they've closed out and then actually trapped some of these players in the angle, but it seems like in a matter of seconds it has gone down. But it does stall for some time, if not a little bit. And, I mean, just a beautiful nade coming through to take out Scary Shark. So already on the right path to success here for playing Wada.
Yeah. Good luck to this time around, but they don't need it, right? Juna loves this. Going from super reserve, playing post-plant util to fighting up close and personal on the CT choke. Annihilation doesn't find its mark, but Astralis will instead. Right, shuts down Corrupt nonetheless, and yeah, Sherrod finally, who got the operator online, about halfway into the half, is forced to save it, and we have to have a serious conversation now. Not just because it's 5-2, but what are you doing with the minima operator, Sherrod? I know it's not tourney client, you don't get your pick of the litter, but the Roblox skin? First, how do you feel about minima? We know Keg's opinion, but
Listen, I'm sorry. I used to hate it. I actually really like it.
okay, I only like it on the Phantom and the Ghost, maybe. Those are the only two. The Operator,
Oh my gosh.
look at the scope!
It looks like the cameras they have at like the
like the big
lands.
movie? Yeah.
Like the really big cameras that, oh my gosh.
Oh,
I
okay.
can't.
That's very like nostalgia feeling. Maybe I can get behind that. But it did take a quick snapshot there, Power Pixel to hold on to the Sherrod operator, and Scary Shark once again, timeout called here. Honestly, why do I feel like YFPX is taking more timeouts without a coach than they did in main event with one at the helm? That is number one, crazy. Number two, I think it shows just their desire to close out their season on a strong note, like Scary Shark said in that interview. And also just, again, you got the pay bump from third, fourth to second place, getting from 1K to 3K, but then it's $5,000, right? $5,000 per player on this, sorry, $1,000 per player on this team if you can just win out and reverse sweep this grand finals.
Yeah, timeouts, though, very necessary. And like you said, obviously pulling out more timeouts than they did before. Yes, it does show that. And it also shows the fact that, I don't know, like they know that they are facing like a very strong opponent and every single round matters at this point. And up to this point, they have been struggling quite a bit with the entries. Not too much. I will say the thing that they've been struggling the most with is trying to retake the site. Considering, especially now that they actually do have the Viper's Pit readily available. The B site seemingly going to be a big hit here, though, for Wada, based off the pings that we are seeing.
I don't know if I like the music on the eco. I don't see any shotguns to follow it up, right? And the operatives on the same side of the map. So, yeah, the pings come out, but I feel like if they just challenge it, they'll win it. And so, yeah, it's just the poison of the snake butt. Or, sorry, the toxic screen there, and I just said you need to win that engagement. But it looks like Corrupt is taking it upon themselves to do so. Instead, Vandal collected the spray from Astralis, finally shuts them down, but the damage is done. It's a 2v3. They're fortunate that long space has been conceded as well, so they'll at least get a spike plan, we think, here, as they have to break this wall manually. This is the dynamic duo, right? Partners in crime. I mean, win out around, they should not have even lost in this fashion.
Oh, man. Good thing is they did actually place some of those sound sensors in. I don't know if they see it, but it's going to be such a good thing to play around. They just have to stay back here. I'm so worried, though. Astralis does seem like they're getting cocky. Oh, my gosh, and through the smoke? Just a sound cue to give away to that. Astralis is waiting. They don't have anything else left to play with other than the fact that maybe, I mean, a crosshold being held, Starbound waiting for the contact play here, and the op does make it happen! But a second shot to be told. There goes Wada. And in their map pick, obviously. I mean, you can see why they picked it. They're playing very, very well put together.
Wow. I mean, you just cannot take that kind of chemistry. I mean, Astralis, I was starting to get flashbacks. You weren't there. The Waylay had 4 bullets backside on C, and like that round was huge, leading to the overtime in the loss against Ghost. But here, 4 bullets, and it shines, just buying out the time, playing the contact off with a reposition from Starbound, and yeah, all that after, again, was just recovery. It was triage, right? After that clinical kill spree with a Sheriff, right? GC Sheriff for a reason, and Hookah. And this has been, I think, a difficult point here for Wada, so trying to get this control back, so why not blow it wide open?
Okay, well, they're trying their best to try to get themselves down through TP and potentially, I mean, just get some sort of spray down through it, but I feel like in that situation, knowing that majority of the players were going to be standing there, maybe the Nightfall would have helped aid, or even then another Prowler to send through, but they're holding this crosshold pretty well. They know Starbound has potential to try to peek through this, and a crosshold going up towards B Hookah, as well as now, you know, they have to do really is soaking up the TP, but Juna is waiting and actually assisting in that endeavor, but it does seem like AWP is readily available. But down behind, they can't seem to do it. They don't know where the other is, and Zori, I mean, they're for the rescue.
That's a low sense moment I've ever seen when having to draw circles with Zori missing a plethora of bullets and Glowstick has to still cap off the round. But again, round 1, I mentioned Hook has been hard to break through and the trade's Corrupt's anchor ability has shined through. I'm surprised that the ping is coming back out for Wada around Sand. Like, guys, at this point, you're kind of gifting rounds to YFPX. Like, your AXX have been so clean. Go back to that for crying out loud. And it looks like YFPX other plans here. Maybe gonna go for a Nightfall aggro play here with Zori. I can see that if the Nightfall pinged out, if the Haunt pinged out a few, but Deep Smoke instead. This is the challenge I wanted to see, but I don't think they realized how many players are actually here. Ooh, wait a minute. Okay, so they faked the hookah presence to get the util and information out and make it seem like they're not here on A so they can contact out, and ideally we're gonna catch a triple player off, but Nora's outpaced it and found one instead.
And Juna has Spike. Oh no. I really don't think pushing this
What
hard
could go wrong?
with the Spike is gonna be good, but yeah, they've lost out on the opportunity for Spike. Actually, no one cares. They, I don't even think they knew at that point. So, Wada, luckily enough, are still going to be able to get that Spike back. But here it goes, right? YFP are in such a good position to just continue this down, and now the op has been lost. Wasting so much money. Something like that. The Spike has been dropped, and there goes the wide swing from Australis trying to get this round back, but the Flawless instead does come into fruition here for YFP.
Yeah, I mean, Sensor was on default. The Perpetual fight had to come into U-Haul to get that numbers advantage back before you got the Spike down. Australis and Death gets the Annihilation online. That'll be nice. But again, YFPX has been a really nice turnaround out of the timeout, right? The ult's coming online, the money flowing. They shut Wada's bank account down. You know, bankruptcy declared here once again. And this is, I think, good territory for, again, a potential 6-6. They have to win this, and then it would be a buy versus buy with probably Wada ults in tow. But if they lose this round, they're looking at, like... They're looking at Wada, a firm buy, and I'm not sure what their situation will look like. So, again, big round. Bait's good. Yee.
Oh, goodness. Oh, my gosh. No, this is so good. Glowstick can peek this and take a free one. They knew Aria was there. Wow. Okay, and I'm liking this. I like the fact that we're seeing a little more cohesion going through with the Brimstone.
Yeah.
You know, utility.
I also really like Glowstick here, right? I mentioned how they've been that backline support player today, but they're usually a top frag menace, right? Taking these proactive swings and these timings, but Power is the other powerful player, powerful fade, right? And frags it back. That's Nightfall too, right? So 4-on-4 here. I like the double swing out on triple. They know that there's two players here and they're fighting right into it. Calm.
Oh, just spraying through down in the smoke. And that's gonna hurt, but
just want Spike down.
3v3, yeah. And I mean, even then, you still do also have Australis there with
30
the
seconds
ultimate
left.
to kind of pull through. So there is potential to just take out one player and really just isolate some of these fights. But Charade with the op slowly working themselves in. And they know Australis is there, the jump peak. That's beautiful. They know what they need to do. The Spike has been covered though, so I mean, even then, potentially a spray down that could come through. Noise is being made. Australis, the toes are touched. Now Starbound does get away safely, but this is impossible, it does seem like.
Is it?
Starbound, no, it is not. Juna's Molly had hit.
Where did that come from? When was that popped?
That thing was lingering in the air.
Where's that lineup? Hoverboard, one of their analysts, by the way, that helps with lineups in the back end for reference. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, that's that. Okay, that's one I think that deserves a body shooting, right? In response from Starbound up against Sharon, right? That's like, we need to make like a head-to-head between those two and all of the moments, BM and pop-out plays as all. But that again is the round that can break things up a little bit, right? They still now have ults, they have the buy. Starbound, you just clutch things out. Let's not, Oh, there it is. Nightfall as well, invested a little bit prematurely, and they don't scale off of it either. So you're at, a minute and 15 seconds left, but they're just happy to go B. That's where they found a kill anyways, Dompers.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be easy. I mean, despite that, we still do have some of the Viper util here.
Yeah.
Noises being heard. They do hear footsteps and rotations coming in pretty quickly. So for YFP, I do give them some leeway here. There's so much potential for the retake. They have
Let's
a
play.
good variety of util, and now actually pushing for the ultimate.
Juno was so aware this could happen though. Again, playing for that backside, playing for the orbital strike here. But Corrupt, this is what I mentioned. You have to clear out this space. There's a multi-pronged retake, flooding in player after player. Kills going in their favor, but this is where these ultimates get to shine through. Orbital strike connects. Timing misses for Starbound though, and the smoke is active. Scary Shark is going to stick it all the way. Incendiary in, but is it in time? And does it even land? No! Has gotten the job done off of a Corrupt's 4-piece.
Oh, and it was there. It was there. It just had knocked off. It was like perfectly aligned to make sure that it would take out anybody that was on the spike,
Wow.
but the molly just was. It was just super unfortunate.
Just shy. Yeah, just short.
Man, that absolutely sucks. And that was a valiant effort. I do really like the fact that the orbital strike came in when it did. I think that was such a pleasant way to keep that going there from Juna. Unfortunately, it just didn't go. So 7-5, we're switching things off, and now we're actually going to be able to see Starbound play a little more heavily with the op here on the defense. So it was kind of a different vibe that we get to get.
Yeah, again, we didn't get to see too much of the defense last time because it was 9-3 right up against Ghost, so I'm super excited to get a refresher on what it looks like for Wada. And again, now we have to see that concern, right? It felt like Glowstick, Corrupt were the ones boosting that defense up, right? Getting them through these tough moments, and now it's suddenly Zori, right? Who is in that singular duelist position and is sit on a lurk play on the pistol, right? They have to be that primary entry, and not seeing those indicators here so far. They're trying to punish any exploratory measures, but speaking of exploration, look at the group up here in Hookah.
Oh, that was such a good prowler. Ooh. They couldn't really meet them in time. The timing was slightly off. So, Tarad, everybody else are just going to migrate over towards the A site. Of course, yeah, that wall's just, it's so annoying to play against a deadlock with an early wall like that, especially now because information's given away, the flank is coming down, and how are they going to fight this back?
Yeah, now Starbuck gets to get in position, hopefully isolate Scary Shark here so they have to worry about showers. And now you can focus, on default, and they bought enough time for Juna to rejoin the engagement as well.
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, wow, and that's beautiful. Sharad was ready, understanding, knew where everybody was going to be, and here's damage already made. So, but potential one-shot. Australis looking for the pick, and that's exactly what you need if you are Wada, starting off on this pistol round, and the potential to take yourself down to that double digit. So we are going to go 8-5, and now they get to expend. Not expend, but spend a little bit more in the next round.
Oh my gosh. And I will say, Australis is one of those players that took the loss against YFPX in the lower finals very, very personally. And so the body shooting here, make sure you get the defuse through Australis, but that's the closer that I mentioned was going to be in the server. And there it is, the celebration plays at, again, an important pistol one because it prevents that bounce back that comes with the 7-5 trick of the trade. And there we go. I mean, that round start to finish, very well navigated, very proactive again out of Wada, from the hookah fight to the TP play from Australis to even the closeout. And Juna and Starbound maybe got out aimed a little bit there on the site. They still felt ahead every step of the way.
One step ahead, and that honestly just being able to kind of stay calm under the pressure. That's a very, very hard round to take away from this. Does seem like a slight buy from YFP, which does scare me a little bit, because if they lose this one, they give a lot more over to Wada for the next round. So, really just being careful in this round here.
Little split wall here, feigning maybe a TP play with Corrupt headed back towards Shower here, but you have a Judge on the choke. You have a trademark on Shower. I'm not seeing too many options here to actually follow through with the Stinger Force. Here it comes.
Oh my
gosh. Yeah, let's see it, Australis. What you got?
I can't even imagine. Okay, well, guys, they're all here. There's been like 5 TPs coming through. The spray down there, and there actually wasn't a lot of damage off that, which it definitely has to be slightly disappointing. But YFP slowly working their way back onto site. Tori does manage to get at least the smoke sprayer, but Starbound is done. They were like, yeah, the whiff is not really helping me out or helping my case. I mean, but either way, trying to just make the damage work. I don't think it's gonna be the round here though for Wada, to be honest. The buy round
Yeah.
definitely working out in favor of YFP.
I mean, they forced, right? You mentioned into this, right? The stinger from Zori. And Zori set that up perfectly, right? The early TP, the entry that I was asking for out of them here. But the round's not over just yet. Starbound finds one. Other players a little bit lower here, but they're using those leveraged weapons that they earn when they fought back into the sites to start winding things down. Or...
Oh no, and just one more bullet left. Yeah, Sherrod was just playing around at that point, but they do manage to pick up the Outlaw for the next round, which is going to be pretty favorable, but in regards to what economy's looking like for Wada, they weren't expecting that. That's pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, that's like, I think the second pistol conversion that they've lost, like getting thrifted on that second round today. Had one against Ghost as well, I think, on the decider, but I think the big reason why we saw YFPX win this, and I really liked this forward thinking, was usually on an eco like that, people stay showers, right? They stay corralled around, you know, triple, right? They didn't, right? They took that initial initiative. And Zori, I don't know how they survived Starbound, right? And that moment they pushed out of the smoke, back pedaling, but that controller they expanded across the site was everything. And is why now, yeah, it's an eco, it was Wada, getting a little dicey, antsy around short, testing the waters on the forward line. It is now set up this round.
Two players. They know there's no way they're getting out of that one, so they had to fully commit. But I like that. Playing as a team, trying to make sure that if they can't overpower them with the weapons, they're going to overpower them with the bodies. But there goes the paint shell. A slight amount of damage going down on Sherrod.
I'd say a good trade, right? We talk about the initiator old cycles being lacking now. That's the hunt out with much response, but because you dipped and dived, you left your IGL high and dry there. Power Pixel falls as Arya goes for the rotate, well, half HP. It's gonna be the full 4-on-4 retake attempt here, but Nightfall, if things get dicey, players twisted up on the deep angles, and a judge and elbow. I'm not seeing too much, I think, traction here.
Yeah, they definitely have time on their side. Oh no. Now they've actually taken Zori, but it's better to just stay the close angle that they are, even with the shotgun here, so it does work out in favor. Now the Guardian in hand, I don't really know what else Juna can apply for, especially now the time has been ticking, so Juna's just gonna go down with the rest of them here.
Ooh. Yeah, trying to play for that final kill. They already have the Nightfall, right? So the fate is fair pickings. Like, yeah, don't hand the ult orb over to Sherrod, who also loses the Outlaw in the process. That would have been, you know, supercharging up the tour de force, but yeah, now with YFPX in that second round, 30 not going Wada's way, right? It's a bounce back opportunity here, and I'm curious to see. I think this is just going to be a full buy up, yep, for both teams. A little bit lighter on the YFPX side because it has been an interesting development, right? But I think the tour de force here will scream volumes for Starbound, and that's where we have to see Glowstick and this Nightfall, I think, coming clutch to really set up a good site exec.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Putting up the same walls they have before. That's so cool. I do feel like it is a slight indicator as to what they really do want to push for, especially with like the slight lurk of Brimstone over towards A.
Okay. They're wary. They know it's a full buy for Wada. As well, if you remember last time Corrupt went on a solo lurk, the reclear potential from Arya and Power was just so strong. So you couldn't have that backdoor B option. So I do like this instead. Strength numbers towards Shower. Last time, right? The spray down was completely denied for Australis, even with this trademark. So I like the more aggressive wall here. I like them not playing directly for the kill. Speaking of playing for the kill, I was just say, Starbound's the one that can, and again, the Sherrod head-to-head continues.
Well, Australis does actually have, oh, I was going to say...
Is there a hole in the wall?
Not quite sure.
I didn't hear it getting broken, did you?
I didn't hear it either. I mean, sometimes when you place the wall in an odd way, it definitely gives a little more room than necessary.
Oh, there definitely was. Look at the Brimstone. Wow.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's slightly unfortunate. I mean, either way, listen, YFP, I mean, very, very good play, kind of allowing that wall to go through B. Up towards A. Now they have so much shower control. The flank, yeah, just not necessarily flank, I guess, more so a save, but...
I need a King Fred initial timeout here. You know, flag on the play, please. Thank you. Because things are starting to inch to a crawl. I'm gonna say benefit of the doubt. And maybe while we were on the chamber head-to-head, is the wall got broken right there in shower is what I'm hoping for it happened. Because doesn't seem like one that like any physics would deny the wall from deploying properly. So we'll see. But for now, yeah, 3 on 5, a flawless run converted for YFPX. Weapons at least salvaged for Wada, but again, the upgrades for YFPX where they did have shortcomings in the buy were probably collected. So they've set themselves up very similarly to the comeback attempt they attempted over on Pearl, right? Where they have sweltering amounts of money, but Wada lacks that lead, right? That 10-4 that they had last time. So again, we talked about how they didn't give themselves enough leeway over on Pearl. I think they have here, Gompers. No timeout either. Wow.
No.
Wow.
Well, it is a lot closer, I will say. It's rather than 10-4, so.
Maybe they want ults online instead. With goodbye. Or just watching, trusting.
Speaking of ults too, I mean, it's not really something that Sherrod needs right now, but if they wanted to push for it, ult orb.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Nightfall.
Yeah.
They've sat on that since the 3rd round too. So curious to see when that'll come out, but if Corrupt got shut down, then there'll be a lurk. I like the Sherrod op idea.
Oh.
They can still challenge up on this wall though. Wow. I was wondering how long that was gonna go on for. It was painful.
And that's unfortunate because it was so unnecessary pushing the A side anyway, and now you just have Sherrod go down. So just gonna have to figure out what that's like for this. Does seem like some spray downs going through. Wada are not having it. They finish this off with only losing 1 person.
Wow, I'm super impressed there. I think the support came in perfect timing for Power Pixel as Arya was getting a bit overwhelmed, right? It needed that help, right? It's like, so Nightfall, I'm deaf, I head on a swivel, where are the players? Where's the stack? Oh no, there's a haunt as well. And they just completely obliterated that side execution. So yeah, alright. Wada not answer back, no need for a timeout. They had to solve, I think, up and cooking. That's why, right? If you notice, the flip came out before the timeout. If double sentinel stack on B, that's been our hard side to retake, and we just play very confidently towards A. Right? Shut out any potential. And now I think the double duelist, sorry, this double sentinel is truly going to be tried. Dimensional draft in, sensors getting triggered left, right, and center. Not quite sure how long this is gonna last. They do have annihilation.
Oh, actually. Noise being heard as well. Oh, and that's such a waste. I think Australia thought that they were going to jump out in that very exact moment.
They clipped through the wall.
Yeah, now the Prowler had made its way. But yeah, even then, everybody on the side of YFP have made themselves and their presence known over towards B, so the rotation comes in pretty quickly. But the flank, waiting for the flank to come along. Yeah, but that's got to be very good.
If Juna makes a round-breaking play, this is why I dislike that trademark. And it looks like they're kind of framed with the Corrupt, the only vulnerable player here. Actually, wait a minute. The Yoru might be as well. The Prowler frames it, fight well. The Showstopper suddenly because he realized how winnable this is. Scary Shark falls in tow. Good information as well off the double satchels. Places both players long for the orbital strike to flush out. And Sherrod is left in a 1v3. Challenging the Incendiary, and the perfect bodyguarding from Power Pixel gets double digits across the line.
Oh my god. Okay, the direction of which that took, I don't think I was expecting. They had really overexerted themselves in regards to the util that they were
We're not changing it? Okay, we're changing it.
No, that was brilliant.
Again, like, I understand why you want that trademark instead of a deeper link one, because if you don't, they can just go through long, go through cave, and still have that impact. But again, it's smoked off so easily, and they didn't even recognize that like they normally do as a possibility. And Arya just full-face trust in their duo and power as well. So it's again a very difficult round. Money shy for YFPX. They like these half buys instead of full saves as well, so it keeps the hope alive, the dream of a comeback of a map 3. But and this double sentinel wreaking havoc. I also like that they didn't like fully throw their lives away either on this B anchor, right? They were okay giving up a little bit of space. Now Arya, I've seen this before. The Odin down a short, I should say, but the heavy presence B and the lurk from Corrupt, I'm not quite sure if it's gonna fare how they hope.
Holding it down and long. Actually, no information given away, so Corrupt play pretty diligently with this wall. Oh no, but I really Arya with the Odin is really just gonna shut this down. Yep, easy peasy lemon squeezy there.
Oh, there it is, lurk player eliminated. You have to now follow through on this B site, which again, to reiterate, double sentinel stack, but Nice Seas comes in, Starbound can't quite get on the hook angle. Glowstick allows the entry, players out of garden get the entry. Australis sitting on this Annihilation gets one, but that's all they need to relieve the pressure on Starbound. Two kills, quick succession, and the reinforcements have arrived. Juna flaps back, Wada, you get to 11.
Dude, crazy quick scopes too for Wada. Goodness,
No, that
yes.
was, yeah, good.
It is pretty cool too, because they know that they've pretty much reached the end. All they have to do is close out these next 2 rounds. They have it. So I do feel like
the end.
Yeah, I mean potentially. At this point, I can see how that could be an issue, because I mean, listen, they lose this one, it's like it's over.
Yeah. Difficult spot to be in. Able to strike in tow. Still have to worry about the Odin and the Op and the Annihilation. So I like the fast pacing here. That's where they usually catch players off guard, but that's where, again, there's so much zoning utility immediately, right? You have the paint shell, you have the Seas, the Incendiary has a second layer if you want from Juna. Like, how do you make up for the space? You just full commit. Ooh, that's an interesting overstrike strike investment. It doesn't work, though. The deadlock wall gave enough brief brevity that it wasn't a sandwich, and Juna's still alive and kicking.
Oh my gosh, straight through the smoke as well. And this has got to be beautiful. Sharad's still somehow finding everybody like a ray gun. Goodness, and now this Viper Split's going to make it a lot harder to try to get that entry on towards site. The net has been removed and avoiding death barely.
They're saving. Charlotte can go for some cleanup. They know the money's fragile after a force like that for YFPX, but you want the operator. And this is where we mentioned, kind of like on Pearl, they're not afraid to go for these save rounds, because now, unlike when it was, 8-8, they have that little bit of wiggle room, right? They just need a 12th to at least get to overtime. But again, huge round for YFPX. I liked the disrespect for the util as soon as it dissipated. That's where I maybe wanted to see a bit more investment for that second layer out of Wada, right? Or maybe a little bit more delay, like wait for the paint shell, then pop the Seas, then pop the Incendiary. But again, Juna wasn't really a position to play for that because of the orbital strike coming out. So again, great way for Scary Shark to get that impact as well.
Yeah, they've lost it on that round. But I guess the force works out at the end of the day, right? Being able to give them even a hero rifle to try to fight for sight. I'm excited to kind of see where this takes us, though, because 3 rounds in a row that they had lost, now they're finally able to pick themselves back up.
A little bit more default heavy approach here. I think they've realized that since the double stack is on the Beast place with the Strawless away from Shower, I was going to say, you can hopefully get through there, but just teleport a wall over and it doesn't matter. You have cross-map Sentinel support, I guess. And Sleepy Aria, maybe Pocketbook's wearing a little thin. No Odin this time around. It's a little reliable with the Judge up close and personal. Meantime, it's got Juna repositioning. It's going to be, again, like off his Viper cycle timing to accelerate.
Already sprayed through. Juna's getting... Oh, no. Actually, the Molly would have been perfect, but Wada, they don't care. They've already taken out... I mean, 2 of their players. The Viper is down, so now they have to rely on the source of smokes coming through from the Brimstone. And there still is Patience waiting over towards B, so even if a rotation does come along, it's going to be quite troublesome.
Yeah, that was perfect, right? They're so worried about Aria and this close angle that they're holding that Juna slips through for a kill. And then somehow Aria, off of a great haunt from Power, still gets a kill, and then double satchels out. So a clean exit, clean numbers advantage that you mentioned, and you still have the double Sentinel towards B, you still have the Annihilation in the back pocket for a retake. Brimstone's testing the waters here, potential TP left. Play over towards Hookah, but with 30 seconds left, a decision has to be made.
Oh no. Oh, Gerard knows nothing about what they're getting themselves into, but that's beautiful. A slight peek. Just barely give them anything to shoot for. Now, I mean, it's time to fight for something more, but the damage wasn't necessarily working out. Yeah, Glowstick was so lit. So.
Yeah, Nora gets back in time, though, right? As a result, Incendiary, at least for the reposition. Net lineup goes to Sally in case they were close by. Annihilation at this point. Just the final candle in the cake to try and lock in the 12th. They stand strong to remain. Map, series, grand finals points on the line, Gompers.
This could be the end-all be-all, right? Wada could run away with this win and then just take things 13-9 and the $10,000 grand prize, which, I mean, overall prize pool is just crazy to take home. So for Wada, this means a lot to them to be able to just finish this off in a 2-0 fashion.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, look at the ults. Like to see it. And again, if Starbound finds his first blood, that's kind of damning. There's the net as well to follow up again. I feel like that's what Australis has done, right? Giving that extra leeway to Starbound, right? The room for error off the net, right? Giving their time, allowing repositions as they play off of each other. Oh, it doesn't quite clue them in about that this is still a B split. The trademark, though, that deep should pick up the slack regardless. And they still have just not found their way into B. They're still confident holding down the A space because they have the retake ultimates. We're a minute in and we've really gotten nowhere.
The will has been settled. Wada are playing a little more patient here.
Okay. They're gonna let this go down to the last second, and I don't like that. Number one, because Power's this deep. Should be easy. Challenge there for Corrupt. No discipline needed. They found their one and done. The full spike, though, didn't rotate, right? That was a fake out, trying to again get an over investment of these ultimates. That is the Nightfall out, but the orbital strike here is going to be everything alongside this double sentinel.
And they can't hold on to the ult anymore. I mean, they've already lost the Nightfall. Australis is going crazy there for Wada. Scary Shark can't seem to get out of Judah's ultimate, so this might be perfect. And the potential last straw here to give Wada the victory that they have been waiting for. 11 seconds left. No time to take this one down, and there it goes. Wada are going to be your Neon Dream victors. And that's so absolutely exciting. They come from almost losing out on their previous game against Ghost Gaming, and now they are the victors of Neon Dream.
Wow, and we said we could go see the series going any which way, but again, Wada had vengeance to claim here after that last main event, something to prove after missing out on GCC, and boy, oh boy, they demonstrated that in the server, in the play style, and on a map they hadn't touched again since stage 1. So you really cannot say they didn't earn this, right? From probably a worst map to then a best map in the pool, and even though YFPX pushed them at times, again, with the avoidance strategy up against Starbound, I think that map in particular, and in this series overall, we saw the best of each player delivering, and it wasn't just one standout carrying Wada through this series either.
Yes, and I mean, this is insane, right? They've worked so hard to get here. I mean, this is a team that kind of just, we had talked about it, and I'm going to keep bringing this up because this is such a big achievement. Went to LCQ and was able to kind of make it all the way up to grand finals. They didn't necessarily run away with the wind, but they ran away with the win today, and that has to be such a big achievement to walk away with. And I know a lot of people in the chat are going to be spamming hashtag sign Wada, so I'm going to say it here as well. Sign Wada. This is a crazy team. Hashtag sign Wada. But yeah, thank you guys. Don't go anywhere just yet. We're going to actually have an interview with one of the players, and we're going to see who our uncommon player award is going to as well. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to NRG Neon Dream. We just finished our grand finals match, and we have the possibility, actually not even the possibility, we are going to be interviewing some people, one person. See, messing it up already, but it's okay.
We'll get there in a minute.
Yes, we will get there in a minute. But that was such a spectacular matchup. I'm honestly super happy to even be able to witness what we just saw. It was a Wada win against YFPX, and it was only a 2-0 at that point. So it really had carried out into the perspective. We talked about it briefly. Like if we had gone to that third map of Sunset, it would have been probably a different story here.
No, absolutely. They were struggling to close a series on that map against Ghost. We talked about how the history against YFPX itself was rough, but yeah, this was them when they are at their best, right? I think credit to YFPX for wrestling back that first half to a 7-5 after it feel like it was like Wada could do no wrong in certain rounds, as clean and as flawless as they were, but even when they were pushed, right, super far, some of these clutch moments like Sherrod, yeah, you put up great numbers, but I think the individuals we saw Astralis clutch, we saw Starbound with some insane quick stops like you mentioned in the clutch, like this team, like you do not want to fight them on bind.
Oh, no, absolutely not. And I mean, listen, Sherrod was fantastic on the chamber, but I will say, I mean, I feel like nothing can truly beat Starbound. Starbound was spectacular at keeping hold, and everything really just worked out. You were like loving the Astralis being brought back onto the deadlock and stuff like that. And I really do feel like we saw a lot of the impact going through from that. So.
Absolutely, but as promised, I think one of my favorite ways of ending out a beautiful grand finals like this is to get a little bit of insight about how the journey was made possible, and I think the only way to properly do that is to bring in the IGL of Wada themselves in Power Pixel. Welcome, I love the background. It's great to see you again. How are you just feeling after that win, right, in this grand finals appearance?
For me, it felt really great because of the fact that on Pearl, like when we came back from Brazil, we didn't have like that many scrims or anything like that. So I literally said going to Pearl because YFPX picked it. I was like, guys, I know we have this comp that we tried yesterday, and it was not that great. Just let me play KO. Let me play KO. And I swear I will witness this map. I will witness this map if you give me KO. And I want to thank all my teammates for trusting me fully and that. Because I think obviously agent swapping last second in a tournament, let alone grand finals, is very strange. So I'm really proud of them for that, and I'm really proud of Wada to show like the grit that even after we're pushing ourselves so much, like we didn't really have that many off days going into Neon Dream, to push ourselves forward and keep wanting to play Valorant together, like day by day. Just like, guys, we get to keep playing with each other.
Oh, well, that's awesome. Actually, you had just briefly said, you didn't have a lot of time prepping for coming into this tournament for yourselves. What did preparation look like? Did you guys really hone in, do VOD reviews, stuff like that, or was it kind of simple?
It's pretty simple when we got back, because in Brazil, a lot of players, like, even after the match, knew what went wrong. We all knew what went wrong, so no one had to, like, go out of their way and be like, wow, guys, we did horrible on this XYZ. We know what happened, and it's good to know the fact that we walked away stronger. Even though we lost in Brazil in the grand finals, we will walk away stronger going into 2026. If we are, please, orgs, please. Sign Wada.
Please. Well, with that, I think I do have two last quick questions. One silly, since I didn't get to talk with you guys after the semifinals. What was going through Australis' head on the Waylay pick for Haven, first off? Because you talked about a Pearl last-minute comp shift.
No, on Haven, it's just because of the fact that like Vice has been like battered pretty badly after the nerfs, generally speaking. We thought Waylay was the idea because, well, like I did with KO, Australis was like, okay, I can play Waylay, guys. And I was like, okay, I'm down. So we just full trusted it. And even though the gamble didn't pay off, now we know. So it's okay. You win some, you lose some.
Nice. And I think a wholesome...
She still did great.
Else?
She still did great.
She did, yeah. Agree. She was fighting like on that bind prior. I'm like, wait a minute, the duelist could go hard here. But...
I will admit that Ghost played a pretty good game into us with that Waylay, not Waylay, Neon Teo Soba, like that double info. I think it was pretty good what they had planned.
Yeah. You have anything on Compers before the last question? Yeah, go for it.
I guess last question. What were your like expectations going into this game? Because I know I don't like you guys were pretty familiarized with YFP in previous times. I just wanted to know, were you expecting them to kind of be like the matchup that you were going against for the grand finals? I'm sure you guys felt pretty confident that you were going to grand finals, but I just want to hear your thoughts on that.
I think the objective is always to win as a competitor. So we of course thought ourselves to be in grand finals. I think YFPX are pretty competitive, so yeah, we kind of expected them to go to grand finals as well. But I did see them put up like a lot of teams that put up a fight against them. So going into 2026, I'm unsure who might be on top because of the fact that there's been a bunch of roster shuffles in this Neon Dream, and it's kind of cool to see. Let it be FA or like signed teams.
Mm-hmm. And now, kind of starting to close down the winners interview, at least. You talked about the team getting stronger, right? Just because of having LAN experience together. And I wanted to know, how do you think that influenced your victory here today? And just what does it mean to have that opportunity with your team, both on LAN finally, to get to prove yourself, and then use that to convert that into an actual grand finals win in the Neon Dream Invitational?
I think suffering like a lot of losses in person and seeing how people like cope and rebuild each other in person is possibly one of the greatest things you could have or experience as a competitor, because you have people around you that want the best for you. They want to build you up. They don't want to break you down. And I felt that the most when I was in Brazil, and I felt it in the past when I've been on signed rosters, and it possibly is one of the most rewarding things I can say or talk about in general as a player or a competitor, let alone as an IGL.
That's really, really special to hear, just how long you've been around, how that allows you to take in the most from this LAN environment and use that to convert into the in-game leader for your team and for the community. And with that, I think it's time to start transitioning, Power Pixel. I'm a little bit sorry to keep you here a bit longer, but I think it's for good reason, because I am super, super excited to announce that you are the winner of the Uncommon Player Award, right? As part of the NRG Neon Dreams tournament, we wanted to honor a standout individual in the Game Changers community whose story embodies the spirit of the Guard's Uncommon is Calling campaign, celebrating balance, resilience, and community leadership. Okay, this was voted on by the players in this tournament, and then talent and production came together to confirm you as the recipient. You get $1,000 in addition to your cut of the $5,000 in the 10K prize pool. And honestly, like, as somebody who knows you personally in game and out of game, like, you represent this perfectly. You remind us that being uncommon means standing out and lifting others up. So just a big congratulations. And I wanted to give you then this opportunity, me and Gompers, to dive a little bit more into, again, what keeps you competing and what makes you the Uncommon Player Award recipient, Power. So first off, I feel like that's a lot to take in. I had to get through my bullet point. Just, does this catch you by surprise? How does it make you feel knowing that you get to take this home?
It feels great, and not only that, I will say I'll give you a straight answer to your question. It's the people. It will always be the people for the reason why I compete. It doesn't matter the game I would be playing or whatever. I would play with the same 5 people, and there's nowhere else I'd rather be.
I am curious for the, obviously when did you start competing in Valorant, and also like what was the origin story? Why did you start? Why did you want to play Valorant as well?
I think I have a story that's pretty common like any others, where it's like, hey, I didn't really play any FPS games or anything like that, but during COVID, during the lockdown, people were just getting into gaming, and I had my PC for the first time, so I decided to actually start playing Valorant because of a bunch of friends. And I kind of just went from there and kind of kept playing and playing and playing, just because I enjoyed not only the game, but also the people around me.
Mm-hmm. And then to accelerate right into the future and into the big phase shifts in your life, right? Wada being one of those. You were ready to hang it up, right? After Evil Geniuses, and Starbound calls you in on the peak of retirement, right? And you mentioned this, I do it for the players, I do it for the community, right? What was that decision for you as an individual to come back and to rally this free agent squad, to show up, not just in the offseason and the NRG Neon Dream Invitational, but just overall this entire season?
I think it should be stated that after we won kickoff, I actually did want to fully retire and possibly move on to other avenues in life. but the people of Wada pretty much were like, no power, we have to stay together, we have to play, come on, it's not the same without you. And I think they're right.
Oh,
I
well,
really
that's
do.
absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much, PowerPixel. It's great to hear your story, and honestly, big congratulations. You absolutely deserve the extra cash prize, and it would not be Wada without you. I just want you to know as well.
I really do
Absolutely.
wish I could fist bump the people on stage again and stand up out of my chair.
Hey, stick around another season. You said the future's uncertain. That doesn't mean Wada's done, okay? Hashtag Wada win. Hashtag sign Wada. And I see all the players in the chat. I see King Fred, your coach, in the chat. So we don't want to keep you any longer, PowerPixel. Thank you for an amazing tournament, amazing season with Wada. Congrats on the win, and go celebrate with your team.
Thank you.
And Gompers, with that, I mean, I think that was just a really wholesome way to wrap things up, both with the Uncommon Calling Award recognition there. So shout out to NRG for that, and just a great way to learn a little bit more about the players behind the mouse, behind the insane plays, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Honestly, and just a big thank you to Radiant, as well as NRG, and obviously Army National Guard for being able to have us here. But this was beautiful. This entire tournament, the initiative behind it, as well as just the players that played in it, right? It's been a while since I've been able to see, obviously LCQ just recently happening, but it's nice to cast another kind of Game Changers initiative coming along. So a big congratulations once more to Wada. Absolutely deserved it. They played such a tremendous game.
No, absolutely. And taking one last look at, again, of all of our 8 invited teams, right? Over the last 2 days, right? We went through a best of 1 true group round robin of 7 out of the 8 main event teams from the most recent Game Changers phase. And FlyQuest has read as well that one exception that still proved themselves, right? Making top 4 here, remedying the mistakes of the past. And all of this, again, was through that best of 3 single elimination playoffs to crown our top 4 and our eventual victors of Wada, who got a cut of that $10,000 prize pool, right? 3rd and 4th getting $1,000, 2nd place going to YFPX, and our runners up getting $3,000 and $5,000 going to Wada. Not a shabby weekend there as well, with PowerPixel winning the Uncommon Calling Player Award. It's been a blast to be here working double duty, triple duty, even today, being here for every step of the way, Gompers, and I know the same was said for you yesterday. So honestly, was there one, like, a favorite moment for you before we close out?
A favorite moment? I feel like all of it. It really was such a charming event, and I couldn't have it any other way. You know what? Yeah. A favorite moment is definitely the Waylay, actually raise play that I did get to see from Arya. I will say Arya is absolutely insane on the raise. I really like the shotgun plays that we saw. So I guess I'll name call that there right now.
Okay, and I also do want to give a little shout back here, the fact that YFPX won this event last year, so we had a new victor crowned in Wada as well, instead of a defending champion. So that was something else I think that was really, really cool to see. And then obviously before that we got a lot more of that org representation, but again, I think that was what I really like to see as well. So many strong, confident organizations here. 100 Thieves, Ghost, right? And still Wada, this free agent team taking the crown, and you heard it, Power's one of their first words on interview was like, let's get in orgs to get this consistency, to allow us as players to keep showcasing that we are capable, that we are strong, and that we are dominant. But with that, Gompers, I think we've said our spiel. We've kept everybody tied up long enough. So one last huge thanks to the Army National Guard for helping us highlight the people who make this community so inspiring, right? Whether it's in-game or out in the world, there's always a way to do something uncommon, like the teams, like the players have done here in the server this weekend. And honestly, I'm happy to have been back for another year for Neon Dream, and here's to the future. Thank you all for watching, and hopefully we'll see you all next time.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. 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 One enemy. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
I would do. Like butter.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Standing.
I know I'm in your head.
Enemy remaining.
I know I'm in your head. But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there.
Enemy remaining. Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
I know I'm in your head.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
I could go on and on, singing to every